Cricket, Pakistan versus Australia.
It's the Titan! Bowling to Smith, who lifts him up superbly.
Top edge down towards fine leg, and he takes it!
That is Test cricket at its finest.
For Henley, build with confidence. Henley.com.au. And Tyre Power. Store-wide super sale now on. Save on Kumo. Live from Karachi, Pakistan versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Good morning and welcome back to Karachi. Another clear and beautiful day at the National Stadium. This is SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes and Tyre Power, with Australia starting this second day at 3 for 251. Perfectly placed to take full advantage of batting first by giving the host another day in the dirt. They'll do so with Usman Khawaja resuming on 127. During the week, he described this city as his family's home, and what a homecoming this was, recording an 11th Test ton, his third since coming back into the Test team in January. At age 35, he's never been better. Initially, he'll have Nathan Lyon for company. The night watchman deployed late on the opening evening when Stephen Smith was caught behind for 72. For Pakistan, it's essential they get busy and quickly break into Australia's lower order. With the second new ball just 10 overs old, these opening exchanges could prove to be vital. I'm Adam Collins, and to begin our coverage is Bharat Sunderesan in the summariser chair. Bharat, we just saw Usman Khawaja walking back up the race. He looks ready to go again.
Certainly does. Good morning, Adam, and good morning to everyone back home in Australia and in New Zealand. Usman Khawaja would just want to start where he left off yesterday. He looked in sublime form, and you could see this morning as well, looking very relaxed, walking off with Mohammad Rizwan, having a chat with him in Urdu. There's some interest around the pitch this morning, Colo. I saw a lot of members from both the Australian and Pakistani team inspecting that end of the pitch where a few balls have stopped and a couple have even rolled through. I saw Stephen Smith take Andrew McDonald out there for a special viewing, some extra rolling maybe, but yeah, I mean, it still looks like there are a lot of runs to be scored.
What did you make of that line that was going from our broadcast and almost in a bow to the university end of the ground? It's unusual.
It is. It almost felt like a tribute to our own Waqar Younis, like an outswinging Yorker, but maybe it was just something to do with the roller, because you can't see it anymore, but it looked quite interesting this morning. But yeah, this pitch was expected to break up. It hasn't, which is a good sign, but you just know that it's not as straightforward a pitch as what we found in Rawalpindi. The bowlers will come into play. You can see the Pakistani players in a huddle. They know the first 15-20 minutes of this session are very crucial.
Thank you, Bharat. We've got Waqar Younis now coming over from television. He'll join us for the first half an hour of play here on Morning 2 Australia, resuming at 3 for 251 with Khawaja 127 from 266 balls, 13 fours and a 6. He's there with Nathan Lyon, who had an over to play out last night as the night watchman, coming in at number 5. There was a 159-run stand between Khawaja and Smith for the third wicket, coming together just before lunch when Marnus Labuschagne was run out for a duck. At that stage, it was 2 for 91, but they took it all the way up to 3 for 250 when Smith was out in the penultimate over of the day. And Waqar Younis, as I welcome you and say good morning, you know a thing or two about getting the ball hooping around in a crucial session. Hassan Ali getting that late wicket, brilliant take by Fahim Ashraf at second slip. It just gave them some solace after a tough day, knowing now with the night watchman they should be able to get a decent start this morning.
Yeah, good morning, Adam, and good morning, listeners. That probably will help Pakistan to sort of get that energy back, because last night Pakistani team looked a little flat. The new ball was taken, didn't really work the first few overs, and then Hassan Ali, who didn't take the new ball and came back with a little bit oldish ball and picking up Smith's wicket, definitely given them energy, and hopefully they can come and get rid of the night watchman, or to that extent Khawaja early on and can make an inroad early. But the way Khawaja played yesterday looked like that he belongs to this pitch. It looks like that he means business. Looks like that he wants to make it double, maybe more. There's so much time left in this game, and the pitch wear and tear, and I was there at the pitch, and the pitch is crumbling quite a bit. So spinner's gonna really play a massive role going into this test match. So I feel the Australians would like to sort of make a big first inning total so they can really put Pakistan under pressure.
Hassan Ali, first ball of day 2. Round the wicket outside the off stump was when Khawaja leaves alone at the last minute. SEN Test cricket, of course, for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. 25% off Kumo tyres. Hassan Ali only bowled 12 overs yesterday, and he was off the ground at different portions of the day, of course, returning from injury, but got that last spell into him with the second new ball, got that wicket and starting off today.
Yeah. He's going to be very crucial. You know, his tail's definitely up, picking up Smith's wicket. He'll probably be hoping to get another one here.
Bowling with 2 slips in the gully to Khawaja, again leaving alone. That's died through the gloves of Rizwan, just carrying, but no pace to speak of, as expected. It
was a pretty slow day yesterday, if I have to summon up the whole day, scoring only 251 runs and 3 wickets. You expect, especially here in Karachi, to runs come easily, and which I thought they did really well in the first session. It just things sort of died down after that.
So it's Hassan Ali passing umpire Dar, bowls here around the wicket. Khawaja again leaving on the 5th stump line, but yes, there is no carry here. There is nothing in this pitch. It's already dead, so we'll start thinking pretty soon, I suppose, about spin with the second new ball.
Yeah, I think that's what Pakistan need to do. Pakistan need to have a spinner from one end and maybe just keep attacking with the pacer from the other end. I think that will be the ploy. You don't want to just burn your fast bowlers too early in the game. It's a long game, so they got to be careful. Baba's going to be tested today.
Hassan Ali to Khawaja, using his bat and driving straight to cover, where Azhar Ali does the fielding, no run.
Such an advantage having a player like Usman Khawaja in the middle, who's not only used to of playing on those bouncy pitches in Australia, but also likes to bat on these sort of surfaces where the ball doesn't really come onto the bat, and spinners have big role to play. And he looked so good yesterday. I've seen him do that before in UAE, a very similar kind of pitch, but yeah, he's doing it again.
Hassan Ali to the crease. First over of this second morning, pushed into the onside by Khawaja, no run. From a Pakistani perspective, the last time you saw Khawaja in action away from home, of course, was in 2018, that masterful innings at Dubai. You must scratch your head and think, how's this guy not been one of the first names on the team sheet for the last 4 years? But he hasn't.
I know. I asked this question many times before also. I didn't really get a very solid answer because, he's such a talented batsman, very elegant batsman, and he's been in and out of the team, only played 48 test matches.
Hassan Ali to finish. Khawaja again able to leave alone. It bounces before reaching Rizwan. End of the first over of the second morning. It's a maiden. It remains 3 for 251. Khawaja 127 line yet to score. Our coverage for Henley Homes, built with confidence, henley.com.au. Adam Collins with you and Waqar Younis with me. Yeah, when he was left out of the team in the 2019 Ashes, it was just it was an impossible squeeze. They had no other way of keeping Labuschagne in the team after unexpectedly coming in at Lords. But seeing a guy like Khawaja at age 35 come back this well, it might be that he goes the route of, say, someone like Graham Gooch, who played his best test cricket after the age of 35.
Yeah, he looks very fit and he looks very keen, and he wants to make name for himself, wants to do really big things, and which he is doing, which is good to see. Not many left-handers like him likes to score, and he adjusts himself at any numbers. I mean, his small career has seen that he's batted at number 5, number 3, number 4, and now an opener, and he takes this opportunity every time he's been presented.
So it's going to be Shaheen Sharafrudi, thus the extra noise around the National Stadium. University end around the wicket to Nathan Lyon, the night watchman, who plays through backward point off the front foot along the ground towards the rope. He's off the mark with a couple. They might come back for 3. It's hauled in by Sajid Khan. Good piece of fielding, sliding just inside the rope. They're happy with the 2. So Lyon is on 2. It's 3 for 253, the first runs of the day.
Lyon is one of those batsmen who irritates the bowler, especially coming as a night watchman, and he's got a fairly good technique. He's not a big hitter of the ball, a big driver of the ball, but he hangs around for a long period, and that can be a killer for Pakistan.
Shaheen to the crease to Lyon, who's in behind it. Nice defensive technique there. Yes, Nathan Lyon, I'm not sure how closely you had the chance to follow the Ashes series in Australia over the summer, but the final test of that stretch against England, he didn't bowl in the test match at all because the seamers took all 20 wickets. And he made 31 in the first innings. At better than a run of ball, hitting 3 sixes, one of them going onto the road on the hook shot against Mark Wood. So you could say he's a player in form, and that reflects the fact that there's 2 men out for the hook shot here, deep backward square and a fine leg beneath us. As Shaheen Afridi runs towards us and Lyon. 2 slips a gully, the fielders behind the wicket catching, and Lyon again is in behind it well in defence.
Yeah, I don't mind having a fielder back on the boundary just to make him think that Shaheen will bounce you. But I would also like to have a fielder at short leg. You know, you can easily move that cover fielder and move it to the short leg. So, you know, we saw it last night. The catch was dropped. Imamul Haq was at short leg, went straight to him, and he spilled it. With the fielder back, you know, as a tail ender myself, you know, you don't really like to see that fielder short leg.
Shaheen bowls to Lyon, looking to drive through cover, but can't beat Azhar Ali. We saw a shot of the players on the viewing balcony beneath us on television. They're wearing the singlets. Another hot morning here in Karachi. It was 35 yesterday, but we're just entering into the hot season. The average temperature this time of year is around 32, 33. So it should lend itself to helping the pitch break up, which we all want to see after last week.
Yeah, I've been hearing that there's a heat wave coming in the next couple of days. So it's going to get hotter and hotter, which is going to help the pitch to break further. And the spinner's going to have a bigger role in this game.
Change of direction. Shaheen over the wicket, Lyon on the front foot, doesn't get all of it, looking to drive. He collected in his follow-through and takes a ping at the stumps unsuccessfully. Ends up with Rizwan, stays at 3 for 253. Speaking of Rizwan, we saw him having a conversation with Usman Khawaja before play today, walking up the race beneath us, and they were chatting in Urdu, which is a nice observation. That there's obviously a lot of respect from this Pakistan team for Khawaja. The way they responded to his century yesterday, it wasn't sort of a tokenistic clap of the hands. They were really quite generous in their praise. Last ball of Shaheen Sharafridi's first over of day 2 to Lyon. It's short and he does pull out to the squarer of the 2 sweepers. He gets a single. 3 to him, the only runs this morning. 92 overs gone in Australia's first innings. They're 3 for 254. Khawaja gets his opportunity down the other end on 127. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. 25% off Kumho tyres.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely, and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. 25% off Kumho tyres. Hassan Ali starts the 3rd over of the day away from us. Right arm over to Nathan Lyon. Hits him on the pad, on the knee roll. Hassan Ali likes it. Umpire Ali Imdad turns it down.
I mean, Mohammad Rizwan is quick to Hassan and trying to suggest they're probably going to go upstairs by the look of it, because that one just came in a bit, and Lyon just went across and tried to just play it on the onside, hit him nice and full. I have a feeling that this might be out, to be honest.
I think height might. He played all around it, so I don't think from our angle anyway there's going to be an issue with the angle. It's probably more to do with height. We get the first replay here, Waqar. What do you think?
It's definitely hitting the stump. I'm not sure if he's just clipping, but that one is going to go and hit the leg stump. There's no bat involved, that's for sure. That's missing the bat.
Maybe because it was given not out on the field. It could be one of these umpires' call that goes the way of Lyon. It's going to be close. Umpire Rashid Riaz on the tools upstairs, his first test match. So 2 reds and umpire's call. It is hitting the leg stump, but goodness me, if that's not 51% of the ball, Lyon is extremely lucky there to survive. It's taking a lot of the leg stump. If you were bowling, leg stump would have been cartwheeling, hitting that part of the stump, but not to be. They go back and go again. Hassan Ali
not happy,
shaking his head. Always a lively character. He doesn't add a second wicket. That remains 3 for 254.
I mean, given out would have been out because that one hit the stumps. You know, a good chunk of ball as hitting the stumps. Maybe not 50%, but maybe 49%.
Hassan Ali to line again, fallen straight and driven down to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, he's not happy. It's Hassan Ali. He thought he had his man, but you know, the DRS clearly shows that one just clipping leg stump. Normally you see from Aleem Dar that he gives these sort of decisions. But he must have seen it. He thought that it's going to go over the top. But good decision, one can say, at the end.
Hassan bowls to Lyon, who tries to steer this through point, but can't beat the man patrolling that region. I think the difference with DRS now, of course, is the bail counts. The bail didn't used to count. You'd see a projection like that, and you think, hang on, this just doesn't tally. But there is more latitude given to the bowler, but yes, still not quite 51%. So yeah, it does look a fraction off, but I suppose that's why they
far away from 50%. It was maybe 48, 49%. It was very close, wasn't it?
That's how it feels. And they still want to keep some control in the hands of the central umpires. Lyon facing up to Hassan, bowls to him here, nicely defended. Out to extra cover, make that mid-off, no run.
I like the way Hassan is bowling at the moment. He's getting his rhythm back, he's getting his pace back. That last delivery was almost 136 kilometers an hour. So when he gets into his rhythm, he's one of those bowlers who will attack the stumps, and if you sort of play a little bit of cross line, you can be in trouble, and that's what we saw from Lyon a couple of deliveries back.
Hassan Ali to the crease, bowls here to Lyon, who drives again. Nice strike of the ball, middle of the bat, down towards mid-off, but it's cut off by Noman Ali, no single.
He's learned the lesson, Lyon, because he's not really planting his front leg now. He's just sort of staying more leg side-ish and playing the ball kind of in swinger, and the ball is coming back in. So that's something he's learned. He's a very experienced campaigner. He's been around the game for so long, not only as a bowler, but you know, a decent batsman, a decent night watchman.
Done it many times for Australia. Last ball of the over, nearly chops on, it'll be runs. Spills down towards the fine leg rope and reaches it. So Nathan Lyon, ever so close to losing his leg stump after having his front pad blown off to start the over. A lucky man, but he's still there on 7. Khawaja 127. Australia 3 for 258 at the end of the over. SEN Test Cricket for tyre power. 25% off Kumho tyres.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. You can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
7 runs added this morning, all from the bat of Nathan Lyon, the night watchman. It's Khawaja on strike now. Shaheen Sharafridi gets his first opportunity of the day at the man on 127. Batted throughout day 1. A slip in the gully, the catching man delivering here. University end, left arm over and defended out to cover, no run. It's just me commentating for the first stretch today, Waqar Younis. Our colleague Geoff Lemon is in the sick bay for the time being. We took a trip down to the Burns Road last night, which I'm sure you know well, where it's a thriving part of this town, of course, and we got some street food and didn't agree with him.
Yeah, you got to be very careful, you know, when you come this part of the world, you got to be very watchful what you eat and be very, very careful. You know, it's unfortunate.
Shaheen to the crease, bowls to Khawaja, clipping through the onside, lovely shot. Perfectly timed and placed. Gets himself his first runs of the day, and it's a classy boundary. Khawaja to 131, Australia 3 for 262, an excellent start.
I like the intent. he moved in. He just moved more offside-ish, mid-wicket, and got to the pitch of the ball. No respect there from Shaheen, and flicking it through that wide-ish mid-wicket. And what a timing! What a player!
His 14th boundary. There's a 6 as well before lunch yesterday. He's been in complete control, flicking through mid-wicket. That little shimmy down the track as well to turn it into a half volley. Fine batsmanship.
Yeah.
He's in wonderful nick. Can he double up? Shaheen here to Khawaja, defending out to the offside, no run. It might sound premature to say can he double up, but as we saw in Rawalpindi last week, you've got to make the most of these situations. It'll be an unsatisfactory outcome if Australia don't post in excess of 400, 450 from here.
I mean, they've got wickets in hand. They've got every chance of doing that. For that, I feel it's important for Khawaja to stay out there as long as he can. And especially when you're playing against a newish ball, a harder ball, the runs are easy to score. So got to make the most of this newish ball.
Shaheen passes up high rise. A full toss at Khawaja on his hip. Gee, that won't be far away from a no ball. It'll make for a replay worth watching. They get one out to deep backward square. Maybe it was on a pad flap or thereabouts. Either way, he moves along to 132. It's 3 for 263.
You don't expect this sort of delivery in Test match cricket. Normally, as a batsman, you sort of looking at the area, the good length area, or maybe shortish area, that area, and suddenly, a bowler of Shaheen's pace ball you that full toss or a beamer, should I say. It was quite high. Wasn't really a waist height, but was high enough to really surprise Khawaja.
So change in field with Lyon on strike. They're going to pop a 4th fielder on the leg side over towards a catching mid-wicket. Azhar Ali is doing the work in there. 2 slips and a gully. Fahim Ashraf at 2nd slip with the wide-brimmed hat and the baggy green on top, the baggy lime green that Pakistan are wearing. Second last ball of the over. Around the wicket, Shaheen, and clipping nicely his line to deep backward square for the 2nd time today. He's 8, 3 for 264. I hasten to add, by the way, the food was absolutely outstanding.
What was it?
As was atmosphere. We had everything. You just go to one of those barbecues and go, give us the works. As the touring media pack, we're not going to be too fussy. And
barbecue is normally pretty safe in this country.
So we thought. Bharat Sunderesan's got a thought or two on this, and he'll pick up the conversation later on this topic.
Oh, you had a nihari with it.
We did, yes.
Oh dear. Good luck. I mean,
we're all fine.
You're lucky that you're sitting here.
No. I think we've
just shout if you have any issues.
We've played our shots when it comes to food on the tour so far. Loving Pakistan. Shaheen to finish. Bowls to Khawaja, playing off the back foot, steering towards the gully on the bounce. Forward alarm takes it nicely and cuts off any prospective runs. End of the 94th over. Australia 3 for 264 with Khawaja 132. Lyon on 8. Our coverage for Tyre Power. Their buying power puts the power in your lane.
Go into Tyre Power and say, "G'day mate, got some tyres?" And they'll say, "100% we do." The store-wide super sale is now on. You can buy 3, get 1 free on Kumo tyres. And that's why they're experts in tyres. tyrepower.com.au.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
Adam Collins with Waqar Younis, SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. The visitors adding 13 runs this morning. Hassan Ali starting his 3rd over of this spell to Lyon and beating him outside the off stump. That's the first ball we've seen hit the seam and genuinely carry through to the gloves of Rizwan.
Yeah, that's when Hassan is at his best, when he gets that delivery, especially, ball pitching and leaving. Normally, he is an in-swing bowler because his action suggests that he sort of pushed the ball in. But the odd one, when he hits the seam right, especially a harder ball, it just goes away. There are cracks on this pitch. There are areas where there's a little bit more grass on the pitch.
Hassan Ali to the crease to Lyon. That's better. In behind it, defending back down the pitch, no run.
One thing is for sure, the line is not going across. He's happy to get beaten outside the off stump, but he's not going to put his foot across, which he made a mistake early on. Being very watchful, very, very careful. And this partnership is going to really hurt Pakistan if this lingers on.
They're both quite interested in that crack about 4/5 of the way down on about the middle stump. They both had a look then, Khawaja and Lyon. That must have been where Hassan Ali pitched his previous delivery. On the way again, bowls to Lyon, who defends out towards mid-off. No run.
I like the length. That's the right length. And try to hit that top of the off stump. Every time you go a little bit full, that means you are asking for trouble. That comes onto the bat quite nicely. So just short of a length, back of the length. And as you mentioned, Adam, there are cracks on the pitch, and if it hits one of those cracks, it will just deviate, and there is a sort of greenish bit also, and it can get through from there also.
So something to aim for Hassan Ali. To Lyon, that's too short though. He tries to cut it away, but ends up off the splice down to backward point where Fawad Alam does the fielding, working around from gully.
Yeah, middle of a very crucial spell here, these two. Pakistan going with both their supreme fast bowlers, Hassan Ali and Shaheen, and they both bowled quite nicely, but it's just that wickets, that's going to be the key, because with all that heat wave and a hot day, you know, the energy is going to go down very, very quickly. So the wickets can really keep that energy going.
A hot and clear morning. Hassan Ali to Lyon on his legs, and he clips through the onside. There's a sweeper at deep square, keeping it to a single. It's Sajid Khan. Lyon up to 9. 3 for 265 the score. 1 ball left in this, the 95th over.
See, every time you bowl a little bit fuller, it is easy to put bat on. We saw Hassan Ali picking up Smith's wicket. We're just seeing a replay of that, and the catch Fahim Ashraf took, well, that was just awesome. An amazing catch, wasn't it?
A true classic. I actually want to talk to you about Hassan Ali's approach to the crease with the wicket-taking delivery. We might come back to that next over, though. I'm mindful that we'll go to a quick break after this ball. Change to the field with deep square leg coming up inside the circle, so to speak, for Khawaja.
They're having a little chat now.
Yes, that's Shaheen Afridi going up from mid-on and consulting Hassan Ali, who'll go around the wicket. 2 slips in the gully to Khawaja. Last ball, Khawaja steers out towards point. So end of it, Khawaja's 132, Lyon is 9. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power, 25% off Kumho tyres. The visitors are 3 for 265.
Queensland is the place to race. On a weekly basis, there's almost 30 meetings across the Sunshine State, so whether it's racing, pacing or chasing, Queensland has it all. Giddy up and find the latest news, horse, jockey and trainer profiles, race replays, black bookers, expert tips and form analysis. Plus, you can find all the info you need to plan your fun at all the major race days and events. Visit racingqueensland.com.au, where Queensland is racing.
Australia have added 14 runs this morning, 9 of them to Lyon. We're at the National Stadium in Karachi for tyre power. Their buying power puts the power in your lane. Shaheen Sharafridi is going to continue from the university in the northern end here at Nathan Lyon with 2 men out on the leg side. We've got a fine leg in the deep backward square. The latter going with that wide-brimmed hat with the cap on top. I love the lime green baggy cap they're wearing in this series, Waqar. A departure from the dark baggy that they used to wear.
Yeah, it's changed this year. It's just changed recently, you know. I've never seen anything of that kind before.
Short leg as well, and a leg gully. Shaheen bowls and Lyon takes on the hook shot, gets himself a boundary. Gets it fine and nails it. Really good batting from Lyon, preempting the short ball with 2 catching men close in on the leg side. His second boundary, moving along to 13 from 25 balls, in Australia a 3 for 269. This is a frustrating partnership for Pakistan now.
Yeah, it's a good shot from Nathan Lyon, but I don't think Shaheen should feel bad about it, because that wasn't really in full control, but the angle took the ball and the timing was pretty okay. But I like the idea of putting that leg gully and putting that short leg and mid-wicket. So what they're trying to do right now is going to try to bounce him out.
Lyon loves to hook. Shaheen again, and he goes in that direction, pulling in front of square. Another boundary, not quite, just pulled in. Good piece of fielding. I think that's Fahim out there. The man who took the brilliant catch at second slip yesterday. They add 2, Lyon's 15. It's 3 for 271. He's a great all-round asset for Pakistan, Fahim, batting so well last year in 2021. The wicket taker, picked up David Warner yesterday, and just about the best fielder they've got.
Yeah, he's a very fine fielder. What about Lyon's shot? He's taking Shaheen on. He's not really backing out.
Well, I mentioned before that he took on Mark Wood a couple of months ago at Hobart, so we should expect this. If they bowl short at line, he's not going to die wondering. It prompts a change in the field. So
another fielder going on the onside.
So we've got a man that's, let's call him 2/3 of the way out at deep mid-wicket to complement the deep square and the fine leg and the short leg and the leg gully. They're everywhere. Shaheen to line, short, takes on the hook, misses it, ends up in the gloves of Rizwan. Shaheen's appealing for caught behind. The Cordon don't have much of an interest. Umpire Raza turns him down. Well, so no movement from Rizwan, although they are going to have a chat to Babar. What do you think?
Mohammad Rizwan and Babar are standing next to each other. Babar is a leg gully. He didn't hear anything. Rizwan, as usual, throw the balls up in the air. I mean, that's his normal way of doing it. And Shaheen was up for it, but I feel that ball just missed everything. It looks like that, but it went very quickly to Rizwan. Only DRS can tell. Oh, it was very close to the gloves, though. Quick delivery.
Yeah, quick and straight. Your line getting inside the line, and very happy to take on the fielders in the deep. He'll back himself to clear them if he makes contact. Shaheen again, line pulling through the onside. Finds the gap, gets himself a boundary. No, he doesn't. Gee, that's excellent fielding. That's Hassan Ali at fine leg. Had loads of work to do. Line looked to have bisected the two fielders in the deep. And Hassan Ali, full commitment to the cause. A diving effort with his left mitt, just dragging it in, then controlling the bobble as well.
Yeah, that's what your fast bowler want to see. You know, your fielders are working with you. They're putting all the effort required. And Hassan Ali was superb. That ball was traveling toward the boundary. The timing, he dived, really saved that. And I'm just seeing the replay right now, and just missed the glove. The ball extra that bounced a bit.
Line 17, and he's pulling again, or should I say hooking, up off the helmet. One down to fine leg. This is fun. 3 for 274 the score. Line 18 now, and back to Khawaja with one ball left in the 96th over. But yes, Nathan Lyon's never made a Test 50 across his long career. He's come pretty close a few times, but hasn't quite been able to raise the bat. That's what he'll be thinking about now. He wouldn't be being true to himself if he wasn't thinking, gee, I've got to start here. I'm hitting the ball well.
Let me tell you, Adam, you know, us tailenders, you know, the biggest dream of ours is not getting 5-wicket or 10-wicket haul. Is raising a bat right in the middle. I mean, no better feeling than that.
Shaheen Afridi, last ball of his over to Khawaja, who leaves alone outside the off stump into the gloves of Rizwan. We'll have a change in commentary. Waqar Younis will let you go to television with Australia at 3 for 274. Lions 18, Khawaja 132. Bharat Sunderesan will join me for a bit of a cameo here before Simon Katich makes his way down from the television commentary box. Australia were 3 for 251 at the start of play. Actually, I've spoken too soon. That the television umpire upstairs has signalled a no ball retrospectively. How often do we see that on the last ball of an over? It's uncanny. So Shaheen Afridi gets one more chance at Khawaja. Far more conventional field, but still two out on the leg side. Over the wicket, and Khawaja leaves alone as he did to the previous delivery. So we'll take a break with the score. 3 for 275. SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and tyre power, 25% off Kumo tyres.
Tyre Power Store-wide Super Sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of Kumo tyres. You can buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumo passenger car and SUV tyres. Tyre Power Store-wide Super Sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes, build with confidence. Henley.com.au. Just looking down to see whether Hassan Ali is going to continue from our southern end. They're having a conversation and trying to work it through. No, looks like it'll be spin with Nauman Ali getting his first chance of the day. Bharat Sunderesan first half an hour. You've watched Nathan Lyon spend more time batting in the nets than probably anyone in the Australian setup, and we know that he just loves two shots, the sweep against spin and the hook shot against pace.
Yeah, and he doesn't like hanging around too much in the nets. He has some of the shortest net sessions you'll ever see. He'll walk in, if he middles even a couple of deliveries, regardless of whether he's faced 5 balls or 15 balls, he'll just take his helmet off and walk off. And yeah, like I said yesterday, he has an underrated defensive technique. And this is maybe not a bad idea from Pakistan. He's looking comfortable against pace, maybe keep the seamers fresher for once, Travis Head and Cam Green come out. Maybe tempt him with a little bit of left arm spin.
So Noman Ali bowled economically yesterday, 25 overs, none for 56. He'll start around the wicket to Lyon. Couple out on the leg side, Lyon pushing out towards mid-wicket, no run. So a catcher at short leg, one at slip. And yes, that man at deep backwards square. And I suspect he'll be busy if Lyon starts sweeping. It won't take long. He's faced 30 deliveries for his 18. Facing up again. Noman between the umpire and the stumps, around the wicket, bowling here and Lyon again, picking out mid-wicket, no run. Geoff Lemon's in the building. We mentioned before that had a rough time of it this morning, but he's arrived and he'll be ready to take over commentary. That's a good sign.
That's a good sign. I have to say I've been very impressed with all of you and how you've coped with it overall. Last night's dinner.
Noman Ali around the wicket to Lyon. There's the sweep shot in front of square. He's nailed that line. Out towards the rope and gets himself 4. Well, the fielder at deep backward square had no chance because Lyon got into position early and middled it through forward square leg. Another boundary. He's into the 20s. His third 4. And Australia 3 for 279. I said it to Waqar before. Lyon will be thinking 50 here, and he should. It's a road.
Yeah, and a clear sign that Pakistan have not done any research on Nathan Lyon's batting.
Yeah, that's the bigger sign, isn't it? Noman bowls and Lyon sweeps again in front of square, but the sweep has come a fraction straighter, so he's able to cut it off in front of the Majid Khan enclosure. Lyon moves to 23. It's 3 for 280. I said the pitch is a road. I don't really mean that. I mean that it's good for batting right now. It's nothing like it was at Rawalpindi last week.
No, definitely not.
That cracking you identified?
I mean, there are those spots, especially when you're bowling from this end, where Noman Ali is bowling from where the ball has misbehaved, relatively speaking.
So 29 runs in 6.4 overs this morning. Khawaja's turn against the left arm spin. Noman going over the wicket to him. Khawaja deep in the crease, defending out to cover.
And this has been a very important innings from Nathan Lyon. We can talk in jest about his technique and his love for the sweep shot, but the rate at which he's scoring is really hurting Pakistan.
Last ball of the over. Up to the crease now. Bowls to Khawaja, who's forward in defence. Can he find a gap? That cover, not quite. So he'll stay on 132. Lions 23. They've put on 30. Visitors are 3 for 280 after 97 overs. SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. 25% off Kumo tyres.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google app stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sports.
And that is the ball game. Takes the Panthers towards the premiership. First ball.
Catch up on SEN created podcasts, recreation, lifestyle, racing, and all of our SEN shows.
The Sounding Board.
Real adventures.
Trailblazers.
Great Australian lives.
Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
Adam Collins with you, Bharat Sunderesan with me. We saw some pics of Stephen Smith watching himself back before play today. His dismissal was on the big screen. He was just shaking his head. He couldn't believe it.
Yeah, we were on air together at that point when he got out, and we were talking about how it's just become a worrying trend with him, that getting to 70 is no mean task, but then just falling at that point where he looks set for 100.
Right, I'm going to let you go with Simon Katich back. We'll catch up with you later in the session. Shaheen Sharafridi has bowled 3 overs this morning, 20 in total, none for 58. That line on 23. The short stuff will surely continue. A couple of catching men on the leg side, a leg gully and a shortish square leg, and 3 out for the hook shot or the pull. Fine leg, deep backward square and deep mid-wicket. Shaheen to go around the wicket. Can they break this frustrating partnership? Delivers here, wide of the crease and line. Hooks over the top of leg gully. Down towards the rope, and Hassan Ali can't drag that one in. Wonderful diving attempts as it was in the previous over, but not to be. Lions' fourth boundary. He's 27 as I welcome Simon Katich to score up to 3 for 284. Lyon has been sensational this morning.
Good morning, Colo. Good morning to all our listeners. Yes, Pakistan have decided to go the short ball tactic, but Nathan Lyon doesn't die wondering on this tactic. And whilst the field might be in Pakistan's favour, Nathan Lyon's finding every possible gap at the moment. And this partnership now is proving very, very good for Australia.
Yeah, up to 34. Had to have a good first hour, Pakistan. That's not happening here. University and Shaheen bowls, and Lyon pulls again, but straight to the sweeper at deep square leg. Every time they bowl short, Lyon's rocking back and belting it in that direction. 3 for 285. He's 28 from just 35 balls.
Well, it's brilliant from Lyon because it's giving Australia good momentum here early in the day. And what it's also doing, it's going to destroy this second new ball, and also probably Shaheen Afridi having to bowl bouncer after a bouncer. So just wonder whether Pakistan might have to reassess, because all the momentum's in Australia's favour here. And Nathan Lyon, let's not forget, should have been caught on the last ball last night.
Yes.
You could look at it and say, oh yeah, it's short leg, those ones can be difficult, but he really should have taken that last night. Imam Haq, it wasn't that difficult a short leg catch, to be honest.
Yeah, got a good look at it, didn't he, off the face of the bat. And Shaheen knew it. He's bowling here over the wicket to Khawaja. It's fallen straight, tucked down towards fine leg, gets another single. He's 133. He's added 6 runs this morning, with Lyon doing the bulk of the scoring. 3 for 286. And Simon, I have to credit you with the wonderful get-up you've got on today. We've really enjoyed the TV outfits through the series so far, but the green waistcoat with the Pakistan logo on the heart, that is some stylish stuff.
Thanks, mate. I don't think I've ever worn a waistcoat, but it was part of our kit that we got given for this, specifically for this test. In the first test in Rawalpindi, we had the navy blue suit. Didn't get the waistcoat, or the traditional Pakistani waistcoat. I'll have to find out what the name for it is, but the here in Karachi we've been given it's like a navy green, and got the vest as well. So I thought if it was good enough for Casper to wear it, I thought I better rock it as well.
Well, it's a proper 3-piece suit you got here now. That's some great kit you'll take back to Australia with you. I wonder what they'll give you at Lahore next week. 2 suits in 2 weeks. You're going beautifully.
Well, I think there's a few people down here in this neck of the woods that want to take one of them back.
Yes, myself and Lawler, we're going to be dragging it off your body by the end of the trip.
No worries.
Lyon facing up. Shaheen delivers around the wicket line, hooking once again out to the man at deep backward square. He's not so deep anymore, having spooled in about 30 metres from the rope, Babar Azam. Not far away from being in a catching position, but Lyon just kept it down. He moves to 29. The score 3 for 287. So a bit of cat and mouse here. They're changing the field just about every ball for Lyon.
Yeah, it's flowing too easily, I think. From Pakistan's perspective, this is not the plan they would have hoped for to start day 2. We saw yesterday they tried to slow things down, and understandably, I think, when you've got batsmen of Khawaja and Smith's calibre, you have to find ways to eliminate the scoreboard damage, and they tried that. It didn't work. Now they're trying to attack, and it's not working either.
Shaheen over the wicket, bowls to Khawaja, well outside the off stump, doesn't come close to carrying into the gloves of Rizwan, who's copped a number of whacks to the hand yesterday. Not easy keeping to the seamers here when they're struggling to get through. It's a fair degree of risk for those fingers.
Yeah, very difficult here. You can see the ball dying right from the word go today. Hassan Ali had a number of balls in the first over that were just outside off stump to Khawaja that he let go, and they almost didn't even get halfway to Rizwan, and he was getting them with his pads.
So last ball of Shaheen's over. It might indeed be the last over of his spell. They're not going to bowl it into the ground. To Khawaja, 2 out for the hook. Bowls here over the wicket. Khawaja in behind it. Full and straight. He stays on 133. Lions 29. The partnership's 37 with Australia. 3 for 287. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. 25% off Kumo tyres.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
Having out-of-balance tyres causes uneven tread wear and an uncomfortable ride. You'll also cop excess wear on your suspension and other parts of your vehicle. If you experience severe vibration while driving, especially highway speeds, get your tyres dynamically balanced at your local Tyre Power store straight away.
Get the power of expert advice. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power.
Around the grounds, Australia's women have recorded another thumping win in the One-Day World Cup, defeating the host New Zealand by 141 runs earlier this morning. So they're 3-0. And that's included wins over both New Zealand and England, who you'd consider to be in the top 4 in that competition. So they're well on their way to another semi-final. Top scoring there was Elise Perry with 68, and then with the ball they knocked over New Zealand for 128. 3 wickets for Darcy Brown, 2 for Wellington, 2 for Gardner. Noman starting a new over. Round the wicket to Lyon, who's forward and defending out towards cover. No single there. No, there is a single there. Quick one too. Well run by Khawaja. He wanted that. So Lyon moves into the 30s. It's 3 for 288.
Yeah, I saw that result this morning. At one stage, I think Australia were about 4 for 120 or 30. And Ash Gardner came out at the end and smacked 48, not out off, I think, 18 balls. So fantastic all-round performance from her, and great, well, mini recovery in a way.
Yeah.
Because you never know when you fall down, things can go the other way. And you don't get that big first innings total.
Noman to the crease, over the wicket to Khawaja. He's sweeping now, but missing. Didn't get hold of it. Deflected off a pad. Went past the stumps, and Rizwan collects it. Yeah, there was an important partnership between Perry and Talia McGrath, who made 57. And, yeah, Ash Gardner, 48 from 18 unbeaten. 4 4s and 4 6s. Strike rate of 267, if you don't mind. Fabulous all-round cricketer. Noman bowling with a short leg and a slip to Khawaja. He turns it into the former Imam Al-Haq, collecting on the bounce. No run. Yeah, so many bowlers there too. They've used 6 today, but all of them got in the book. So a clinical performance. And, yeah, New Zealand, the home side, up against it. They've dropped 2 games out of their first 3. Noman bowls here. Reverse sweeping Khawaja towards slip. Shoutfully before and for the catch, I suspect. Aleem Dar turns both down. Babar Azam with the ball in his hand at slip with the decision to make. So the first time we've really seen the reverse sweep, Simon. 5 seconds on the DRS clock. 3, 2, 1. He takes it with 1 second to go. So I suppose this will be one of those where they're thinking, much as it was when he was out for 97 last week, if he's got an inside edge, well, he's out. And if he hasn't, well, leg before might be in the game as well.
Yeah, I guess a lot's going to depend on whether it's hit him outside the line of off stump or not.
As we wait for the DRS to populate, I'll note that we'll hear from Ash Gardner during the tea break today when she spoke to the media after play in New Zealand. And talk us through this first replay, Simon. What do you reckon?
I think he's outside the line, so I think it's going to be not out.
Yeah, it certainly feels that way. They're going to need a little edge here to have him gone, but even that, they're grasping. I just can't see how that'll be overturned. Good decision from umpire Aleem Dar.
Yeah, very good decision.
A lot going on, unless it might have... Unless it might have just hit the back of the bat. No, they got to the DRS, and, yeah, as you say, well outside the line of the off stump. Pakistan have burned that review. Stays at 3 for 288. Pete Lalor over our shoulder, taking photos of your waistcoat.
Yeah, he's going to have it before the end of the day, I reckon. He's going to pinch it off my back. He loves it that much.
Pakistan have 1 review left, Australia 3. They reset. There's a long on, a deep mid-wicket, deep backward square with Noman bowling to Khawaja over the wicket. To the crease now. Partnership worth 38 with Lyon. Khawaja to a foolish delivery, gets forward and clips out to mid-wicket. No single there.
Well, we saw a great example earlier of the LBW Hassan Ali against Nathan Lyon, and because the umpire gave it not out, Aleem Dar, the DRS suggesting it would have hit the top of leg stump. I think that's got to start to change.
Last ball of the 99th over. Noman bowls to Khawaja, who turns him round the corner. There'll be an easy single to deep backward square in front of the Muhammad brothers enclosure. Khawaja retains the strike. He's 134. Lions 30. Australia 3 for 289. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, 25% off Kumho tyres. And after the break, replacing me for the first time today, it'll be Geoff Lemon.
Want the biggest brands at the lowest prices? Then head to Chemist Warehouse today and save on big brands like Codral Active Relief Sore Throat 20 lozenges, $5.99. Always be prepared with Panadol Rapid 40 caplets, $6.99. Betadine Ready to Use Sore Throat Gargle 120ml, $8.99. And fight allergies with Rhinocord Hay Fever and Allergy Extra Strength 240 doses, $29.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
Good morning. It is 3 for 289. Australia trucking along with the night watchman Nathan Lyon on 30. Usman Khawaja on 134. Thanks to Adam Collins for the last bit. Geoff Lemon with you. Hello, Simon Katich.
Good morning, Geoff.
Nice to be here. Nice to be alive some days.
I bet it is.
And it's a blazing hot sun. It's going to be a scorcher again. We've got Fahim Ashraf, the seaming all-rounder, coming up to bowl to Usman Khawaja, who's walking at him, driving down to mid-off. Can't get through for a run. And this looks like a rolled gold opportunity for Nathan Lyon to do so. He's never got a Test 50. I remember him getting out for 47 in Cape Town, trying to play a lofted cover drive over the top. He'd already played a few of them. None of them looked convincing, and that was the worst of the lot. He ended up holding out. That's the best he's done so far in Test cricket.
Well, he was dangerous down in Hobart recently against England with that little cameo, and then here he's got Australia off to a flyer today.
Fahim bowls to Khawaja, who gets an inside edge away towards mid-wicket. Slightly short ball that jumped a bit at him. Keeps it down in the end. That's one of the biggest sixes I've ever seen at Belrive that Lyon hit. That hook shot that he picked up, literally hit it out of the ground.
Yeah.
They found it in someone's front yard, about 100 metres down the road.
Well, Pakistan obviously didn't watch that Test match because England tried those tactics. They paid the price with Nathan Lyon scoring heavily, and then went to the fuller ball and slowed him down and eventually got the wicket. But Pakistan now opting for Ashraf.
Here he goes, bowling to Khawaja, who just defends back down the pitch. Slightly short of a length again. Fahim's been bowling that sort of hard length through most of the Test match so far.
Yeah, and he's done a good job because he's a different trajectory to probably Hassan Ali, who's a little bit skiddier. The ball just seems to hold a bit more for him, and he bowls that sort of a back of a length delivery. I mean, it was an absolute beauty that got rid of David Warner yesterday, but I think here they're just going to try and control the flow of runs for a little bit because they haven't been able to build up any pressure at all this morning.
Fahim Ashraf is bowling round the wicket to Khawaja, who's happy to defend once again.
And I think yesterday there was a lot made of the Pakistan tactics through that back end of the day with the two spinners bowling into the pads and just trying to slow things down. But I think what's been forgotten in a lot of that is that Australia's batsmen, in particular Khawaja, Warner early, and then Steve Smith, they're all quality players. And what they did do was they targeted Sajid Khan, and that made it hard for Babar Azam to be able to shut down one end with the spinners and then attack with his quicks and rotate them in short, sharp bursts. He couldn't really do that yesterday.
Fahim comes up to Khawaja, who's edging along the ground. It wouldn't have carried to slip, but it goes in between first and fourth and rolls down to the boundary cushion for 4. So soft hands, kept the ball down. Khawaja profits. The Australian score goes up to 3 for 293.
Yeah, that was well bowled from Fahim Ashraf. Just squared Usman Khawaja up. But such is his form is that he managed to just definitely keep it to ground. And yes, it went off the outside edge, but he played it safely into the gap. Wouldn't have carried. And I think the other thing that's been forgotten is this is a very good surface as well. Yes, it'll probably break up a little bit more. There's a few more cracks in it, and it'll probably spin more than Rawalpindi did. But the first 2 or 3 days of this test is going to be very good for batting.
Fahim up to Khawaja, who defends out towards cover, remains on 138. And the over will come to an end. So that's exactly 100 overs bowled. Lyon 30, Khawaja 138. It is 3 for 293.
Tyre Power's store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of big brands like Kumho tyres. Right now at Tyre Power, you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Plus many more super savings store-wide at Tyre Power. Cairnstar Blues Customer Satisfaction Award winner again. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
3 for 293 at the National Stadium in Karachi. Australia winning the toss yesterday and electing to bat. Going along nicely. You're on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. 25% off Kumho tyres. We've got Noman Ali, the left-arm spinner operating from our broadcast end, coming up around the wicket to bowl to the right-handed line. He drives back to him. Simon Katich alongside me. What really stood out from Usman Khawaja yesterday was the patience. Got off to a quick start. Didn't feel the need to keep forcing the pace once it became too difficult to keep that up. Once the ball got older, the bowling got tighter. He was then just happy to switch modes. Lion forward and defence once again. And it seems like he's got the same mindset this morning. A lot of patience, a lot of defensive shots.
Yeah, spot on, Geoff. I think in a way it's very reminiscent of how he played at the SCG as well in that 100 against England, particularly in the first innings. Very happy to bide his time and wait for the bowlers to come to him.
Noman bowls to Lyon, open stance, sweep shot. Square leg will get in the way. Set quite deep, but it was hit firmly to that man there, so no run.
Yeah, it's a good position for Nathan Lyon. He likes to fetch the ball from probably on and around off stump and sweep just in front of square leg. So Babar Azam's realised that after a couple of boundaries early on here against Noman Ali. He's got that man blocking it off now.
Here is Noman bowling on the leg stump. Lyon flicks away quite nicely, but straight into the short leg fielder who wears one for the callers. No run again.
But I think going back to Khawaja, I think it just shows how good a place he's in at the moment, because he's in such control mentally about how he wants to construct his innings. He's happy to go with the ebbs and flows of the innings and do what the team needs of him. I think that's what stood out the most. He's a senior player. He captains Queensland.
Noman round the wicket to Lyon, who tries to tickle down the leg side and can't get bat on it. No run.
So it's not about his innings. It's about what the team needs from him at any given point in time. And yesterday, early on, he was able to play the way he wanted because the ball was coming on the bat, they were attacking, and there were scoring opportunities. As soon as they got a bit defensive, then he was able to just go with the flow.
Noman to Lyon on leg stump again. He will get a run this time. Manages to turn it just to the left of the square leg and get through for a single. So 294 on the board after 101 overs. Just the 3 wickets down. Nathan Lyon on 31. Usman Khawaja on 138. He's absolutely cruising.
So this summer, what sporting events are you excited for? AFLW? Basketball? Big Bash cricket? Racing? Soccer? To witness the biggest sporting events in Australia, Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. Ticketing, corporate suites and money can't buy experiences. Get the best access to the best sporting events with Ballpark Entertainment. Making memories. ballparkentertainment.com.au.
Usman Khawaja going big. Geoff Lemon and Simon Katich with you on SEN Test Cricket. But what it brings to mind for me, Simon, is a couple of hundreds he made. They were both 140 or 141. One in Wellington, one in Adelaide. Day-night match against South Africa. In Wellington, he made a century in cover drives, cover-driven boundaries. He had 100 runs through the covers to the fence. Just pinged the boundary boards again and again. Start of a new over. Fahim Ashraf bowling to Lyon, who gets a thick inside edge to mid-wicket. When he went to Adelaide in that day-night game, the ball was seeming he had to bat through. He batted through 2 whole evening sessions. Batted through one, batted the whole next day, through the evening again and into the subsequent afternoon. And he didn't hit a cover drive to the boundary in that whole innings. So the adaptability there, I think he's always had that. Maybe he hasn't brought it to bear often enough. But that willingness to say, I need to change the way I go about things in this context or that context, and that's an absolute key part of being a Test cricketer, isn't it?
It certainly is. And I think it highlights the fact that, you know, in the past, because he's been in and out of that Australian team, it has had an effect on him. Whereas now I think he's in that place where he knows this was his last chance. He's just going to go with the flow. He didn't think he was going to play Test cricket again, having spoken to him in the last couple of weeks. And the fact is, he's just enjoying it for what it is.
Fahim Ashraf bowling to Lyon, who's driving nicely, straight past the non-striker stumps. Wants a single, could be trouble. He's heading back and the throw is awful. So Nathan Lyon came halfway down the wicket. Usman Khawaja turned and watched the ball go past him and watched mid-on come across and field it. Then turned around and realised Nathan Lyon was almost there to pick his pocket. Lyon had to go back again. And the throw, instead of going to the keeper behind the stumps, went to about first slip. An absolute horror show from all concerned.
Well, I think on that occasion, Khawaja felt like he had to wait for the ball to go back past the stumps. But Nathan Lyon wanted a quick single. I don't think, because of the ball, caused Afridi some problems picking it up, and now he's on his haunches a little bit. He might have just jarred his knee or twisted something there. He's shaking his head.
That's a classic, though, isn't it? When you have a horror in the field, injured.
Yeah.
I hurt I dropped the catch because I broke my finger. You know, that's an old ploy.
Yeah, he's just trying to distract from the throw, but
yeah.
In the end, I think Nathan Lyon was going to get back anyway, but
nonetheless, it is remarkable how a man who can hit middle stump with a 150k reverse swinging Yorker can't lob a ball to the wicketkeeper overarm. It was quite the moment from Shaheen Shah Afridi. Fahim Ashraf will try again, thick inside edge from Lyon as he tries to drive through mid-off. Instead gets it down to Shaheen at mid-on. Of course, the ball comes straight to you next time after you've had a shocker.
Yeah, it follows you around, and now they're just making the change. Shaheen's going to go to mid-off, and it looks like probably Babar Azam's going to go to the hot spot at mid-on. Given the line that Fahim's bowling, he's trying to bowl pretty straight here with the catching mid-wicket. So that means mid-on's probably going to be in the game for that on-drive.
Fahim turns at the top of his mark. Runs in now. Bowls to Lyon, who's driving to mid-off this time. Shaheen will field again. That came off the hand of Fahim Ashraf on the bounce in the follow-through. So the only problem with Fahim Ashraf bowling that I can see is that it means that Fahim Ashraf is not in the slip cordon.
Yes.
That catch he took last night, that is an all-timer.
It was a remarkable catch, given that it was late in the day. It went quite low to his left, and it was a phenomenal effort to get down and snare it close to the turf late in the day. There was only, I think it was the second last over of the day, so it was a remarkable catch. And given it was Steve Smith who was well set, big wicket.
Fahim bowls to Lyon again. He plays a little back cut and gets it through. He might pick up 4 here, slowing up a little towards the rope, but it comfortably beats the pursuing Sajid into the fence, and Lyon goes on by a boundary. He's got 35, that 50. It's on the cards. We might have called it a little bit early, but he's thinking about it. He's got 1 ball to come in the over, Nathan Lyon, and it's 3 for 298.
Yeah, crucial runs these, and it's a crucial partnership too. Up to 48 now, runs flowing freely. And Nathan Lyon, it's his highest score when he's batted in the top 6 for Australia. So as night watchman, I think this is the 10th time he's done it, and this is comfortably his highest score.
1 ball to come. Lyon awaits, an open stance, plays a little pull shot off the hip, and Khawaja calls him through for a single square leg set too deep to come in and pounce on that ball. So Lyon will keep the strike. He's still doing a night watchman's job, even though it's the next morning, farming the strike and protecting Usman Khawaja. He's got 36, Lyon. Khawaja 138. Australia 3 for 299.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
There's one wheel that affects the performance of all the other wheels on your car, the steering wheel. And if your steering is out of alignment, it affects handling and vehicle stability. Poor steering alignment also causes rapid and uneven tyre wear. If you feel your vehicle pulling in one direction on a straight road, head to your nearest Tyre Power store and get your alignment checked and adjusted as soon as possible.
Get the power!
3 for 299 Australia after winning the toss and choosing to bat yesterday on SEN Test Cricket for Henley. Build with confidence, henley.com.au. Start of a new over. Noman Ali, left arm orthodox finger spinner coming around the wicket, driven down to mid-off by Nathan Lyon. In a way, it's a great advantage for Australia, Simon, to have a tail ender out batting when the pitch is good, because it might be a little trickier later on, but you might have a specialist bat out there instead of one of your bowlers who can clout the ball. And this is giving Lyon a good opportunity to bat with less risk, I suppose, as he gets one down the leg side, flicks it all the way out to deep backward square leg for a run, takes his score on to 37, and Australia raised to 300. for the loss of 3.
Well, the thing too is when you get momentum early in the day, sometimes it's hard to claw it back. And once batsmen get in, and that damage is done early, which is exactly what's happened here with Lyon racing to 37 and the 50 partnership off only 82 balls as well. So Australia are setting things up beautifully here on the back of this partnership and good positive batting.
And I imagine that not much burns more than seeing a night watchman come in and clout runs against you the next morning. No man. Well, over the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja. A little back cut, stepped away to the leg side. Hits it to cover in the end. Didn't look entirely in control.
Yeah, just stayed a little bit low that. Nouman Ali is trying to hit the rough that's outside the off stump. And that one just sort of skipped through a little bit lower for Khawaja, but he played it with a straight enough bat to keep it out.
Nouman tries again. Wider of the off stump. Draws Khawaja across. That front foot coming towards the line of the ball, smothering the spin quite effectively.
Well, we saw Khawaja get out to the reverse sweep in Rawalpindi, and he had the discipline yesterday to not play one at all. He's played one this morning. There was a big shout and a DRS on it, but it was well outside the line of off stump.
Nouman bowls to Khawaja, who's stretching and beaten this time. That sneaks past the outside edge. It must have just gone on a bit straighter, whereas the previous ball turned in, and that's so often the weapon of the left-arm spinner.
It is. It's a challenge for the left-armer and the left-hand batsman, because some will hit the foot marks and grip a little bit and challenge the inside edge of the bat and the bat pad, and then some will just go straight on and challenge the outside edge.
Nouman goes a little wider and angles it in at the stumps. Khawaja gets a run, a little dicily past short leg, squeezed it down into the turf, and he'll get through for that single. 3 for 301. Nathan Lyon on 37. Usman Khawaja on 139. That will be the drinks break. That will be farewell to Simon Katich. And that'll be farewell to me for a little while. After the break, you'll hear from Adam Collins and Peter Lalor.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brance. Plus, on the SENW channel,
we cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more.
For the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
Want the biggest brands at the lowest prices? Then head to Chemist Warehouse today and save on big brand vitamins like Wagner Super Bio Magnesium 100 tablets for just $9.99. Top up on Healthy Care Immune Defense 120 tablets, only $17.99. Microgenics Odorless Fish Oil 2,000 milligram 340 capsules, $19.49. And Ostalin Calcium and Vitamin D3 300 tablets, $28.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes. Build with confidence. Henley.com.au. It's drinks on the second morning. Australia 3 for 301. Peter Lalor's joining me, Adam Collins, as he takes a sneeze and doesn't hit his button off before doing so. Naughty boy, Peter. The partnership is moved to 51. Nathan Lyon has 37 of those. They've added 50 runs this morning. It was all about Pakistan trying to wrest back some control after a good day for the visitors. In order to do that, they needed to get an early look at Australia's lower middle order, at Green and Carey and so on, but they've failed to do that, and now it is set up to go the other way, and Australia can really drive them into the dirt.
Absolutely, Adam. Good afternoon, Australia. Good morning, Adam Collins. Fantastic effort by Nathan Lyon. 30 not out from 51 deliveries, sorry. His highest score as a night watchman. He's done that quite a bit through his career.
Yeah.
What I like about it, he's batting fluidly. You know, sometimes the night watchman comes in and plays more of an Imodium role, just hangs around. But that's not what was needed this morning, because the ball is hard, and this is the opportunity to score with the hard ball. Because we saw yesterday, after 2 hours, scoring becomes very difficult in this game. So the worry was, if the night watchman was out there blocking, you were going to waste a new ball. But Nathan Lyon hasn't. He's played that pull shot beautifully. A few lovely deflections. Really moved on. Great innings.
Yeah, that's right. So when they tried the short pitch attack at Lyon, that's one of his strengths, and he wasn't going to sit on the splice and let that barrage conclude. He was going to take it on and keep the ball ticking over in exactly the same way that Warner and Khawaja did against the first new ball yesterday. I think the best and most impressive part of Khawaja's innings yesterday, and Stephen Smith's, was that they picked their moments. When do you choose to go hard, and when do you choose to go back down the gears? And Pat Cummins spent a lot of time discussing this in the build-up to the series, and indeed this test match, that they needed to take advantage of the moments in the game where it was in their favour, so effectively the new ball, and then when the ball gets soft and it starts reversing, absorb as much pressure as you can and don't make an error. And that's what Khawaja was superb at yesterday, and where they've got their timing right again this morning.
I call it the Joe Strummer principle being applied here. Should I stay or should I go? So we saw the batters dig in the afternoon and probably going at about 2 runs and over, and that's what Pat Cummins talked about before the first test. But in the morning session, they were up at about 4.5 runs per over, and I'll have a quick look just to check what they're going at this morning. We'll be able to work out. Yeah, there it is, 4.3 runs per over. So this is a replica of yesterday morning. But the interesting thing is, it's being done with the night watchman. And in fact, Nathan Lyon's taken the lead and taken a little bit of pressure off Usman Khawaja. Not that Usman has looked like he's been under any pressure at any point in this game. That's a batsman, a mature batsman, a confident batsman, a batsman in the prime of his life.
Yeah, absolutely. Khawaja's faced 300 deliveries now for 139, only adding 12 in that first hour, but yes, Lyon 37 in a hurry, including 5 boundaries, the majority of those coming on the hook shot and taking on Shaheen Sharafridi. It'll be Fahim Ashraf to continue from the university end after the lengthy drinks break to Khawaja. 3 for 301 the score. Khawaja on the pull, takes 1 to deep backwards square, moves to 140. It's 3 for 302 rather.
Well, during that the spell of short bowling to Nathan Lyon earlier, they had 4 men back for the pull. I was going to try and get a photograph of that. I think Nathan Lyon would like that on his wall, wouldn't he? That's a compliment to the skill of Nathan Lyon, and he's always been a crisp puller and hooker.
You can go all the way back to the start of his career. It's been a strength of his, even back at club cricket land before he made his rise up the pyramid. He was known for having that club in the bag, and so it is a decade and a bit later. His 136th test innings line. He's on strike here on 37. Fahim has a slip in a gully, catching men. Shout for leg before, looks like it's sliding down the leg side, and that's also the conclusion of umpire Raza, who turns him down, and with Pakistan enjoying just 1 review at this stage in their column. I can't see them taking a punt on that.
No, don't take a punt on that one. They've had some silly reviews already. But that is the way to get Nathan Lyon out. You've got to target his pads, get him on that drive, trap him on the crease. No use giving him chin music.
So this is Nathan Lyon's 4th highest score in Test cricket. Just a few innings ahead of him now. 47 not out. So make that 47 out in Cape Town, his best at Test level. Facing up here to Fahim and Lyon. Happy to defend off the back foot. That was the day before the sandpaper debacle in the second innings for Australia. Lyon made 47. Second innings of the match, so the Australian first innings, and of course the next day we all know what happens there, but there was some excitement. Pete, we were calling that match for SEN Test cricket, and we thought he was finally going to get there, and well, nearly 4 years on, he still hasn't raised his bat. There's a 40 not out there back in 2012 at Bridgetown against the West Indies, a 38 not out against India, Adelaide in 2018 to finish that Test match. He's facing here and clipping towards mid-on, full face of the bat, nicely timed, but can't beat the captain Babar Azam. 51 runs in the session in 13.4 overs.
Better tactics getting Nathan Lyon on the drive. He doesn't look as comfortable on the drive. That looks where you will get him. Looks to me like where you'll get him.
And don't you think this has felt destined for a while, that Lyon might be able to play a slightly longer Test innings? I mean, you go back to Hobart in January when he clouted Mark Wood for 3 sixes on the hook shot. Of course, we all know that he's a prolific sweeper. He loves that stroke, and when he's on song, he can nail it through the air too.
I might give away an exclusive interview I had with Nathan Lyon this morning after his delivery.
I overheard this. Fahim bowling to Lyon, who plays from the crease inside edge, nearly back onto the stumps, just spills out. Well, sorry, no, it doesn't. It ends up bouncing up into his armpit, and Lyon kindly walks up to Fahim and lets him pull the ball out himself. Great camaraderie between these teams, so no concerns there. But yes, that was inside edge, onto turf, onto pad, onto thigh pad, into armpit, and that's where it's stuck.
Yeah, I make myself a bit of a pest in the mornings. It's one of my tactics to hang around the team, the nets and the fence, and just chat to the players and see how they're going. And I saw Nathan this morning. I said, "Morning, Nathan. Got 100 in you today?" He said, "No, Peter." So you heard it here exclusively first, folks.
Catching mid-wicket, straight. In position, Fahim bowls to line. He plays this from the crease out towards extra cover, mid-off, no run. End of the 104th over. 1 run in the first over after drinks. 3 for 302. Line 37. Khawaja 140. Our coverage for Tyre Power. Their buying power puts the power in your lane.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Adam Collins with you, and I've got Pete Lalor with me, the chief cricket correspondent for the Australian newspaper. We're at the National Stadium in Karachi, up in the pavilion on the balcony. Away from us moves Norman Ali to start his 30th over in at Khawaja. 2 catching men, a slip and a short leg. Khawaja sweeping past that short leg to deep backward square in front of the Mohammed brothers enclosure. He gets a single. He moves to 141, the score that he made against Pakistan in his Dubai epic 4 years ago. 3 for 303 Australia.
So I'm a bit distracted. Those kites are coming close again. We were attacked by a bird of prey during... were you on air, Adam?
I was with Waqar. I've sent the video back to home base in Melbourne to see if they can cut it up, because Waqar hits the deck just about. Noman delivers around the wicket to line on 37, and that's where he'll stay, finding mid-wicket on the clip.
Well, I'm next to you here at the commentary position. I've set up on the table next door, and that bird, at first it tried to land on the umbrella above you and then flew across my desk, and that's as close as I ever want to get to a wild animal. Adam, in fact, it's way too close.
Noman to the crease. Bowls here, line, defends from the crease out towards point, no single on offer. Yeah, I had a bit of a Wikipedia of what these kites are. Yeah, they're dangerous birds. They're big too.
Yeah,
so Waqar, who's got the local knowledge, he wanted to get right out of the... Oh, gee, one's coming here again. We're talking him into joining us. That they sleep on the roof and in the light towers here, we're told. Noman delivers to line, sweeping a full toss, doesn't beat mid-wicket. Missed out there.
Yeah. Well, if we keep our eyes on the cricket, we won't get too alarmed. But
yes,
they spend all day up there. I don't know what I suppose they're looking for something to eat, but perhaps that one was very hungry and thought it would eat us.
One flies across the pitch now as Noman starts his approach. Just a deep backward square there for the sweep shot. Bowls and line, goes with that sweep, out to that sweeper. Well played again. He moves to 38, so pulling level with his third highest test score, 3 for 304. We'll tick that off. He's faced 60 deliveries. The partnership is now worth 54. I had my camera on the signs beneath us in the Hanif Mohammed enclosure before jumping on comms, Pete.
Yeah.
Some brilliant signs out there again today. I know you were paying close attention to them yesterday, but I took a selection here. A lot of gratitude to the Australian team. One chap here saying, watching the Aussies makes me as happy as I was when my family were on my birth back in 1998. One saying, thank you Aussies, with a big love heart. Another saying, thank you Australia and PCB for making this tour a reality. Last ball of the over, Noman bowls and Khawaja turns him into the onside. We'll return to that after the break. Australia 3 for 304 with line 38, Khawaja 101. Our broadcast for Tyre Power. Their buying power puts the power in your lane.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. You can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
Adam Collins and Pete Lalor with you on the call, with Australia having a fantastic morning. 3 for 304. 54 runs added, no wickets lost, with Lyon and Khawaja ticking along beautifully. Mentioning those signs, another here saying, "Hey Marnus, Karachi knows how to pronounce your name correctly." I don't try that hard to do that. We were at his test debut, Pete, back in Dubai in 2018. It was an interesting conversation we had with him as Fahim starts a new over towards us. Northern end hits Lyon on the pad, ends up with Rizwan. They appeal for caught behind. The bowler thinks there's an inside edge. Lyon just laughs at him. He wants them to use the review. He's goading them into using the review, and they won't. A few words exchanged, all in good humour.
Would I be wrong to say, Adam, that if Nathan Lyon nits it, he walks? Well, I have a feeling that Nathan Lyon does walk. I could be wrong.
Well, there's a couple of parts to this. We're behind Line from our broadcast end. It might have been more a shout for leg before, but either way, it's...
How's that? Well, if that was a shout for leg before, it hit him in the hip. Just about.
Yes, that's right. So thus Lyon's amusement at the vociferous appeal from Pakistani's primary all-rounder, who sets off again. He's got 2 catching mid-wickets. Bowling to Lyon. Bowled him! Lyon's fantastic contribution as night watchman comes to an end at 38. There won't be a half-century today. He'll have to wait, but a really important partnership to start this second morning. They put on 54, Australia losing their 4th wicket with the score on 304.
Yeah, brilliant bowling from Fahim. 2 for 42. Finally pitched it up, got him on the drive, as we talked about, and beats him all ends up. Middle stump back, and Nathan Lyon does walk as predicted. Stuart Broad would probably hang around. Marnus would too.
So Nathan Lyon struck 5 boundaries and faced 62 balls, but the importance of seeing off that new ball, which is now more than 25 overs old, he's nullified any small advantage that Pakistan took to the close of play, dismissing Steve Smith in the penultimate over last night. And as Lyon walks beneath us here, pulling the helmet up above his head, Travis Head passes him on the runway and prepares to start his second innings of the tour. He made 8 last week when the runs were flowing at Rawalpindi, but had an outstanding Ashes series, winning the Compton Miller Medal, 152 at Brisbane, 101 at Hobart. The left-hander comes in with an opportunity to do some real damage against a tiring Pakistani attack.
He does, and I think Head will be happy to get out there while there's still a little bit of life in this new ball. You're a kit nuffy. I just watched them pass. Lyon's helmet is very much the traditional green of the baggy. Head's has got more of a bluish tinge to it. Why is that? Why aren't they the same colour?
Good question. I mean, certainly that from brand to brand they have a slight difference in colour, but I'm not sure who supplies his helmets. They've got a red insignia on the side as well. So Travis Head's into his 25th Test match, averages 42. Yeah. 850s, 4 tons.
This ball is 25 overs old, so let's see what Travis Head can do with it. He's an aggressive batter, likes to score through that offside, leaves you in no doubt of his intentions, hits the ball very hard.
And just the word for Fahim Ashraf back into the team. No cricket after getting injured in the PSL towards the end of that competition. He had a wonderful year last year for Pakistan, averaged 40 with the bat, took a dozen wickets in 8 Test matches. They think of him as more a bowling all-rounder, and his batting's really come on, but picked up Warner yesterday, broken up that useful partnership for the 4th wicket there, and an outstanding catch at second slip to get rid of Smith. So making his presence felt. Bowling here around the wicket to Travis Head. His first ball defended back down the pitch, no run. Travis Head made his debut with Marnus Labuschagne at Dubai against Pakistan 4 years ago in that first Test match, and I was referring to Marnus before the wicket fell, and the pronunciation of his name. Remember, we went up to Marnus and said, look, once and for all, give it to us straight. How should we say your name when commentating? And he said, look, if you can say it in the Afrikaans way, do it. And if you can't, Labuschagne's fine.
Yeah.
So I'm modest enough to know that I can't do it particularly well, but you give it a red-hot go. Fahim bowls hit ahead, leaves alone. And the Karachi locals here, according to Marnus, have been yelling it to him over the boundary with the Afrikaans pronunciation. It must agree with their dialect here.
It's that K with the barbed wire at the back of the tongue, a la the Sylvia Plath poem, Daddy. Some people can do it, some can't. And I think he's just keen to fit in. It's like me, Layla, Lawler. I don't care what you call me as long as you talk to me or you're talking about me. It's and even that's not correct. You need to be born to it, I think.
Good attempt. Fahim to head. His third ball, carving away the signature Travis Head shot out towards point. He's hammered that. A boundary from his third ball. Australia 4 for 308. Bit of width, bit of room, and slammed it out to the rope.
You do not bowl there to Travis Head. He's got that best cut shot since Philip Hughes in cricket, and how appropriate that he played with Philip in Sheffield Shield. We were saying this on the way out. That's his scoring zone. Surely a bowler knows that. Why would you put it there? But we can't be too hard on Fahim. It's back on Fahim. That catch at second slip, going down low, one-handed, that's a sign of a good all-round cricketer, isn't it? He's brought a lot to this Test match. They're happy to have him back in the team.
Last ball of a successful over. Head plays it respectfully off the front foot out to cover. So Fahim gets his second wicket and Pakistan's fourth. It's 4 for 308. Khawaja still there on 141. Travis Head on 4. The 1 wicket to fall today. Nathan Lyon bowled by Fahim for 38. A partnership of 54 for that 4th wicket. But the state of the Test match is such that Khawaja now with Head and of course with Green and Carey to follow, they could do a lot of damage over the next couple of hours.
Yeah, just watching the replay of that dismissal by Fahim of Lyon. The ball didn't do a lot. It just sort of went with the angle. Lyon played around it, tried to flick it off his pads, got inside his bat, deflected onto the stumps, off his pads.
So it's going to be Sajid Khan for the first time this morning. The Vuvuzelas are going now. Yep. With Lyon gone, they feel as though there's a chance to get 2 in a hurry.
What do you make of Sajid Khan's action? It's very interesting, isn't it? He doesn't do the pull down with the front arm.
It's quite front on with that right shoulder doing a lot of work.
The right shoulder does a lot of work. The left arm's kind of along for the ride.
Bowls here, first ball of his spell, past the outside edge of Khawaja. That's turned prodigiously into the gloves of Rizwan. Khawaja, not a lot of footwork, just trying to ease it into the offside, but yeah, that beat the bat by some way.
Yeah, that's a nice delivery. He's got a good rotation on that ball, which is already looking like the dog's chewed it. And he's getting that seam side on, the east-west seam.
Sajid's got a slip and a short leg, Khawaja in defence. I'll be interested to see how Khawaja especially plays the next half an hour or so. This is about the time in the first innings, or the first day rather, when they did step it back a couple of gears, when the ball got a bit softer. Really do the same. He's at 141. That's Fuller. Khawaja just keeping it out off the middle stump. That's the one that doesn't turn, the one that got David Warner into trouble off this off-spinner last week at Rawalpindi.
How many overs did they get in with the new ball last night? Was it 10?
Yes, and even 10.
So, yes, 10 overs short of lunch, probably equivalent time period to what we had yesterday.
So 38 minutes until the long break. Sajid to the crease and delivers, and Khawaja goes back deeper in the crease and defence. Good start this from the off-spinner.
Watch this. David Warner said this morning, there's a bit of a concern from some callers that this wicket might be another road. But Warner said this morning that the cracks are opening up the other end. And this ball could skid through the way he's getting that east-west seam.
There's a crack for him to aim to, but that's too full for it. So Khawaja eases him down to long off, moves to 142. 4 for 309 the score. Yes, if he lands just short of a length to these two left-handers, it's on about the middle stump line. It could go big.
If I was to list the things I love in cricket, there'd be a green seamer and a crack that opens up. Yes. That's another one of those things. If I was to adapt that song from The Sound of Music or whatever it is, these are a few of my favourite things. Reverse swing, there's another one.
We saw a little bit of that yesterday too. Sajid passes umpire Alimdar, delivers, and it's full, and head forward defending. Is it pad back? Sajid thinks so. A loud appeal. He's on his hands and knees, pleading with Alimdar, who turns him down.
I think that's worth a look at it.
Well, there's 7 seconds left on the DRS. Barbara Azam has a big call to make. Just one review left. A lot needs to go right from around the wicket on that angle, and he lets the clock run down to 0. So there'll be a change in commentary after the break. You can have a look at the replay screen. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes and Tyre Power. Australia up to 4 for 309. Geoff Lemon replacing me.
Are you ready to do your part to help slow the spread of influenza? Then it's time to book in for your flu immunisation today. Immunisation is a safe and effective way to help protect you from the flu. By getting immunised, you also help to protect those too ill or too young to be vaccinated. After all, it takes a community to build immunity. So go to chemistwarehouse.com.au/flu and make your appointment today. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
4 for 309 Australia on SEN Test cricket. We just saw the replay of that appeal. It was pad first, but it was hitting outside the line.
Yeah.
So the review wouldn't have done them any good had they taken it. Luckily, they kept their powder dry. Start of a new over. It's Fahim Ashraf. He's got the wicket to fall so far today. Left alone outside the off stump by Usman Khawaja. And this Pakistan team would be in some strife without Fahim.
He certainly would be.
He got the ball to move to edge off David Warner yesterday. Took the catch off Steve Smith last night. The absolute miracle catch. And he's knocked over the night watchman this morning when they couldn't get Nathan Lyon out.
Just looks like the sort of cricketer you want to have in your cricket team, Jeffrey.
Can do a bit with the bat as well. So he'll have that opportunity as the match goes on. Replaced Iftikhar Ahmed, the spinning all-rounder coming into this match. Bowled wide to Khawaja, who runs the ball away towards deep third. Get through for a single. 142 is Usman Khawaja's score. 143. Make that 4 for 310.
Wide, short, just sat up that ball, didn't it? Floated, didn't have the carry that we've been seeing with the newer ball earlier in the morning. So we are entering that batten down the hatches period. Be interesting to see how Travis Head goes. I think he's probably a batter that prefers a little bit of bounce, but which batter doesn't?
And a bit of pace onto the bat. He enjoyed that through the Ashes. Every time England bowled quicker at him, he slashed it away to the boundary more quickly. Here's Fahim around the wicket to Travis Head. He's driving it out to point, and that was a solid connection of bat on ball. Exactly the sort that you're talking about.
Not looking to do too much with that one. I remember Tim Payne saying not the start of last season, at the start of the Sheffield Shield season previous, that he'd seen Travis Head batting over there in Adelaide, and he had something special about him. He was an X factor in a team that it's not always going to come off Travis Head's batting, but when it does, it's very special.
Fahim bowls to Head, who drives on the bounce past the bowler, gets a hand to it and takes some heat off it. So mid-off and mid-on are able to converge and prevent any run.
Bowling at about low 130s there, Fahim. It's quite hot, but we're getting the sea breeze up here. I hope the players are getting it down there. It's a gentle sea breeze in the mornings in Karachi on the Arabian Sea. I think Bharat said that if he jumped in, he swam 800 kilometres, he'd be home in Mumbai. Or near enough to home. UAE's quite close, isn't it? Dubai's very close.
Straight across the water, yeah. Fahim bowls to Travis Head, stands up tall, just diverts the ball to cover. There'll be no run there. It is interesting travelling around this part of the world and getting to work things out, the geography, and figure out how close some places are to somewhere else. A few hours one way, you're in Afghanistan. A few hours the other way, you're in India.
Yeah, well, that's right. That's the first test. We're up at the top of Pakistan in that sort of Afghanistan, India, China sort of nexus up there. Down here, we're closer to the UAE and to India. Anyway.
Last ball of the over. Fahim bowls to Head, too full and driven wide of mid-on. Won't take the single in the end. So there's a diving stop down there from Noman Ali. I would have thought they'd take him on, but perhaps taking some lessons from the Marnus run out yesterday. They're getting a huge round of congratulations for that save as well. So that's the end of the over. 108 of them gone. Head on 4, Khawaja 143, Australia 4 for 310.
For ultimate tyre safety this season, go and see Tyre Power during their store-wide super sale now on. Your #1 destination on Google Maps for safety, Tyre Power is ready to help your family drive safe on the roads. Next road trip, make Tyre Power your first stop and find out why Tyre Power is Australia's best. During the store-wide super sale on now, buy 3, get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger and SUV tyres. Each Tyre Power is 100% independent and locally owned. Find your Aussie local at tyrepower.com.au.
Here we go. Start of a new over. It is 4 for 310, and Usman Khawaja's playing a lovely little late cut of Sajid Khan. It runs all the way to the boundary, down at deep third. Got a bit of width there, and just places it away. They only, well, it's just been dragged back. Okay, so that's a very good piece of work down there from Fawad Alam, who's done the chase. He has knocked it back. He's managed to keep his foot inside the rope, and so it'll be 3.
Great.
They kept running.
Well, the reason you thought that was a 4 was because the Australians just dawdled the 2.
Well, they got back for the 3rd in the end.
Oh, did they?
So,
sorry.
So head on strike. It's 4 for 313. No one knows what's happening here.
Well,
I think we were talking through an ad break thinking we were still on air, so no one's got any idea what's going on at the moment.
It's very difficult to hear anything over these horns.
Sajid around the wicket, bowls to Travis Head, who slaps that away towards the point, won't get through the field, no run.
Jeffrey, it sounds like an enormous crowd in the Cairns. It must sound like that at home. But how many people do you think are actually here in this stadium that holds about 30,000+ people?
Sajid bowls to Travis Head, who drives back to the bowler. I mean, I think it would be it'd be in the single thousands at this point, maybe 6 or 8, something like that.
Everyone's sitting at the back of the stands where they can catch a bit of a breeze, and they're in the shade.
Sajid bowls to Head, who's happy to cover up in defence this time.
Stands are quite deep. Bharat Sunderesan is warming up at the top of his mark. There'll be a change of commentator at the end of this over.
Yeah, so if you're seeing the TV pictures, it probably looks like there's nobody here, but everybody's clustered up the back under the shade. As Head comes forward and he's struck on the pad, there's a little bit of an appeal. Nothing much doing, but he was beaten in his forward defensive shot by that one. That is 4 for 313 after over 109. Travis Head on 4. Usman Khawaja on 146. That ball just spinning away from Head, and it beat the outside edge in the end. So that's what the small frisson of excitement was from the Pakistan field. Just seeing it as a close call. Pete Lalor has shuffled off. Bharat Sunderesan has joined me for the first time today. Good morning.
Morning, Jeffrey.
The breeze is coming up quite strongly now. The horns, the trumpets are being played with gusto. So there's a real sense of liveliness here in Karachi. It's Pakistan, they're relatively lively, even though they've had a tough morning so far in the field. They're still fairly enthusiastic out there.
Yeah, I mean, they have not let their heads drop. We've seen so many times in Test cricket when the night watchman digs in and frustrates the opposition. And the shoulders start dropping, and everybody's looking here and there for solutions. But the one good thing they have done is kept Hassan Ali and Shaheen Afridi fresh.
Hassan Ali has the ball now, replacing Fahim Ashraf. He's around the wicket to bowl to Khawaja, who's coming forward and lifting his gloves over the ball.
And that's a crucial move, and these little things that maybe not everyone takes too much notice of, but imagine if at this stage Afridi and Hassan Ali had bowled 5 or 6 overs and Nathan Lyon had survived. So you will suddenly have your relatively lesser bowlers bowling to Travis Head, and he walks out to bat.
Hassan Ali doesn't get to bowl to Travis Head yet. He's got the very well set Khawaja down the leg side, and Khawaja misses out. So he had this problem a bit yesterday as well, Hassan Ali. The line was all over the place.
Yeah, historically, he's been a better bowler to right-handers than he has left-handers, mainly in white ball cricket. And yeah, he has struggled with his lines. He's just been too leg side. And Babar Azam's tried everything to get him to be slightly straighter and more towards the off stump with the fields he set for him.
Slip in a gully for Khawaja as he gets a bouncer and goes under it. So that field that Bharat mentioned, there's a point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Fairly conventional circular field, and then 2 out for the hook. It's got a deep backward square leg and a fine leg. Ready for that top edge if Khawaja decides to take on the short ball. He did take it on with the new ball yesterday. That bouncer was a bit too leg side-ish and a bit too short to tempt Khawaja into playing. Does like to take on the short ball when he can, though. Ring field in place. Hassan Ali outside the off stump, very wide this time, so the line has been all over the place. East, west, everything in between.
Yeah, and he struggled to start his spells. We saw it with the first new ball, start of the innings yesterday. And even in his second spell, it took him an over to just get going. And then he did get Steve Smith out late in the day, but the carry on this pitch, Geoff, seems to be going as getting lower and lower from both ends now.
Several have dropped short of slip so far. Some have crawled through to Rizwan behind the stumps. Hassan Ali bowls to Khawaja, who walks at him and drives with great crispness straight to cover. Had it been a couple of metres either side, that's what he was looking for, but that momentum stepping into the ball helped him get momentum through the shot, and that felt like the firmest shot that he's played for quite a long time on this slowing track.
Very much so. I remember him clipping Shaheen Afridi through mid-wicket for earlier today, where he similarly stepped down the pitch. Tells you a lot, he said, about the slowness of this pitch.
Hassan Ali bowls to Khawaja, who stays put and drives and finds cover once again. So he can't get through Azhar Ali, stationed in that position. And at the end of the 110th over, Khawaja stays on 146. Travis Head is on 4. And Australia 4 for 313.
Lining up for the Drinkwise at-home stakes. It's a wide-open field. Corn chips and salsa is popular with the punters. The six-pack before the quaddie was an early scratching. There's no love for passed out on the back lawn today. And drifting further as red wine spills on the couch. But the market mover and clear favourite is Have a Water Between Drinks. The fans are embracing this horse from the Drinkwise stable.
Be a winner at home watching the races. Remember, you won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
4 for 313 Australia. They're moving along. The night watchman Nathan Lyon did his job earlier, made runs on the following day, hung around after having been undismissed the night before. And now it's Travis Head, who's recently joined Usman Khawaja. He's ploughing on Khawaja. It'll be Head facing Sajid, the off-spinner around the wicket. And he's got Head stepping outside the leg stump and defending back down the pitch. This unusual action. Peter Lalor was talking about Sajid's action before. He doesn't use the front arm very much. As he bowls full to Head, who drives down to mid-on. He gets through for a single, takes his score to 5. 4 for 314. He reminds me a little bit of Mitchell Santner, who's a left-arm spinner and who's more exaggerated. It's like he's ashamed of his front arm. He wants to hide it. He clutches it against his chest when he bowls. Sajid does pop the front arm up a little bit, but it's almost just for show, and then he just gets rid of it instead of using it to pull through. So it's a curious kind of action that he's got, and then this almost round arm with his bowling arm at times.
He doesn't seem to use his front leg either. You see the greatest finger spinners, or maybe not even the ordinary of finger spinners. We've seen over the years a lot of revs and everything. The energy they put on the ball comes from them pivoting over their front leg, but he kind of rushes through, and that's another reason he's not the kind of bowler who will get any overspin or get too much bite of the pitch.
Sajid flights a ball in at the stumps, and Khawaja defends compactly out to cover. So why has he had such success? He's had a wonderful start to his test career, not in these 2 test matches against Australia, but previously he's taken bags of wickets.
I think it has had a lot to do with the pitches he's bowled on.
Sajid bowls to Khawaja, who just defends forward stretch.
I saw some highlights of his performances against Bangladesh, and those were pitches, especially in Bangladesh, as you know, that start gripping a lot sooner than what we've seen so far during the series. And that's why he struggled. And another thing Australia have done is they've used their feet very early to him and put him off his line.
Sajid around the wicket, flatter one to Khawaja, who goes back and flays it to cover. There's a misfield, so he'll get back for a second run. So initially it looked like there might be pressure on that first run. Cover is set quite deep. It's Shaheen Afridi there, who's had a terrible day in the field so far. He's misfielded and missed his throws consistently. And just for a minute you thought, this is a tight run, but he didn't pick it up cleanly, and they come back for 2. So 4 for 315.
Yeah, let one through his legs yesterday as well at mid-off.
Sajid tosses the ball up. And it's driven by Khawaja out to Shaheen. Again, just to his right this time, so the single is much more comfortable. So 4 for 300, and well, we've got disagreement between the scoreboard and the television. Now they've caught up. 4 for 317. Khawaja 149. Travis Head on 5 on SEN Test Cricket.
Go into Tyre Power and say, "G'day mate, got some tyres?" And they'll say, "100% we do." The store-wide super sale is now on. You can buy 3, get 1 free on Kumo tyres. And that's why they're experts in tyres. Tyrepower.com.au.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
4 for 317, Australia steaming along. Usman Khawaja on the verge of a minor milestone, the 150. My controversial opinion is that saluting the crowd for 150 is a waste of time. I think go on and get 200. Salute the crowd then. But others disagree. Short ball for Khawaja. And there is the 150. And he does get the applause from the crowd. This pseudo-home crowd of his. And this is the beauty for him, travelling to this part of the world. He does have home support, even when he's away. A very gentle little bat wave, just to one section of the crowd, nothing extravagant. And then he shows them the back of the bat and waves it around the ground in fairly subdued style, Usman Khawaja. But he's got 150 to his name. He's boosted his Test match career average well up above 45 in this series, which is a substantial gain. He's faced 322 balls here today and yesterday in intense heat at times. He's shown us in Dubai that he can cope with extreme temperatures, and he's doing it again. He's off strike now. Travis Head is flaying through the offside. That's vintage Travis Head. Smashes it through cover point for 4. Sees that bit of width and absolutely goes after Hassan Ali. Puts him away. It's 4 for 322. You would have seen him play that shot thousands of times in South Australia, Bharat.
Oh, it feels like I'm back in Adelaide and making plans to visit the Fringe, Geoff. It's as Adelaide as it gets. Travis Head slashing away a ball with a little width on it, past point.
We'll pop by Womad later.
Sure.
Maybe go down Hindley Street. Here comes Hassan Ali outside the off stump. Just driven away to point by Travis Head. He's enjoyed the tracks at Karen Rolton Oval, and Karen Rolton Oval 2, the quickening, all of the various sub-grounds they've used there for Sheffield Shield cricket in the last couple of years. And I suppose in some ways this track is not too dissimilar to an old Adelaide Oval pitch. Not the day-night ones, but when they used to have those batting pitches that would then start to spin on day 5. Flat, white sort of pitches. Hassan Ali bowls in at the toes of Head and drives to mid-on. There'll be no run.
Yeah, the only difference I see is the bounce of this pitch, but that one was really short, so he could rock back and just slash it away like he does. It could be a shot fraught with danger if the ball does stay a little low.
Yep.
But he does have such fast hands. He throws the bat at it.
Yeah.
He gives it his all, as they say. And, it's an important innings for him, though.
Hassan Ali around the wicket to Head, looking for that Yorker again. Head drives down to mid-on. There'll be no run. Yeah, you can't bowl that shortness. Don't bowl short at night. That's when Travis Head feeds. That's when he comes out and feeds. You hear him in the bushes.
Yeah, absolutely. But look, we spoke so much about Usman Khawaja and his away record. Similar to Travis Head, he did put on an impressive show in his debut series in the UAE.
Here goes Hassan Ali. Bowls wide and Head cuts away again. Back cut this time. It will probably slow up just inside the rope. The grass is thick and it absolutely teases Imam Al-Haq all the way into the boundary. But eventually it reaches the sponge. So Travis Head goes on to 13. Usman Khawaja has 150 even. And Australia, after winning the toss and batting, 4 for 326.
It's season 6 of the NAB AFL Women's Competition. And the 2022 AFLW Record Season Guide is a must-have. It includes stats and records since the comp began in 2017, details of all 14 clubs, team lists and fixtures, plus analysis of the season ahead. Can the Brisbane Lions defend their 2021 title, or will Melbourne replicate the success of their AFL team? The 2022 AFLW Record Season Guide. Digital edition available via sen.com.au and the SEN app, thanks to 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Changing commentary, Adam Coleman's replacing Geoff Lemon. I'll take you through to lunch alongside Bharat Sunderesan. Australia started the day at 3 for 251. They've made their way to 4 for 326. Khawaja moving from 127 to an even 150. And Travis Head, 13 from 21 balls. Already a couple of boundaries through the offside. Sajid Khan will continue with his off breaks from our southern end at Khawaja. 113th over of the innings, and Khawaja goes back to defend. No run. Khawaja, high score in Test cricket, 174 against England back in early 2018 at the SCG. One of his many home grounds, we could say. Sajid wide of the crease, Khawaja forward. I think that's the way I like to see it as well. He's obviously spoken about what Karachi means to him and his family. Well, he was born in Islamabad last week. His home ground now is the Gabba. Sydney for the longest time. Grew up playing his cricket mostly in New South Wales. He's a real man of the world. Facing Sajid here, goes back and wants to find one to point. Gets one. Point set deep. They get through comfortably. He's 151. The score advances to 4 for 327.
And I learned something about Usman Khawaja's connection with Karachi. He actually mentioned, if you remember, after the day's play, about the exact suburb that his family comes from, Nazimabad. And once again, our friend from the Dawn, Shabar, enlightened me the information that that area itself is known as the cricket capital of Karachi. It's produced a lot of cricketers.
Sajid delivers. Head this time goes back, pushing out towards mid-wicket. There's no run.
And it was one of the first few planned suburbs in Karachi post-independence in Pakistan. And it's seen a lot of aristocracy come through the ranks.
Sajid bowls, Head goes back. Can he find the gap at cover? He won't get a chance. It crashes into silly point. Imam Al-Haq wearing one on the body, as he did a number of times in close last week at Rawalpindi. No run.
And initially it was the posh upper middle class families who settled there, and a lot of cricketers in that period in Pakistan came from those families.
Slip at a silly point. Sajid bowls and Head goes back to defend. Yeah, there's a lot of these what we identify planned suburbs. I mean, the population seems remarkable to me. End of the over, 113 overs, gone 4 for 327. The score. Head 13, Khawaja 151. Seems remarkable to me that the population here at partition, so 1947, was just 400,000, and now it's the 12th biggest city in the world at roughly 16 million. Extraordinary surge between then and now. And, I mean, we were out last night for dinner and seeing all of what Karachi had to offer, and there are people everywhere. Feels like your hometown. Very much so. I mean, the comparisons keep being drawn all the time between Karachi and Mumbai, even though I know you meant Adelaide. You're one of your many hometowns as well, another man of the world. True. And yeah, I mean, the first thing I was told about Karachi is you'll find the whole of Pakistan in Karachi, but it's very rare that you'll find Karachiites in many places in Pakistan, because once you're here, you never leave, is what they say. Yeah, cosmopolitan city. Interesting to read that the language here, only 42% of people identify as having Urdu as their first language. When you think about Pakistan, you would assume that is the... But it takes all types in this city with so many people migrating here. Yeah, and even when you walk through the press box, you hear, I've heard Gujarati, I've heard Punjabi. Pashto also gets spoken here, and so, yeah, it's a nice mix. A lot of people who moved here post-partition from India. Noman starts a new over. University end towards us, towards Khawaja. Down to long on. Easing it down there for the easy single on offer. 152. 4 for 328 the score. We're into the 114th over. Yes, it's the way that this city changed. Of course, it was originally a city where the Brits built the seaports out to the Arabian Sea, and that was the majority of the activity. But now they have many multinationals based here. Slipping a short leg. Oman bowls, and Head leaves it to pass into the gloves easily of Rizwan. No concerns.
Two very important ports of the Raj era, as it's called, Bombay and Karachi, on either side of the Arabian Sea.
We were talking briefly yesterday before we were interrupted around the pentangular tournaments that were played both in Mumbai and Karachi. Oman bowls and heads forward, hits him on the pad, but well outside the line of the off stump, so no appeal. So if you weren't listening deep into the night, that's where the Muslims, the Parsis, the Europeans, the Hindus and the rest, generically the rest, would duke it out each year here until sort of roughly between World War I and World War II. You've done a lot of research into the Parsis that we were talking about at dinner last night. That was a big part of the cricketing population in the subcontinent, not so much anymore. Oman bowls and Head plays off the back foot, can't beat cover. In the end, it's collected by the man at point, no single.
A lot of cricketers in the early days of Indian cricket came from the Parsi communities spread around Mumbai. And then they just stopped in the 1970s.
That's the Persian migration here from Iran, mostly. Delivering here is Noman and pushed out towards mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, they all migrated from Persia and settled on the coastal regions of Gujarat. That's why a lot of them picked up Gujarati as their native tongue after they moved to India.
So last ball of Noman's over here. Still a slip and a short leg bowling at Travis Head on 13. And that's where he will stay. Forward in defence. Khawaja up the other end on 152. The score 4 for 328 after 114 overs. Our coverage for Henley Homes and Tyre Power.
Want the biggest brands at the lowest prices? Then head to Chemist Warehouse today and save on big brands like Codral Active Relief Sore Throat 20 lozenges, $5.99. Always be prepared with Panadol Rapid 40 caplets, $6.99. Betadine Ready-to-Use Sore Throat Gargle 120ml, $8.99. And fight allergies with Rhinocort Hay Fever and Allergy Extra Strength 240 doses, $29.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
Adam Collins with Bharat Sunderesan on the balcony of the pavilion at the National Stadium in Karachi. Beneath us, Sajid Khan has the ball ready to bowl. His 24th over of off-spin, 9 for 80 so far. We're 9 minutes until lunch. To Khawaja, he's got a slip, and Khawaja plays late off his off-stump. That's the one that goes on with the arm, but watches it all the way onto the blade, so no concerns.
And just back on the Parsis, a Farouk engineer. Very popular around the world, especially in England. He's amongst the last Parsis to play Test cricket.
Sajid delivers here. Lap sweeping is Khawaja. Gets it fine. So there's 2 on offer. And he'll be satisfied with that. Up to 154. 4 for 330 to score.
And some big names. Paulie Umbriger, who I'm sure Michael Clark has to thank for the 6 for 9. The 2004 India-Australia Test match in Mumbai. The Wankhede was Paulie Kaka, as he used to be known in those circles, was in charge of the pitch. It was called a Paulie Kaka special.
Paulie Umbriger curated that pitch in 2004. Remarkable. A great of the Indian game. Here's Sajid bowling and Khawaja's leaning on it, pushing out to cover, no run.
Of course, Nari Contractor, who captained India, was first part of his career, early tour to the Caribbean, was hit on his head.
Sajid to the crease again, rushes through his overs. Well forward is Khawaja, defending back down the pitch.
By Charlie Griffith, and it eventually took Frank Worrell to help him with some blood transfusion or to make sure he could live and fight on.
Sajid to Khawaja on 154. Back again, watching it onto the blade. He's happy just to give the off-spinner a look at his stumps, but he's seeing him so well that he can negotiate it late when the ball doesn't turn.
Started working on that Parsi story 2008 when I came into the profession, Colo. Never really got the opportunity to write.
This might be the time for it,
This could well be the time.
Last ball of Sajid's over. To Khawaja once more, well forward, pushing out to extra cover. End of the over, just 1 run coming from it. 4 for 330 remains to score with Khawaja. 154, Head on 13.
At Kennards Hire. We only hire people who've taken the Ken Oath. By taking it, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath. It's a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage. The Ken Oath means you'll never miss smoko or beer o'clock. So if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
Kennards make your job easy.
25 overs in the session so far, 1 for 79. Australia have added. There are 6 and a bit minutes until the lunch break, so probably 2 overs for Pakistan to see whether they can make a second breakthrough, as Australia presumably try and shut up shop before the long interval. Norman, new over for Travis Head. Plays from the crease out to mid-wicket. Khawaja wants one. Head sends him back. It was at the Karachi Parsi Institute where Hanif Mohammed made his 499, one of the most famous sons of this city, where he didn't know he was on 499, got himself run out. Got to have a scoreboard, of course. There wasn't one back then, before turf pitches were here too. Norman bowls and Head comes forward and pushes out to cover, no single.
Yeah, there's never been a Parsi who has played Test cricket for Pakistan. But there's been one who was part of a squad one.
Norman up to the crease. Those 2 catching men in close. A slip and a short leg. Head sweeps hard and well. Straight to the man position there for that shot. They take 1. Sajid Khan does the fielding. And Head ticks over to 14. 4 for 331 Australia, halfway through the 116th over.
It's the late Rusi Dinshaw, who's part of the Pakistan Test, for the first ever Test squad to India in 1952-53.
Over the wicket here, Norman, University end to Khawaja, who sweeps again. That's just in front of square, but they're happy to walk through for 1. 155 Khawaja, 4 for 332 Australia.
Very sad story though. Kholo, he towards the end of his life was reduced to begging at the Karachi Parsi Institute, where he played cricket and traffic signals before passed away at 86. So yeah, tragic end to Mr. Dinshaw's life.
Head on 14, the South Australian faces up. Will he sweep again? No man bowls. He's happy to play this late. Off the inside edge too. Bit of extra turn. And Head caught on the crease, but survives. 4 for 332. 1 ball left in the over.
Yeah, it's something that happens quite often with Travis Head when he's playing spin, because he's one of those batters who pokes at the ball, doesn't always wait for the ball to come very close to him.
Last ball of this over. Norman, wider of the crease to Head, goes back again, cuts it. Does he beat backward point? He does not. Oh, that's good fielding. But Hassan Ali doing the work at backward point. Should have been 1 there, but Hassan, for the 3rd or 4th time in this session, denies Australia. They stay at 4 for 332 with Khawaja on 155 and Head on 14. We'll have 1 more over until lunch. Our coverage for Henley Homes and Tyre Power. And the reason I raise those pentangular competitions, A, because you know a lot about them from Mumbai, but also that there was no first-class cricket here when they started as a Test nation in 1952. They had to rely on that internal competition between the religious sects and different parts of the world. And we spent some time during the week at the Karachi Gymkhana, where they played the MCC in 1951 and Australia in 1935 when they were touring the subcontinent. So it's not like they had a proper structure when they became a Test-playing nation. Makes it all the more remarkable how successful they were through their early days when playing Test cricket. Always a fascinating country to engage with, Pakistan.
Yeah, always produce some extraordinary cricket talents. Bat, ball, fast bowlers, spin bowlers.
So with Sajid getting the last over before lunch, there's a change to the field, and there's going to be a second slip on hands and knees. Look at that. Khawaja's well forward, no run there. So that's Shafiq doing the work down there. The young man, the 22-year-old. No, it's Imam Al-Haq, sorry. So he's normally at short leg. Right down there on his knees. That'll make quite the photo. Sajid bowls and Khawaja pushes out towards mid-wicket, no run. It was Marcus Trescothick who started doing that a number of years ago in domestic cricket, and it's caught on a little bit when the ball's not not quite carrying for the spinners. He's so close to the bat. If Khawaja gets onto a reverse sweep, it'll be right in the firing line. Imam, Sajid wide of the crease, and Khawaja comes forward to defend to extra cover, no single.
Yeah, seen Usman Khawaja's Queensland teammate Matt Renshaw do that a lot, but that's generally at short leg and generally late in the days to make sure that his long shadow doesn't fall on the pitch.
Sajid racing through. They might get another one in here. Khawaja defends. We've got 80 seconds until lunch is scheduled, and the way Sajid bowls his overs, he might just sneak this through and we might continue beyond midday local time.
Imam ul Haq should have a lot, I'm guessing has a lot of trust in Sajid Khan.
So good game awareness from Travis Head to walk up to Khawaja to have a word and soak 10 or 15 seconds off the clock. So 1 minute to go, 2 balls left in the 117th. Sajid bowls and Khawaja goes back and defends again, opening up his off stump and middle stump, but can't sneak it through. So this might be the last ball before the break. Khawaja should go for a walk here or tie his shoelaces up. There's really nothing gained by facing up anytime soon, but after marking his guard again, that's all right, not a bad way of doing it. Sajid, 30 seconds on the clock, bowls here to Khawaja, who's well forward defending. So the end of the 117th over, 4 for 3-3-2. Eyes onto Alim Dar. Will they call this lunch? 15 seconds to be in position. They would almost be duty bound, I think. They can't possibly be in position in 10 seconds. I mean, yes, but the stumps have been, the bails have been removed. That is the lunch break. So 4 for 3-3-2 the score with Usman Khawaja 155, Travis Head on 14. As we sum up the first session, Bharat Sunderesan, we welcome in networks joining us for the first time today from South Australia in Adelaide and Mount Gambier. And the good news for South Australians is that Travis Head has safely made his way to lunch. He's 14. He's with Khawaja on 155. The session saw Australia at 81 runs in 27 overs, losing just 1 wicket, that of Nathan Lyon, bowled by Fahim for 38. The partnership of 54 for the 4th wicket with the night watchman and the opener. And since then, Head and Khawaja have been steady, and they'll continue into a 5th session in this first innings.
Yeah, as Usman Khawaja walks off the field, great sign of sportsmanship from the Pakistani team as well, letting him, giving him that space to lead not just Travis Head off the field, but all the players on the field. I saw Imam ul Haq walk over and congratulate Khawaja for being still in there, still looking very hungry. There's a 200 there at his disposal if he really wants it. He's looked in no trouble at all, and a very crucial hand by, considering we've been joined by our South Australian listeners, prospects own Nathan Lyon.
Yes, Lyon made 38 from 62 balls, hit 5 fours. He was most enthusiastic on the hook shot and the sweep, his 2 best strokes. And as I say, they took Australia from 3 for 250 to 4 for 304 when he was bowled by Fahim, the only wicket of the session. So his equal 3rd highest score at Test level. 12 away from that 50, which he can't quite ever seem to reach. But yes, just when Pakistan returned today, having got that late wicket, Steve Smith out just before the close of play on evening 1. They needed to go bang, bang, didn't they? And Lyon didn't allow for that. And he transferred pressure straight back onto the fast bowlers.
Yeah, the scoring rate in that first 45 minutes while Lyon was there, and he did the bulk of the scoring as well. Like, would have, taken away from whatever plans Pakistan had with a very brand new ball when play started today to get some inroads. But yeah, he foiled their plans, and it also made sure that when Travis Head walked out, the ball was a lot older, the bowlers were a lot tireder, and just those 2 boundaries of Hassan Ali not too long before the break, Travis Head has shown his intentions as well. Like, he looks in good stead.
As for Usman Khawaja, up to 155. His highest score in Test cricket is 174, but he has a big opportunity here. I mean, on the ground, there's been so much made of his link to Karachi and this city. If he can bat for another session or so, he'll be close to 200. But also the fact that he's been able to time the innings so well. Out of the blocks yesterday, wound it back against the old ball, absorbed plenty of pressure. It was much the same this morning, really, letting Nathan Lyon go for it against the second new ball, which you referred to before. And then Khawaja, happy to play defensively, conservatively, to wear out the Pakistani spinners. So he's putting himself into a good position to control and dictate terms through that middle session today.
Yeah, and especially with Head having got his eye in, you expect Travis Head to come out after the lunch break and start playing some shots. And Khawaja can just continue on his merry way, really, towards that, at what at this point seems like an inevitable double 100. And it's the perfect time for Australia to put their foot on the pedal. 332, get 100, 120 runs in the middle session, and then you're in a great position to maybe even declare later in the day. And you have the kind of positive batters to come and in the middle to be able to do that.
Thank you, Bharat. Go and grab some lunch. Coming up during the lunch break, we'll hear from Usman Khawaja, who spoke to the media following the close of play last night. And we'll also hear from the former Australia and Victorian leg spinner, Bryce McGain, who this week spoke to SEN about the selection of Mitch Swepson at lunch on afternoon 2 here at the National Stadium in Karachi. Khawaja 155, Travis Head 14, Australia 4 for 332.
Save on Kumo. Live from Karachi, Pakistan versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
That's the third over of the day away from us. Right arm over to Nathan Lyon. Hits him on the pad, on the knee roll. Hassan Ali likes it. Umpire Ali Imdar turns it down. Australia, last ball of the over. Nearly chops on, it'll be runs. Spills down towards the fine leg rope and reaches it. Shaheen to the crease, bowls to Khawaja. Clipping through the onside, lovely shot. Perfectly timed and placed. Short leg as well, and a leg gully. Shaheen bowls and Lyon takes on the hook shot, gets himself a boundary. Really good batting from Lyon. Ali around the wicket to Lyon. There's the sweep shot in front of square. He's nailed that line. Out towards the rope and gets himself 4. No Mun bowls here. Reverse sweeping Khawaja towards slip. Shoutfully before and for the catch, I suspect. Ali Imdar turns both down. Babar Azam with the ball in his hand at slip with a decision to make. He takes it with 1 second to go. Guess it might have just hit the back of the bat, mate. They got to the DRS and, as you say, well outside the line of the off stump. Pakistan have burned that review.
Fahim bowls to Lyon again. He plays a little back cut and gets it through. He might pick up 4 here. Got 35, that 50. It's on the cards.
Bowling to Lyon. Bowled it! Lyon's fantastic contribution as night watchman comes to an end at 38. There won't be a half century today. Fahim to Head. His third ball, carving away the signature Travis Head shot out towards point. He's hammered that.
Short ball for Khawaja. And there is the 150. And he does get the applause from the crowd. This pseudo-home crowd of his. And this is the beauty for him, travelling to this part of the world. He does have home support, even when he's away. He's off strike now. Travis Head is flaying through the offside. That's vintage Travis Head. Smashes it through cover point for 4. There goes Hassan Ali. Bowls wide and Head cuts away again. Back cut this time. It will probably slow up just inside the rope all the way into the boundary.
Yeah, I think so. While I was sitting off waiting to go in, we thought at one point probably 240 was going to be a really good score. It obviously looked pretty tough early to get going. I think we were going at 3s most of the innings. And then Pez and Moon set a really good platform for T-Mac to then Tali McGrath to go in. And then once they kind of played really freely, that obviously gave me the freedom to go out there and score some quick runs. And it was, I think 270 was a really good score on that wicket with the wind as well. That played a major part of it as well.
Obviously your bowlers, came to the party in a big way, and I think by the finish it's your biggest win over New Zealand in a World Cup and second biggest in history. What do you think that says about how you guys are tracking?
Yeah, I think Pez and Darcy set the tone perfectly at the top of the bowling innings. I don't think I've ever seen Darcy bowl that well, to be honest, and to take 3 poles and 3 really key wickets as well just shows where her game is at the moment. And I think with the wind behind her, she was probably bowling 5Ks quicker as well, and it just seemed probably too fast for them at some points. But I just think they set the tone early, and taking early wickets with this team is really key. Obviously they're quite top heavy with some really big names, so taking 2 or 3 in the power play is pretty crucial.
Maybe one been to the past 33 ODIs or something like that. Is there a wee bit of a case at the moment of the only team that can beat you is yourselves in terms of complacency?
I think we're always striving to get better, and one of our values is being able to evolve as players and as a team as well. And I think we're never happy, I guess, with our performances, and I guess that's the beauty of this team is we're always trying to get better. And I think our teams are capable, obviously, of beating us, but I think where we are at the moment, maybe complacency is the thing that might bring us undone. But in saying that, I think the depth that we have in Australian cricket at the moment is second to none. We can bat basically down to number 11 and be really comfortable for those players to be scoring some really good runs. So, I want to say that no one can beat us, but that's probably a little bit arrogant. So, I just say that we're just always looking to be better as a team.
Cool. We'll come to you guys on the line. So Ben, might kick off with you.
Congratulations. Can I take you back 11 days? What did you think when you saw that little line saying you were positive for COVID?
I probably won't repeat what I said. I sent a photo to the doctor and basically said, I've got some bad news, and he pretty much replied, yep, that's bad news. So I was like, okay, great. And I had to do a second rat, and those lines came up even clearer. There was a lot of emotions, probably that first half an hour, knowing that would mean that I'd miss 2 or 3 games. And I'm not a good watcher of cricket, watching my side play cricket. And, that first game against England was really hard to watch. But, I guess I just had to try and stay as positive as possible. At times it was hard. I was certainly getting over it. But, coming out today and getting a win with my team, I guess just it was a good time to reset in some regards. But, it was just a bit of bad luck, I guess.
You're quite active in sending some feedback from watching those games, Cody. And if you wouldn't mind just sharing how sick you actually were, if that's not too personal.
Say that again, sorry?
Just the second part of the question is if you wouldn't mind sharing just how sick you were from COVID, if that's not too personal.
I was pretty lucky, really. My first symptom was just having a sore throat, and I guess we were having to rat every day anyway, and
That was Australian all-rounder Ash Gardner speaking to the media following Australia's comfortable 141-run victory over New Zealand in the one-day Women's World Cup earlier today. We'll take you back to the remainder of that press conference during the tea break. Adam Collins with you, Simon Katich with me. Australia resuming here the middle session of the second day at 4 for 332. They lost 1 wicket before lunch, that of Nathan Lyon, bowled by Fahim for 38. He put on 54 with Usman Khawaja. And Travis Head has been there with Usman Khawaja since. They've put on 28 with Khawaja, 155, and the South Australian Head on 14. It's going to be Shaheen Shah Afridi to start from the university end in the heat of Karachi, Simon, and I think that's going to be a factor in the couple of hours to come as you're now sporting the shades as well. It's going to get tough and hot, and they've been out there for a long time.
Yeah, it certainly will, Colo. I think even the wicket we saw this morning, looking at the wicket, those cracks just opened up slightly. They're probably the width of a pencil. So a little bit of a difference from day 1 to day 2, and give it another 24 hours on this wicket and the sun beating down on it. It's going to be hot.
2 out on the leg side. Shaheen Shah Afridi to start the session ahead. It's an in-swinging full delivery that he digs out, pops out towards mid-wicket, no run. They're probably at the point of the test match where Pakistan were at Rawalpindi last week, and they did experience a bit of criticism for not putting their foot down in this session, which meant they had to delay their declaration. I wonder whether that might be weighing on Australia's minds as well. I know it'll be hard out there with the older ball and not quite coming onto the bat in much the same way, but where are they now? 332 for 4 as Afridi arrives at the crease and bowls, and Head out of the block hole again, picks out mid-off, no run. About where they might want to make their declaration and get a decent crack tonight.
Yeah, I think Australia will certainly look to get on with it, particularly maybe not so much in the first 20 minutes or half an hour, but potentially as this session wears on. I think we know that Travis Head played his best cricket throughout the Ashes in Australia when he was taking the game to the opposition, and I think he's going to play his natural game. I think Khawaja will just settle himself back in, and then if he gets in, he'll look to put pressure on naturally anyway. He scored at a pretty good rate throughout this innings.
Shaheen to the crease, University end. Bowls here to Travis Head, down the leg side, can't catch up with it. Yeah, and a great opportunity here for Usman Khawaja as well, of course. His highest score in Test cricket, 174, never made a Test double. I'm sure he isn't thinking about it as yet, but what a splendid opportunity it is for him to do something special here at this ground. So much spoken of him and Karachi. Well, if he can still be batting in a couple of hours, he'll have 200 to his name.
Yeah, and he might get one of these stands named after him. Being the Khawajas are from Karachi, so they might make a special exemption for him playing for Australia.
I love the sound of that. Shaheen to the crease, left arm over, Travis Head off the stumps. Just gets it out to mid-wicket. That wasn't far from sneaking through. There might have been a bit of tail on that as well, so early signs of some reverse. We didn't see much before lunch.
Yeah, that looks like it's just tailing a bit for Afridi. Travis Head not really getting much of a stride in with his front foot, so I guess the biggest danger for him here is fighting the line of the left armour and trying to hit the ball through wide mid-off cover against that line and potentially dragging one back onto the stumps.
The crowd roaring for Afridi, as they do whenever he's running in from that University end. The 29-year-old delivers to Head, who clips out towards mid-on. There's no single there again. Good competitive start to this session. Afridi getting this burst here. He's into his 22nd over. None for 65, his figures, but always a threat.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's charging in that last ball just over 140 Ks. He knows if there's a reverse swinging ball, he's going to up the ante, because if he gets it right and he gets on a roll, all of a sudden you go bang, bang, and next thing you know, Australia 6 for 330, and then it's game on. So he knows this is a big spell for Pakistan here. He's got his tail up early.
Afridi on the charge, past umpire Raza, bowls hit ahead, who cuts away, out behind point. Bit of work to do in the deep there, and it's hauled in by Imam Al-Haq. Good piece of fielding. Keeps it to just one, so Head retains the strike. He's 15 from 40 balls. Khawaja down the other end on 155. Australia 4 for 333. Yeah, for all the talk of declarations that we framed up the session around to begin with, that the other side of it, you're dead right. If they go bang, bang, then they expose Australia's lower order to a ball that could be reversing, and that could get them back in the game. It's a crucial session, this.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, Australia are in a very good position, and they only have to add to this partnership and take it up into the vicinity around that 400 mark, and I think it's a very good first innings total. But Australia will be looking for more than that. They're in a position where they'll feel like they could potentially be at 450 with a decent amount of today's play left, and then be able to take some late wickets today and get into that Pakistan top order. So there's plenty of work to be done here in the first half an hour, and then they'll reap the rewards later.
So Sajid Khan starts from the pavilion and our end. He's bowled 25 overs, none for 82. Around the wicket here to Head, who turns him into the onside, just in front of square, no single. He's got a slip, a silly point, backward point, cover, let's call it a catching cover, then a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket conventional, and a long leg or a deep backward square for the sweep. Sajid bowls, and Head is well forward, defending to the man at silly point. Bobbles up into his hand, no concerns there. Shafiq doing the work under the lid.
Yeah, so that ball's just over 76 Ks an hour, but earlier today in that first session, Sajid Khan was in the 80s, so he's definitely up the ante with his pace.
Sajid to the crease, bowls here, Head goes back. That's the one that goes straight on, and we saw a couple of times before lunch Khawaja not far away from being caught out. 88 kilometres an hour there, so as you identify, a little bit quicker through the air and off the pitch.
Yeah, I think he realised he was a bit too slow yesterday on day one.
Bowls once more, that's more flighted, and Head threads the needle through cover. That's a lovely shot. Getting down the track, just a little shimmy, greeting it on the half volley. Not a lot of room to work with there in the covers, with a couple of men there for just that shot. But Head's equal to it. Australia 4 for 337, and Head moves along to 19.
Yeah, that one was tossed up. Travis Head, beautiful placement, pierced the gap between mid-off and that shorter catching cover, and he hit it beautifully.
So Head missed out at Rawalpindi on 19 already here. Again through the covers from a ball that almost yorked him, but just squeezed it out to the fielder there, no single. And that would have weighed on Head. He was the one Australian top order player who didn't really get going last week.
Yeah, I think he would have been bitterly disappointed. That happens sometimes on flat wickets.
It was a good catch by Rizwan to get him out. He plays late here, just behind point from the off stump. They don't take a single again. So 119 overs gone, 4 for 337. They've added 15 runs since the tea break. With head 19, Khawaja 155. Correction, I've added 5 runs since the lunch break. I've taken that down incorrectly in my notebook. But yes, there's a great opportunity here for Khawaja, facing his first ball after the interval, to really lay the foundation for a big couple of hours. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. And it'll be a Freddie against Khawaja, seeing whether he can get some of that reverse swing back to the left-hander into the pads at the stumps.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because Freddie will want to attack the stumps, but that's been Khawaja's strength throughout this innings and his recent form. Anything that's got into the stumps, even at off stump, he's been able to time beautifully through mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg. And then if he's gotten short, he's clipped the ball nicely with his trademark pull shot as well. So there's a fine line for the line that you have to bowl to Khawaja in this sort of form.
Yeah, he's been immaculate through mid-wicket. We're never straying onto the pad. So, yes, as you say, a fine line for Afridi. He's to the crease here. Past umpire Raza, delivers to Khawaja. Down the leg side, 4 byes. Rizwan had no chance there. Unfortunate that he has to wear the sundries to his name, but that was quick, and Khawaja never was able to catch up. It was never rather going to catch up with that. 4 for 341. Yes, it's one of those where if it were one-day cricket, it'd be 5 wides, but red ball cricket, it goes to the keeper.
Yeah, that was a big test for Rizwan. Just heading down on the angle, fully outstretched. Got a little bit of a glove to it, but because of the speed, burst through and raced away down to fine leg for 4 byes.
So there is a fine leg, but relatively wide. A deep backward square as well. Shaheen delivers to Khawaja, who defends off the middle stump. And Shaheen slows the pace down in his follow-through, no run.
Yeah, it's well bowled. It's well played by Khawaja too, presenting that full face of the bat. He's got his tail up here. It's probably the quickest he's bowled in this test so far. 142, that last ball. So he knows when it's going. He's got to produce something for his captain here, Babar Azam. Just try and get that breakthrough after the lunch break and potentially get Pakistan on a roll.
Can he get it hooping? Shaheen here to the crease and bowls to Khawaja, defending once again back down the pitch. Even though we think of Karachi as a ground where spinners run amok, and that tends to be the way here. I mean, we have seen seamers bowl well here too, not least Waqar Younis, who took his test wickets here at 17 and picked up 7 against Australia in 1994. Glenn McGrath starred here in a draw, in a low-scoring draw in 1998. So someone like Shaheen Sharafridi, whilst they might be thinking about Norman and Sajid doing the bulk of the damage, he will be in the game with a square, no grass on it. The ball should reverse for him. He's definitely got that club in the bag.
Well, in the last 5 years in first-class cricket here, the spinners have taken 275 wickets at 33.16, and the quicks have taken 499 at 31.44.
Yeah, right.
So there is a bit there for the quicks, and I think these cracks potentially could play a part later in the test match if they really open up with more hot weather in the next couple of days.
Shaheen from the university end, left arm over to Khawaja in the block hole again, plays it late, steers it behind point, gets his first run of the session, makes it 2. 157 Khawaja, 4 for 343 Australia. I'm interested by that stat because we often hear about the test results here, and granted it's a small sample size since they returned to playing test cricket here, but over time it has been where spinners have done really well. Abdul Qadir bowled Australia out here to win the test match in 1982. Shane Warne, of course, in 94. Iqbal Quazim won 2 test matches here against Australia with 11 wickets and 9 respectively. So it's been usually spin between these nations at this ground. Shaheen Afridi bowls here to Khawaja, in behind it, defending down the pitch, no run again.
Well, those numbers have to be put in context too, because that's first-class cricket in Pakistan, and you would assume that the local Pakistan batsmen would probably play spin better, and as a result, potentially they're not as adept at facing the quicks, and the quicks have done more of the damage here. But Just going back to Khawaja's last scoring shot behind point, I think he knows the threat is the ball coming back in. And the beauty about that shot that he squeezed behind point is he didn't try to overhit it. Danger is if you load up on a big cover drive against the in-swinging ball, you could chop one back on the stump.
Shaheen to finish to Khawaja. There's the Yorker. Digs it out towards mid-wicket. Good contest between this pair after lunch. 3 overs since the interval. Australia 4 for 343 for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Want the biggest brands at the lowest prices? Then head to Chemist Warehouse today and save on big brand vitamins like Wagner Super Bio Magnesium 100 tablets for just $9.99. Top up on Healthy Care Immune Defense 120 tablets, only $17.99. Microgenics Odorless Fish Oil 2,000 milligram 340 capsules, $19.49. And Ostalin Calcium and Vitamin D3 300 tablets, $28.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes. Build with confidence. Henley.com.au. Adam Collins and Simon Katich on the call. And beneath us at the pavilion end is Sajid Khan, about to bowl over 27. None for 86, his figures. Just being held by umpire Aleem Dar. Goes now, sets off. 2 slips, bowls around the wicket. Head goes back, rides the bounce and slaps it through cover. No need to run for that. Wonderful contact, bisecting a couple of fielders in that direction. Head struck 4 boundaries. He's 23. Australia 4 for 347.
Yeah, Sajid Khan, that ball was under 80 k's an hour, and that's just too slow on this track. Travis Head, that wasn't that short, but he just rocked back, had plenty of time off this slow surface and just hammered it through the covers off the back foot.
Actually his 5th boundary. Head facing up again, lunges forward, shout for leg before, and he's given. Up goes the finger of umpire Aleem Dar. It was full and just straightened enough to hit him on the pad. Head immediately refers. Australia had 3 referrals at their disposal, so it will go upstairs, but on face value, Sajid Khan might have broken up this partnership just when Australia looked to be putting the foot down.
Yeah, Aleem Dar's given that out pretty quickly. They just kept sliding back in on the angle from around the wicket. Travis Head played around it, and he might be in a bit of strife here.
Talk through the first replay for us, Kat.
As we see that ball drifting in, it pitches. Oh, that looks absolutely plumb. It's straightened enough too. I don't think that's heading down leg, which is what Travis Head indicated to Usman Khawaja at the non-strikers end. I think Khawaja's just told him to refer purely because they've got 3 left. That looked absolutely plumb.
So after striking his 5th boundary, the next ball just gripped a little bit.
Yeah.
And he has got something to aim for there with that crack, but I don't think that was a factor. It was full, as you say, flighted up, and it's the one that's gone on. Hit the shiny side of the ball, didn't really turn, and he ended up hitting his boot and his pad with his bat, which is why he was slightly off balance when the ball arrived. Very low on the pad, so height won't be an issue. It'll be hitting in line. It'll need to do plenty to be missing that leg stump. We're getting a look at ultra edge. No concerns for Pakistan there. So the first hurdle is cleared. Now we wait for them to bring up the ball tracking technology. Rashad Riaz is the 3rd umpire this week. And here it is. So 1 red, 2 reds. And it is umpire's call. Head's gone. Clipping the leg stump, enough of it. Travis Head, leg before wicket for 23. And Australia lose their 5th wicket with the score on 347.
Yeah, good decision there from Aleem Dar. There's enough of that ball hitting leg stump. It just straightened enough. Had it not straightened, that ball would have missed leg stump because Travis Head got a good stride in the ball. He's looking disappointed, but he played around that ball. He needed to present the full face of the bat, look to hit it to mid-on. In the end, he paid the price for looking to work that to square leg, so he might be disappointed with the decision and the way the ball tracking was, but ultimately he had the opportunity to hit it straighter down with the full face of the bat, and he's paid the price for 23.
He's replaced by Cameron Green. They pass before Head goes down the race in front of us, and yes, he's clearly a very frustrated young man, Travis Head, but so it goes, and Australia do retain the review because it was umpire's call, but that's cold comfort. He whacks the ground as he walks off, and Cameron Green, who looked pretty good for 48 last week at Rawalpindi, used his feet well, took silly point and short leg out of the game with that big stride. The West Australian playing Just his 11th Test match, averaging 34, but trending in the right direction. Joining Usman Khawaja on 157. 3 half-centuries for Green. Couple at Sydney, one at Hobart. A career best of 84. But just as you forecast, Kat, if they can get an early one after lunch, and it still is relatively soon thereafter, it's play been going for about quarter of an hour, that does open up the game, especially if they can get rid of Green in a hurry. Carey under a bit of pressure. This game might be in balance again. It won't take much.
And that's what you've always got to think as the bowling team. You've always got to be positive, looking for the next one, that next breakthrough.
So Sajid to Cameron Green, his first ball, slipping a short leg in position, and he deflects it towards the man at short leg, no run.
Because we know in Test cricket, it's always difficult for the new batsman. It doesn't matter how much cricket you've played, how much experience you've got to start. And in these sorts of conditions, it takes one little slip up, one mistake, and that's where the next wicket comes.
Sajid to the crease, bowls to Green, who plays conservatively from the crease. Not a lot of footwork there. Straight into the hands of the man at short leg. That's Shafiq.
So you'd love to see a man go under his nose on the offside as well. Put him under some real pressure.
Just the 2 catching men. Sajid, 2 balls left in the over. Green tries to turn him into the onside. It just deflects, spits out to square leg, so no single for him to get off the mark.
And it's not done to get a bat pad catch on the offside. It's to try and pin Cameron Green to the crease early on, to play back to the ball that might just skip through or spin back in and pin him in front.
Last ball from Sajid to Green. It's a fraction shorter. Good diving attempt from Shafiq to get to the ball at the last possible moment. Fawad Alam does the tidying up. End of the over. Australia 5 for 347. Khawaja 157. Green is yet to score.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
Having out-of-balance tyres causes uneven tread wear and an uncomfortable ride. You'll also cop excess wear on your suspension and other parts of your vehicle. If you experience severe vibration while driving, especially highway speeds, get your tyres dynamically balanced at your local Tyre Power store straight away.
Get the power of expert advice. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. They're going to keep Shaheen Sharafridi on. You'll get a chance at Khawaja here, but it'll be whether they can open up the other end, removing Travis Head for 23. Shaheen looks as though he's in the game right now. As you said, Simon Katich, he's bowling quicker now than he has at any stage during the Test match.
Yeah, he's cranked it up, which is good. That's what you need from your Premier quick. You've got to let them loose after a break when the batsmen are getting settled again. And now that the ball's reversing a bit, if he can open up this end and get Khawaja out, Pakistan will be back into this Test match.
So a straight catching mid-wicket alongside the pitch. Just a gully behind the wicket. Shaheen Sharafridi, left arm over, bowls to Khawaja on 157. Takes him down to mid-on, no run. We now welcome to our audience, listeners in Sydney on 1170 SEN Sydney. Joining for the first time today. A good afternoon or good evening to you all in New South Wales. Australia have moved from 4 for 332 to 5 for 347 in the 20 minutes since the lunch break here at the National Stadium in Karachi. Travis Head, the man to go. Leg before for 23. Khawaja still there, facing up, turning into the onside in front of square. No single, with 2 men populating the mid-wicket region. Adam Collins is with Simon Katich in commentary at the pavilion end of this grand old ground. And Australia having to confront a ball that is showing signs of reversing, and Sajid Khan has got his name in the book.
Yes, a good piece of bowling from Sajid Khan. He's fought back well today. He's mixed his pace up, and his quicker deliveries have been more of a threat today than they were on day one, when he was just too slow and Australia really attacked him. And this is a good field that Babar Azam's got for Usman Khawaja here.
They're roaring for Afridi. As he bowls here to Khawaja, he defends it from the crease down to that straight catching mid-wicket.
Looks like he might have just taken the pace out of that one a little bit. Yeah, 123, just rolled his fingers down the ball there. And it's a good mix-up because he's brought the man now onto the wicket at a catching mid-on. He's still got the protection at a deeper mid-on. The mid-wicket's deeper, then he's still got another catching man right on square leg. 4 wickets across from the wicket or the pitch they're playing on, and still got the protection out the deep as well with a deep square and a fine leg.
Afridi to Khawaja, delivers, and Khawaja leaves alone on the 4th stump line, and it doesn't carry through to the gloves of Rizwan. Back up at 136 kilometres an hour. Does it interest you how infrequently we see slower balls at Test level? It feels like it's still such a rarity, whereas in white ball cricket, he bowled 2 or 3 and over. He's perfected it.
Yeah, correct. We were talking about it yesterday on day one. When there's not much happening, you've got to, and the batsmen get used to the same pace all the time off the wicket. You do have to mix things up, and potentially, whether it's that Yorker, whether it's the bouncer, or whether it's the cutter. And the thing about the cutter on this wicket is, we saw yesterday, Fahim Ashraf was that little bit slower and it just held off the surface. And because you've got catching men in front of the wicket, they're in the game.
Shaheen Afridi for the University end, bowls to Khawaja, who gets down low, playing from the crease, out to cover, no run.
And if you're consistently bowling cutters, 4 or 5 balls and over, and the batsman starts setting for that slower pace delivery, then it makes your on-pace delivery a lot more of a weapon. So you're on pace 140k plus. That ball then becomes more of a weapon compared to when you're bowling it 5 or 6 times and over after over.
So Shaheen Afridi just waiting at the top of his mark. Now he sets off to the crease and bowls to Khawaja. Yorker digs it out. Completes his maiden. Good cricket. Australia 5 for 347. Khawaja 157. Green yet to score. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. And Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Build with confidence. Henley.com.au. Adam Collins with you and Simon Katich with me, and Sajid Khan, who picked up a wicket in his previous over to continue at Cameron Green. He's faced 4 deliveries yet to score. There's a slip, a short leg and a catching mid-wicket. A man out at deep square in front of the Majid Khan enclosure. He bowls here. Green dances before defending. We saw that quite a bit from him last week at Rawalpindi. He doesn't mind getting well out of the crease before getting bat and pad close together.
Yeah, it's a good tactic. He's a big man. He's got a good reach. And I think he's a powerful driver. And it allows him just to release the pressure that's going to be built up here if he gets bogged down against Sajid Khan.
Babar Azam at slip. Green here. Ooh, bit of spin. Comes forward, inside edge onto the pad. Sajid Khan up at 91.5 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, and I think because of this extra pace, he's going to pin him to the crease. I think he needs to use his extra mid-wicket that's deeper in under his nose on the offside and put some real pressure on him.
Sajid bowling closer to the stumps here. Green again shimmying forward before defending. So a good little stoush here between the spinner and the tall West Australian.
Yeah, he's eyeing off that cover region. Cameron Green here wants a full one.
Sajid bowls. Green playing from the crease. Straight blade down to mid-on. Gets a single off the mark. Well played. Beating the man at mid-wicket. 5 for 348. Green has 1.
Yeah, that's very well played from Green, but poor field from Babar Azam. The mid-on's just too deep. It allows him to get the single there. He's on naught. You want to make him hit over the top, take a risk early on. Australia have just lost the wicket. They lose another one here. They're 6 for 350. And then Carey's in. He's under a bit of pressure, and then the tail. So
Khawaja facing up. Sajid bowls to him and he defends. We've seen that quite a bit, haven't we? That Pakistan like to set their mid-on and mid-off quite deep when Sajid's bowling, which does mean that you can get a single there if you are willing to run hard, as Green is.
Yeah, he shouldn't be allowed to get an easy single like that when he's on naught. His first scoring shot has got to be earned. And on that occasion, they gifted him the first run.
So last ball of Sajid's over. He's got 2 slips, including one on his hands and knees. Khawaja forward in defence. End of the over. We'll have a change in commentary. Geoff Lemon replacing me. Australia 5 for 348 with Khawaja and Green still in the middle. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. And Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Power store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of Kumho tyres. You can buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
5 for 348. The mercury is rising. We're up to 35 today, Simon. Feels every degree of that at the moment, and we're in the shade with the breeze. So
I bet it does when you're a little bit under the weather too.
Well, look.
And it wasn't self-inflicted either, Geoff, I believe.
No. You, look, I won't go into detail. I don't think anybody needs that. Shane Shafridi starting off. He's next over, bowling outside the off stump to Cameron Green, who drives to point. I'll just say that anytime you travel to a different country, you meet different bacteria, different bugs, different ways of preparing food. It's going to happen to anybody anywhere. So you buy the ticket, you take the ride.
Very true. And I heard the local knowledge was having the raw onion before the meal to line the stomach with a little bit of mint, and it wasn't heated.
Well, nobody told me that. Nobody told me that. Here goes Shaheen down the leg side, and it's fumbled away by Mohammad Rizwan. They'll get through for a bye. 5 for 349. I will say that when we mentioned the area we were going for dinner, Buzzard Khan, who you're working with, said you guys will probably need some tablets before and after that. And we didn't listen to that.
He did mention that.
He was spot on.
Yeah. But I also heard the natural remedy as well, the raw onion. And
well, look, I've heard a lot of theories. You know, people here are very deathly terrified of drinking cold soft drinks while you're eating. That'll kill you, apparently. So I'm not sure quite how much credence I give to the onion theory. Nonetheless.
But you're right, it's very warm out there.
Yep.
And Khawaja must be feeling the pinch here.
Absolutely. Shaheen goes over the wicket to Khawaja, who thinks he's got a run as he drives straight past the bowler, but mid-off gets across. Now, we've seen Khawaja bat long in the heat before, Dubai 2018, notably when it was 40-plus for that whole test match. But I remember him saying that around about the second session on that last day, he thought he was hallucinating, basically. He pretty much had heat stroke. He didn't really know what was happening out there, but he somehow was so in the zone that he batted until an hour before stumps.
Well, I think if my eyesight proves correct, he's up to about the 518-minute mark of his innings. That sound about right?
354 balls. It does sound plausible. Here goes Khawaja coming forward, driving back down the pitch to Shaheen Shafridi.
Yeah, that sounds about right, because he
came in
360 minutes yesterday, another 120 in the first session today, 480, and another, whatever it is now, nearly 30 minutes. So, yeah, that sounds right.
Half an hour after, we're on exactly 30 minutes since the break. So this has been an extraordinary vigil, and it's not like he's been flying along in scoring terms. He's up to his third highest test score.
Well, he's had to rein it back a little bit because of what's happened with the wickets starting to tumble. And one more wicket here, as I mentioned before, Pakistan will feel like they've got some ascendancy here on day 2.
Shaheen runs up to Khawaja down the leg side. Well taken by Rizwan. He stops that one, fully outstretched. Sometimes he dives without needing to, Rizwan, but that time he did need to get the full leap in. I wouldn't have necessarily used the word tumble for the wickets. Maybe in a geological sort of sense, they've eroded over time. But the Pakistanis have got 5 wickets. One of them's the night watchman. They've worked through, and Sajid Khan, I mean, he's nearly raised his 100, but got his first wicket for the day. And wasn't he like such a pumped-up celebration for all the work that he's done? He was delighted.
Yeah, he loved it because he had a tough time of it yesterday. He got attacked by the Australian openers early.
Here goes Shaheen. Bouncer to finish the over, and Khawaja drops to one knee. Rizwan drops the ball. That one did zing through. We've seen some pretty low, slow stuff, but when Shaheen really gives it everything, he can still get the ball to bounce off this pitch. So it's 5 for 349 on SEN Test Cricket. For Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Are you ready to do your part to help slow the spread of influenza? Then it's time to book in for your flu immunisation today. Immunisation is a safe and effective way to help protect you from the flu. By getting immunised, you also help to protect those too ill or too young to be vaccinated. After all, it takes a community to build immunity. So go to chemistwarehouse.com.au/flu and make your appointment today. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
SEN Test cricket. It's 5 for 349 at the National Stadium in Karachi. Sajid Khan, the off spinner, is bowling to the very tall Cameron Green, who defends away to mid-wicket. Sajid Khan 1 for 91, and he's starting his 29th over. He's done a lot of work in this series so far. Simon Katich has made way. Peter Lalor is joining me. Sajid gives it some flight, and Green has a little skip. Comes down the wicket, flips away to mid-on.
Well, good start for Pakistan after lunch. Australia, it's fair to say, have lost their head. LBW, tried to review. It was umpire's call. Looked plumb from here.
Sajid, bit of flight on the leg stump, and Green turns it away. Khawaja's in trouble. He has to dive back at the non-striker's end, and the throw hits the stumps. Green was never interested in a run there. He just put the big hand up. Khawaja was already halfway down as that ball was flicked straight to square leg. Never a single in it. And Green is just looking bemusedly back down the wicket at Khawaja, who was just off to the races, and he had to dive back in on that harsh, abrasive strip next to the pitch.
Ooh.
Might have done himself some damage there, and the throw was awful once again. Sajid. Khawaja would have been home either way, but it was very wide of the stumps.
Now, yes, he's getting a bit of attention there. I think the ball's actually hit him as he's taken the dive. Let me see. Oh, no.
It's just missed him.
Just missed him. Okay. But he doesn't like that. He's a man who takes care of his appearance. Simon Katich is quite elegant when in the commentary position, but as you recall, he's one of the dirtiest cricketers of all time.
Yeah.
Often covered in dust and grit and grime. Khawaja likes to cut a cleaner, has a cleaner cut of cloth, Jeffrey. Anyway, he seems to have survived. The look on Green's face was like, "What are you doing, mate? There's no run in this."
Back you go.
And it's really unlike Khawaja to take a sharp single, to be honest.
Not a big fan of them, as we recall from the World Cup when he ran out Glenn Maxwell. Green defends down towards mid-off.
You'll have heard from my there that one just kept a little low. And when you're as high as Green, it's a long reach down to dig it out from under your ankles.
Well, he does have those long arms that can get the bat down there. Sajid Khan bowls to him, and Green defends, but he is a truly enormous human being. I mean, I'm not a small person, but when he passes by, and then you watch him from here, it looks like someone strapped a cricket bat to a fridge. He's just so broad and so high as he gets forward in defence.
Well, this is fascinating for him, isn't it? He's 22 years old. What is he in his 11th Test match? Spent most of his life playing at home. Still needs a note from his mother to leave home.
And on he goes. It's 5 for 349 after 125 overs.
Lining up for the Drinkwise at home stakes. It's a wide open field. Corn chips and salsa is popular with the punters. The six-pack before the quaddie was an early scratching. There's no love for passed out on the back lawn today. And drifting further as red wine spills on the couch. But the market mover and clear favourite is Have a Water Between Drinks. The fans are embracing this horse from the Drinkwise stable.
Be a winner at home watching the races. Remember, you won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
5 for 349 in Karachi for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. This is SEN Test Cricket. Geoff Lemon and Peter Lalor with you, watching Usman Khawaja putting together an epic. He's had a few of them in his career before today, but this is shaping up to be, I wonder if it'd be close to being the longest already. It would have to be rivaling Dubai when he batted about 4 sessions from memory in that particular innings.
He likes it hot, doesn't he? Likes those long innings in these tough conditions. It's not that far from here, Dubai, as we were saying before the break.
No, just over the water. Fair bit warmer over there. Start of a new over. Hassan Ali replacing Shaheen, and he bowls 2 full, and Khawaja clips him nicely out to deep backward square leg for a single. That'll bring up 350 for Australia for the cost of 5 wickets. One of those is the night watchman Nathan Lyons, so they're doing all right. The Australians, they've got Khawaja and Green out there. Polar opposites in terms of their innings. Green just beginning on 1, Khawaja on 158. and creeping up towards his highest Test score. He's got a 171 and a 174. The only two highest scores for him in Test cricket.
We were saying, Cameron Green, this is a great experience to play some cricket outside of his country. Young man.
Well outside of his comfort zone as well. Here comes Hassan Ali. Outside edge from Green. That was a good delivery. It surprised the tall man. He'll pick up 4 runs, but that was not a controlled stroke. It went along the ground between a couple of slips. 5 for 354.
Well, it's not quite the inverse of the young Sachin Tendulkar making that famous century in Perth. You'll remember exactly the year, Jeffrey.
88, I think.
88, but you know, Sachin Tendulkar coming from the low, slow wickets of the subcontinent to the bounce of Perth. Here we have Cameron Green coming from the bounce of Perth to the low, slow wickets of the subcontinent. And
88 or 92, maybe it was 92. Outside the off stump, Green leaves alone.
Brilliant innings.
Yeah.
When he looked like a member of the Jackson 5, he had that throw.
And he was just playing the cut shot all day. He was arching his back and lifting him over point.
So he used his relative lack of height to his advantage in that innings. Green's height is a disadvantage in this innings. As we said, you know, he's got that he looks like he's using a kid's bat. So it doesn't quite get down to his ankles when he's up straight.
Here comes Hassan Ali. Steaming in, bowling outside off, and Green's happy to leave.
Hassan Ali is generating some good heat from the university end, about 137 Ks. I was calling it the university end all day yesterday, assuming that there was a university out there. But as I actually got a little bit more elevated later in the evening when I was doing a few things, I noticed that's the university just there, just to the left of the scoreboard. You can see that writing there.
Right.
It says university, that writing, Jeff.
That's a giveaway.
It tends to be.
Either that or it's a trap.
Yeah.
Here comes Hassan, bowling to Green, who does play a stroke at this time, drives it just to the right of extra cover, gets through for a single, takes his score on to 6. Australia 5 for 355. The number of wickets that Dennis Lilly took in his career, 355.
Well done. Another man from Western Australia, where Cameron Green hails.
From whence he comes. And I suppose that might help Cameron Green, because it is often 40 plus in WA in the summer, and they do play cricket in that temperature. So maybe he's accustomed to this. Maybe this is just like it is a bit of the Fremantle doctor with the sea breeze, the Karachi medic coming in.
It's not that hot. It's only about 35 degrees.
I think it's not that hot if you're in the shade with the breeze blowing, but it's pretty hot if you're out there bowling or batting. Khawaja waits for Hassan Ali and defends to short mid-wicket. They've got a man very close in there. And there will be no run. That is the end of the over, Peter. 126 of them gone. It's 5 for 355.
Lining up for the Drinkwise at home stakes. It's a wide open field. Corn chips and salsa is popular with the punters. A 6-pack before the quaddie was an early scratching. There's no love for passed out on the back lawn today. And drifting further as red wine spills on the couch. But the market mover and clear favourite is Have a Water Between Drinks. The fans are embracing this horse from the Drinkwise stable.
Be a winner at home watching the races. Remember, you won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
5 for 355 in Karachi. The broadcast brought to you by Tyre Power. You can save $100 on Cooper four-wheel drive tyres if you contact them. And we've got Sajid Khan, who wouldn't mind a few savings himself. He's been pretty expensive thus far in the innings. He's bowling to Cameron Green, off spin over the wicket, and Green uses that long reach of his front leg to stretch forward and smother the spin.
So Sajid Khan's got 1 for 91 in what is his 30th over.
Here he goes again, a bit more flight, drops short of Green, but he's able to get the middle of the bat to it, turn it to square leg. No run, that's more like it, a bit of dip.
Back to things meteorological. It's just got up to 36 degrees.
Okay.
And I'm just looking at my little weather app here on my device. Hang on a minute.
Sajid bowls flat to Green, who backs away and thinks about a single as he pushes to cover, but won't take it.
And I can reveal to you, Jeffrey, that sunny conditions are expected around 2 p.m.
Okay, good to know.
Good to know, isn't it, really?
Well, it's 1:21 and there's literally not a cloud in the sky. So if it got cloudy in the next 40 minutes, I think something remarkable would have happened. Here is Sajid Khan to Green, who defends from the crease, and there'll be no run there.
Crowd building up there at square leg. That's quite a pack formed. since the lunchtime interval.
Yeah, it does tend to be more of an afternoon crowd from what we've seen at the couple of test matches so far. Not a lot of people keen on the 10 a.m. start. They stream in after the lunch break.
And from what I can see here, it's actually filled out quite a bit. You were estimating under 10 in the first session.
I thought 6 to 8, and I think we might be more like 15 now as Green plays across the line and drives to mid-on. Can't get a run.
I reckon, 12, 15 now?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Certainly with the noise of 30 as Green gets a little inside edge coming forward to Sajid and squeezes the ball away on the onside. Can't get a run, so he remains on 6. Khawaja on 158 after 127 overs. It is 5 for 355.
It's season 6 of the NAB AFL Women's Competition, and the 2022 AFLW Record Season Guide is a must-have. It includes stats and records since the comp began in 2017, details of all 14 clubs, team lists and fixtures, plus analysis of the season ahead. Can the Brisbane Lions defend their 2021 title, or will Melbourne replicate the success of their AFL team? The 2022 AFLW Record Season Guide. Digital edition available via sen.com.au and the SEN app, thanks to 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Test cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. Your trusted tyre experts. It's 5 for 355. Pakistan will be becoming tired experts, or experts on being tired. It's been a long couple of days so far in the sun, and they're only halfway through this Australian batting.
Hottest 2 hours of the day, Jeffrey.
Here comes Hassan Ali outside the off stump. Khawaja reaches for it, punches a single, and sort of hangs the bat out there, and somewhat unusual. He doesn't always go for those wider balls, but he was happy to on this occasion. Not expecting any sort of deviation off the pitch from the seamer with his older ball.
Well, I saw him say in the press conference after play yesterday that there was considerable reverse out the middle. We could see it when we were sitting up here in the afternoon session, but I didn't think there was that much, but I didn't have a bat in my hand and I wasn't facing it at about 135 k's an hour.
Yeah, I think the really visible reverse, when it's doing that, I mean, that's when it's almost unplayable.
But that's out of the hand, tends to be, doesn't it? Whereas this might have been just dipping late, I think.
Hassan bowls to Cameron Green, who just checks a little push towards cover and gets a run. 5 for 357. So when it's just doing that little bit, that can make it much harder to face than it looks. Is what I've been told by people who face it.
Well, it tends to be. I think the experts tell me that when it comes out of your hand. I think listeners can probably hear in our microphones there that the Karachi doctor is coming in, isn't it? That sea breeze gets stronger in the afternoon, and we're told that contributes to the swing, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. If they can hang the ball in that breeze and let the breeze do its work as it comes across the pitch, which it does. Hassan Ali bowls full to Khawaja, whips it nicely, but it's well stopped at short mid-wicket, at least half stopped, and the regulation mid-wicket tidies up. So they've got a packed onside, so Hassan Ali can really target the pads and the boots of Khawaja.
I'm now forced to protect my microphone, like you do with your phone in the wind, or when you're whispering to your bookie in the back of your classroom so nobody hears you. Shouldn't say bookie at the cricket, should I?
Hassan Ali bowls to Khawaja, who defends. I'm just wondering why you had one in the classroom. That's very ahead of your age.
Oh, no, but I've kept a close eye on the behaviour of my children, or the misbehaviour of my children.
5 to 1 on your son getting kicked out of class by lunchtime.
No, he's a very well-behaved young man, Harry. Not like his father. The bane of school teachers in Bendigo. I am sorry if any of them are listening.
Yeah, likewise, I should tender an apology too. Hassan Ali targets the pads, turned away to square leg. No run. Well, I'd apologise to most of them. I wouldn't apologise to some of them.
No.
You know who you are.
And my English teacher, Leila Howland, she is still in Bendigo. Maybe she's listening. Leila, if you're out there, thank you. I call myself an award-winning journalist, but the only award I ever won was Most Improved in English, Year 2B.
Testament
Full
to her
disclosure.
hard work.
Yeah.
One ball to come in the over. Hassan Ali around the wicket again, fires in full, and Khawaja gets the toe of the bat down on it. And then turns around to find the ball. He doesn't know where it's gone, but it's gone back up the pitch rather than behind the wicket. So Khawaja still there. The vigil continues. He's got 159. Cameron Green's got 7. Australia 5 for 357.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
There's one wheel that affects the performance of all the other wheels on your car, the steering wheel. And if your steering is out of alignment, it affects handling and vehicle stability. Poor steering alignment also causes rapid and uneven tyre wear. If you feel your vehicle pulling in one direction on a straight road, head to your nearest Tyre Power store and get your alignment checked and adjusted as soon as possible.
Get the power!
Easy does it for this pair since joining. They've added 10 across 8 overs. So Pakistan got the squeeze on here. Sajid Khan bowling to Cameron Green on 7, going back and defending into the onside no run. Adam Collins replacing Geoff Lemon in the commentary chair. Here still with Pete Lalor. Our coverage for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. Sajid bowling with a slip and a short leg here to Green. It gets forward, shimmies forward before defending towards mid-wicket. G'day, Pete.
G'day, Adam. How do you assess today's play from an Australian point of view? What's it? A couple of wickets lost, only one batter really, and Tailender did well.
Sajid bowls, flights it up. Green goes back, rides the bounce, deflects into short leg, no run. Yes, it's in a situation now where they can't quite tee off. Like, it's not safe enough to really put the foot down. Green facing up to Sajid, going back, chopping down harder, ends up with first slip. Trying to cut close to his body, doesn't quite get it where he wants to go.
So what, the 2 for 106 in the day's play for Australia?
Yeah, it feels like...
And one of those is a night watchman.
That's true, and there's no doubting the strong position they're in. Facing up is Green, well down the track before defending Sajid. The bowler has to work in his follow-through. I suppose if Head was still there, remembering that Head struck 5 boundaries in his 23 and looked like he was going to be really dangerous. If he's there with Khawaja, remembering that Khawaja's only added 5 runs since lunch. Sajid to Green, pushing down towards long off, mid-off rather, no single there, end of the over. We'll return to that. The score 5 for 357. Khawaja 159, Green 7. Our coverage for Henley Holmes. Build with confidence, henley.com.au.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
There's one wheel that affects the performance of all the other wheels on your car, the steering wheel. And if your steering is out of alignment, it affects handling and vehicle stability. Poor steering alignment also causes rapid and uneven tyre wear. If you feel your vehicle pulling in one direction on a straight road, head to your nearest Tyre Power store and get your alignment checked and adjusted as soon as possible.
Get the power!
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Save $100 on Cooper 4-wheel drive tyres. Yes, Usman Khawaja's made 32 runs today in 39 overs, so he's not really taken the initiative in terms of transferring pressure back onto the tiring Pakistani bowlers. He's just trying to absorb the pressure as best he can. And it was tough immediately after lunch. Shaheen Sharafridi had that ball reversing and it was a real threat. So he had a job to do there just to get Australia through the bowling rotations. Another one here, Hassan Ali, University end to Khawaja, over pitches, but can't get it through the man at cover.
No, well, even with him going at that pace, they were going at over 4 runs and over when Nathan Lyon was out there, and when the ball was fresher. It's suffering a little bit now. Look, let's not underestimate Cameron Green. These are foreign conditions to him, but he's a lad who's been going at an average about 50 since he had that little tweak late in the Ashes.
Yep.
So got those 2, was it 57s in Melbourne and in Sydney and Hobart?
Round the wicket, Hassan Ali to Khawaja, tries to thread it through cover again, but can't beat Mohammad Ali, working around from mid-off.
But you are right, look, the run rate's 2 and over. This is what Pat Cummins spoke about again before play.
And had Head still been there, my point was that maybe they could look to really put the foot down in this middle session. But in the absence of that, with Green still finding his way and Khawaja batting conservatively, it does remind me a little bit of Pakistan's first innings at Rawalpindi last week. They didn't pull out until deep into the final session on day 2. Hassan bowls and Khawaja takes a quick single just to the right of cover point. He moves to 160. It's 5 for 358.
Yeah, well,
I don't expect, just to finish that point, I don't expect Australia would be inclined to declare any time before, say, like 450 to pick a figure. That's a long way from here at this run rate.
No. But what are we? One and a half days into this test match. Yeah, they would like to be going at a faster pace, obviously. There was that bizarre declaration in some ways by Pakistan in Pindi, where they were 4 down but didn't really accelerate before the declaration. I hope, wait and see what happens here.
Yeah, I doubt Australia will make the same mistake. Hassan with a 5-4 field to green. Full, straight and pushed out towards mid-off. No single. Yes, the run rate through the innings is at 2.76 and it has fluctuated, as you say. They've gone harder at the newer ball and wound back a couple of gears against the older ball, the softer ball, which is harder to punch quite as hard. So that's been a factor throughout. But yes, just sort of mapping this out, they're going to have to take 20 wickets.
Yeah. Another 100 runs is scoreboard pressure, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. 5 for 358 the score. Green should add at least 2 to that. He's clipped it behind square. Oh, kept him by a foot. You don't see that too often in the modern game. Sajid Khan, instead of putting his left hand down, used his left boot. Ooh. That's a throwback. 5 for 360, Green up to 9.
Well, it's a throwback to Usman Khawaja in the last test. It's the last time I saw that. But you're absolutely correct. You do not see that old-fashioned fielding anymore. But I don't know why not. A lot of these players are as good with their feet as their hands. See them playing soccer in the warm-up.
It would have been embarrassing had it gone over his boot, though. In any case, it's back to Green. 1 ball left in the 130th over. Hassan Ali over the wicket. And Green defends back down the pitch. Hassan Ali using his feet to kick it up to himself in his follow-through. End of the over. Khawaja 160, Green 9. Our coverage for Henley Homes, build with confidence, henley.com.au. Australia 5 for 360.
At Kennards Hire, we only hire people who've taken the Ken Oath. By taking it, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath, it's a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage. The Ken Oath means you'll never miss smoko or beer o'clock. So if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
Kennards make your job easy.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. Your trusted tyre expert, Sajid Khan, has bowled unchanged since lunch from our pavilion end. Back at Khawaja, he's 160 from 367 deliveries. 2 slips in position, wide of the crease and past the outside edge. That might have just hit the edge of that crack. It did plenty. And Khawaja presented the blade. Not a lot of footwork. That took off into the gloves of Rizwan. Nice way to start the over for the off-spinner.
And that's the key difference between here and Pindi. There's a little bit more in this pitch, or at least we hope there is.
Sajid bowls, Khawaja. Bowled! Sajid's done it. Khawaja's long stay at the crease ends with his off-stump bent back. Sajid Khan has threatened to do that a number of times since lunch with the one that goes on with the arm. And after going past the outside edge, he's a bit too quick there for Khawaja, who is playing from the crease, not a lot of footwork, and he's gone for a brilliant 160. Australia 6 for 360. And that's the second wicket in the session. Pete Lalor, Khawaja trudging off, couldn't quite get the tempo up in this middle session. Drinks are on the field. They'll take the drink at the fall of the wicket, but it does not detract at all from what's been a magnificent hand at a ground that means so much to him.
Well, I'm standing up to watch Usman Khawaja make his way slowly off this ground. 160 runs to his name. He'll be very proud of that. He raises his back to the crowd. It's a lot of love for him. As Adam Collins reaches for his camera, multimedia talent.
Yes.
Passes Alex Carey on the way through, and he's about to walk back under our commentary position, and just listen to the crowd calling his name. And they stopped right on cue.
Yeah, there was a lot of respect for the work of Usman Khawaja throughout the course of that long stay in the middle. They take drinks with the score at 6 for 360. We'll take a break as well on SEN Test Cricket with Usman Khawaja gone for 160, bowled by Sajid Khan.
Tyre Power's store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of big brands like Kumho tyres. Right now at Tyre Power, you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Plus many more super savings store-wide at Tyre Power. CanStar Blues Customer Satisfaction Award winner again. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Australia losing 2 wickets in this session with the score on 347 and 360. And Pete Lalor, the conversation we were having at the start of this middle stanza was, well, how will Australia set this up so they might get an opportunity later in the day to maybe declare? Now, different story. Carey yet to score under some pressure. Green is doing it tough, 9 off 36 balls. They need to consolidate and push Australia beyond 400.
Yes, 450 is looking a lot further away than it was when we were speaking that last over. Usman Khawaja wanders off just short of his career highest score, which is 174 against New Zealand in Brisbane. 2015 conditions, stark contrast to these, but that is a magnificent innings across almost 9 hours, I guess, Adam. I can't quite see how many minutes he's batted, but that's one that'll stand out in his career.
15 fours and a 6 for Khawaja. Replaced by another left-hander in Alex Carey. Sajid Khan, he's been excellent since lunch, bowling unchanged from our broadcast end. He's going to have 3 catches around the bat, 2 slips and a silly point. So Barber, Fawad Alam and Abdullah Shafiq respectively. And the crowd are very much involved now. They realise this game has changed direction somewhat. And if they can continue the way they've gone in the last hour, the third hour of the day, they might be in a position to knock Australia over by T. 1 more wicket and they're into the bowlers, that's for sure.
It was a very clever bit of bowling there from Sajid Khan. A little bit more pace on it. I'd like to see a replay of that and see if it caught one of those cracks. I hope it did.
Sajid delivers. Carey's first ball. He's well forward in defence.
Smothers that one. Doesn't give it any chance to do anything.
And I like the fact that they got a silly point straight away. They were a bit conservative when Green walked out, but they're going on the attack here. 3 catching men on the offside. Sajid bowls. Carey lap sweeps. Gets it down towards deep backward square. Indeed to fine leg, which is where it's collected. Norman Ali wheeling around out in the deep. Carey off the mark with a couple. 6 for 362 the score. That's a shot that Carey likes to play.
Yeah, clever shot too. In Pakistan have put those fielders on the offside for the outside edge, and he's just turned them around his legs for an easy 2. Watching a replay of Usman Khawaja walking off.
Sajid bowls reverse sweep from Carey. Straight to point, quick single taken. They get through. Green to the danger end, but he was backing up well. Green 3 from 3, looking to immediately whip out his white ball repertoire. 6 for 363 the score. Sajid gives Carey a smile. He doesn't mind that at all.
No, he wouldn't mind that at all. But some pretty creative batting from Alex Carey. Isn't taking time to get his eye in, just wants to keep moving, break and unsettle the field, unsettle the bowlers' lines. Good on him.
So for Green, they've got a deep mid wicket, a long on. No sweeper on the offside. Just 3 men on the offside. Sajid bowls. Green dances and drives, and Sajid does well moving to his left, saving a run that would have been there towards mid-off. The end of a successful over. 6 for 363 the score. Carey on 3, Green on 9. SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Save $100 on Cooper 4-wheel drive tyres.
Want the biggest brands at the lowest prices? Then head to Chemist Warehouse today and save on big brands like Codral Active Relief Sore Throat 20 lozenges, $5.99. Always be prepared with Panadol Rapid 40 caplets, $6.99. Betadine ready-to-use sore throat gargle 120ml, $8.99. And fight allergies with Rhinocort Hay Fever and Allergy Extra Strength 240 doses, $29.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
Test cricket, a change in the summariser position. Bharat Sunderesan replacing Peter Lalor. With this game in an interesting position, it feels like it's about to speed up. You discussed it yesterday, Bharat, that in this part of the world, Test matches can drift and drift and drift and then going fast forward. That's what we might be seeing here. Hassan Ali bowling his 21st over, around the wicket to Carey, beating him outside the off stump. There's an appeal from Hassan. He thinks he's feathered it through to the gloves of the wicketkeeper. They've got to review up their sleeve.
Yeah, looks like they're already celebrating. Or was it just mock celebration?
I mean, it's quite an odd thing to do for the wicketkeeper to go up and hug the bowler when they're not reviewing.
No, actually, Hassan Ali just received a kick on his backside from his captain for appealing for that one. I think it was just Mohammad Rizwan making sure everybody knew that Hassan Ali had gotten too excited over nothing.
That's unlike Hassan Ali. A real character around the global game. He's got a slip in a gully. Hassan around the wicket, bowls to Carey, the new man. Digs this out towards cover, no run. So he's 3, Green's 9.
It was honestly the first time I've seen a captain actually kick a bowler up his backside. You know, they use it very figuratively all the time. But yeah, like I said, Colo, wickets can fall in a hurry in this part of the world, and Sajid Khan has redeemed himself the way he's bowled today.
Yeah, it's been an excellent spell after lunch. Lots of variety. It's Hassan here with his fast medium in the old-fashioned vernacular, defended out to the offside by Carey. You don't hear that so often anymore, do you? Right arm fast medium, but that's what Hassan Ali is. Yeah, the Sajid Khan delivery, we just saw the graphic on television. The ball before it was a fraction fuller and beat Khawaja outside the off stump. That turned plenty. The second ball was a bit shorter, and I wonder whether it might have just caught the crack.
Yeah.
And thus it didn't turn as much. Still went past the edge, but instead of going beyond the bat, it crashed into Khawaja's off stump. Hassan Ali delivers here, and Carey shoulders arms.
Yeah, I think the wicket was set up by the previous delivery, and it's often, in fact, it happens so regularly in this part of the world where the ball that turns a lot sets up the next delivery, where the batter plays for that spin and often ends up playing for the spin in his head and ends up getting an edge or maybe not covering the line enough, the ball that goes straight up.
And he did flirt with danger in that area through the innings, Khawaja. Hassan bowls and Carey defends out towards mid-wicket, no run. And by that I mean he often would expose his stumps, but he was at such ease that it didn't seem to matter an awful lot. But yeah, since lunch, Sajid's been more of a threat, bowling quicker through the air and generating more spin too.
And that's been one criticism about Sajid Khan during this series, that he's been too slow, which is not always a bad thing, but it helps if you have variety with your trajectory. The problem with him has been, like a very classical off spinner, he's been too slow, where he's allowed the Australian batters to use their feet and hit him off his length.
Hassan Ali, right arm over to finish, bowling to Carey. That's well played in defence out towards mid-off. End of the over, 132 gone in Australia's first innings. There's 6 for 363. Green on 9, Carey on 3. SEN Test Cricket for tyre power. Save $100 on Cooper 4-wheel drive tyres. There'll be a change of commentary after the break. Geoff Lemon replacing me.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat, with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
Premier Racing's Peter Zabiris spoke to us about the differences between drag racing and supercars.
You're used to a race lasting 3.89 seconds. How did you go with 300 kilometres?
It was different. I kept on saying to myself, can't these guys find the finish line? They just keep driving around.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
6 for 363 at Rawalpindi. Sajid Khan coming in to bowl to Green, who comes forward and defends. Every time we go to a break, what we get in our headphones is this sort of rock and roll drum solo. And Bharat Sunderesan used to be a drummer in a metal band.
Yeah.
He really lays into it as he air drums along every ad break. So I hope you can have that image if you're listening in out there every time we reach the end of an over. Cameron Green stretching forward once again and defending simply back down the pitch.
Yeah, and he finished with a bang on the cymbal. Yeah, that's important,
Yeah, you're hitting the hi-hats in the first part and then really get down into the toms after the halfway mark as Green comes down the wicket and drives down the ground to long on. Shaheen Shafreedi manages to pick that one up without anything going wrong. He's had one of those days in the field.
Yeah,
and the score goes on to 6 for 364. Green into double figures. He's got 10 off 40.
What a moment, though, there was for Usman Khawaja as he walked off. People are roaring, Khawaja, Khawaja. To do that as an opposition player.
Yeah.
All said and done. Yeah, I mean, this is his motherland, this is where he was born. But still, as an opposition player, to receive that reception. 2
slips for Sajid Khan and a silly mid-off for the left-handed Carey. A genuine slip cordon as Carey stretches forward and defends. You don't often see a spinner with a line like this, all waiting for a catch on the offside. Sajid gives it some flight. Carey drives nicely just to the right of Shaheen at mid-off and goes through for a single. 6 for 365. The thing that summed it up for me was watching a Pakistani spectator nearby. As the wicket fell, both arms in the air, let out a roar of celebration. They've taken the wicket, yes! And then immediately got up and ran down to the railing and applauded Khawaja all the way off the field, all the way until he walked into the dressing room. Like, when do you see someone so rapt to get the wicket and then so appreciative of the player who's got out?
Says a lot about Khawaja, really, and how he's won over Pakistan.
Sajid Khan finish off the over on the leg stump as he comes around the wicket to Green, to a right-hander, which is interesting for an off-spinner. He ends the over in nondescript style. Green on 10, Carey on 4. It is 6 for 365.
Tyre Power's store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of big brands like Kumho tyres. Right now at Tyre Power, you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Plus many more super savings store-wide at Tyre Power. Canstar Blues Customer Satisfaction Award winner again. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
6 for 365. 1 run for every day in a standard year so far, the Australians. Green and Carey in the middle, both relatively new to the crease. Well, Green's been out there for a while, but hasn't scored many. And this is something he's done quite a lot in his career so far. He's played very slowly at the start, which sometimes works. Sometimes it seems to leave him becalmed. It's like he doesn't know how to score, where to score next.
Yeah, it's very different to the Cameron Green you see in Shield cricket, who's so free-flowing from the moment he walks out to bat. And we saw it through the Ashes. I think there was one innings at the SCG where he started fluently and managed to maintain that rhythm, that tempo. Otherwise, you're right, Geoff. He seems to get stuck after a point.
Now, it's like he thinks, I'm playing Test cricket, so I must be very serious, very defensive, show great application, and not actually score runs. Fahim Ashraf will come into the attack. The seamer, he's bowled really well so far in this match. Right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Carey, who defends just outside the line of the off stump. And Fahim Ashraf has been very important for Pakistan. The catch that he took, the wicket of Warner, knocked over Nathan Lyon. He's really toiled.
At the moment, of course, with spin at one end and obviously some reverse swing and some seam ball.
So it's getting a bit of Mike Hazeman hacking into our feed there.
Well, it's South Australian voices everywhere.
I didn't realise he had the technical expertise. Fahim Ashraf, back of a length in at the ribs of Carey, who stands up and defends back down the pitch. No run on that occasion.
Yeah, well, we say it pretty much every time Alex Carey gets a go in Test cricket. An important innings again. For him, the scene is set. This is what he was picked for. Someone who can come and attack. And if Australia are in a good position, give them that sixth gear almost and press forward.
Someone you've watched an awful lot of in South Australia, Bharat, following the Shield team and their fortunes. The Adelaide Strikers over there. Fahim bowls on the leg stump of Carey, who turns it to mid-wicket. Doesn't know where the ball's gone for a minute, and he almost sets off for a run, but it's gone straight to short mid-wicket. So that would have been a bad idea. In the end, he goes back.
Yeah, he hasn't played an awful lot of Shield cricket in the last 3 or 4 seasons because he's been an integral part of Australia's white ball setup. And it's funny, ever since he was nominated as the next in line, after Tim Payne became captain or even took over the gloves, he hasn't played much red ball cricket.
Fahim runs in to bowl to Carey, who's again thinking of a run, taking 2 steps down the pitch as he works the ball to point, but again, can't get past the field. And it does seem to be the fate that befalls successful white ball players particularly, is that they almost never get the chance to play the Shield, because Australia will have white ball tours in October or November. They'll have white ball tours in February or March, and that's when the Sheffield Shield is being played these days.
Yeah, and if not in the last couple of years, he's been part of the Australian team bubble as the reserve wicket keeper.
Yeah, he's impressed greatly in 50-over cricket. Hasn't really been convincing in Test cricket thus far. Comes forward and drives a full ball off the outside edge along the ground behind point. Can't get past Hassan Ali.
Yeah,
there's no run.
If anything, it's been the manner of some dismissals, even during the Ashes, when it looked like he'd done the hard work. The stage was set for him to get a biggish score, and it's been a soft dismissal, almost a loose shot, an uncalled for sweep.
Fahim Ashraf to finish off the over to Carey, who works the ball off his hip just in front of square leg, and once again cannot get through the field. So Carey remains on 4. He's faced 17 deliveries. Cameron Green on 10. Australia 6 for 365.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App Stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sports.
Next to win, and he's done it! That is a remarkable save. Very elegant from instead of eyes. It's going to be the crowning moment.
Listen to any SEN show from around Australia and New Zealand.
Gary Lane and Tim Watson. This is Trackside. Tim Gossage.
Bears and Izzy for breakfast.
Bensley.
Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
6 for 365 SEN Test cricket. Geoff Lemon with Bharat Sunderesan, a South Australian expert. We're talking about Alex Carey. And I wonder, Bharat, if the same thing applies to Carey as applies to Joss Buttler sometimes. You, as a writer, you describe it as the tyranny of the blank page, which means that when you have complete freedom to do whatever you want, you get stuck. You're not sure what you should do. And it seems like that with Carey and with players like Buttler sometimes, who are naturally attacking players. When they come out in a white ball game, they know what the script is. They know what the requirement is, what sort of run rate they need to go at, how long they've got to go. It's constrained, and that makes it more manageable. With Green shovels away Sajid Khan's off break to mid-on and can't get through. When you come out in a test innings, you could play in 100 different ways. You could approach this innings in so many different styles. And maybe that it's the tyranny of choice. Maybe having so many options makes it paralysing to know which one to take, as Green drives a single down to long on. Shaheen Fields. Green goes to 11. Australia 6 for 366.
Yeah, and you know what? Well, you hit the nail on the head, and the same can be said about Cameron Green as well. He has all the shots, and we've seen him look comfortable against pace, against spin. He can clear the boundary as well at ease. But yeah, they just seem to get stuck in this whole idea of playing like a test batter.
Sajid bowls to Carey, who comes forward and defends. With Green, he only has one mode, really. Or he only uses one mode in test matches. With Carey, it's like sometimes he does all kinds of different things. Sometimes he'll be ultra-attacking and get out, rushing down the wicket or something. Sometimes he'll just try to grind away. As he comes forward and defends Sajid again, the bowler picks up.
Yeah, exactly. And, MS Dhoni struggled with it in his early days as a test cricketer as well. Like you said, they're the kind of cricketers who come back to it.
Sajid with the cordon in place for Carey, who drives nicely to cover. In fact, it gets through cover, but Carey won't get a run as Imam ul-Haq fumbled that ball between his legs, but was able to get back and tidy up.
The kind of batters who like an equation already being set for them, like you said.
Sajid finish off the over, and Carey goes big down the ground. He's had a hefty swing at that, and it bounces over the boundary rope. Dead straight, just to the onside of straight. It's cleared the rope, Bharat.
It hit the boundary
on the full.
Cushions on the full, so that should be 6.
So the umpire's just waiting for a call from the third umpire. But it seems that ball did. Oh, no, it's just bounced inside.
Oh, I was wrong. No wonder Aleem Dar wasn't looking at my signal and following it.
Yeah, I thought, just the vibe said 4. But in the end, 4 is enough. So it's 6 for 370 after 135 overs.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
The friend's gone down to help out, and they've all been caught in this rip, and they've been out there for a while, and it jumped on either leg, and I started to sort of paddle lateral to the rip, because you never paddle against the rip. And then all of a sudden the chopper was flying over to the top. Okay, we don't need to get in, we just need to bide our time before the skidoos arrive.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
6 for 370 Australia. Alex Carey on 8 with that dancing smack down the ground. Down over long on. Bounce just inside the boundary rope. Start of a new over. It's Fahim Ashraf bowling to Cameron Green, who drives solidly past the bowler, but it's stopped by mid-off when Noman Ali comes across.
But just going back to that Alex Carey boundary, he's such a sweet striker of the ball. It's very handsy. He doesn't use his feet too much. He actually bats a lot like a wicket-keeper. And wicket-keepers love talking about batting like a wicket-keeper. Beautiful striker of the ball. And that boundary kind of tells you why people do get excited about Alex Carey. And the thought of him being successful in Test cricket.
Very handsy, you said. Not handsy Cronje.
Nah.
Here comes Fahim. He bowls on the leg stump. It's picked off by Green. He'll get a couple of runs out behind square leg. Turns. A lumbering U-turn. He's thinking about a third even, but won't get it as the long throw comes in from out there. Is that Azhar Ali patrolling the rope?
Yeah.
They're making the old man do the work. He's 37, Azhar Ali.
Another thing that Sajid Khan's been getting Azhar Ali to do, and the reason I think he got Khawaja out, is over after over, he would toss his hat at Azhar Ali, miss him, and then Azhar Ali would have to pick it up from the square, dust it, and stick it behind his back. And in the over before he got Khawaja out, he decided not to do that, handed it to Shaheen Afridi, who tossed it to Azhar Ali, and his luck changed.
I see.
You see, nothing to do with the bowling.
Don't throw your hat on the ground.
Yep.
Make sure you touch the flag on the way out. Don't throw your hat on the ground. These are the superstitions.
Yeah, and don't get the veteran to dust your hat off.
Okay. Green on 13. Australia 6 for 372. They've been batting for the best part of a couple of days now. We're getting deeper into the game. We started at 10 a.m. We're coming up to 2 p.m. Another 40 minutes in this session. Fahim bowls on the leg stump, and Green picks him off for a single. Out to Azhar Ali, who once again loses his hat. No, it's Imam out there. So Imam and Azhar are doing the tag team on the boundary. A couple of them patrolling the rope behind square leg, and both of them losing their hats every time they chase the ball. Green on 14. Australia 6 for 373.
And just coming back to Alex Carey and the comparison you made between him and Jos Buttler, the one similarity is they really don't get to play enough first-class cricket. So to get into the rhythm of long-form cricket is not easy for anyone. And especially for guys like that who are used to feeling for the ball, are used to looking for a boundary if they haven't got one after 3 or 4 balls. It is not easy to get into that rhythm, and you go from Test series to Test series without anything in between.
Fahim Ashraf will bowl around the wicket to Carey. Right arm seamer when he bowls wide, and Carey has the discipline to leave that one. The kind of ball he would normally love to chase in white ball cricket, but he leaves it well alone.
Fancy footwork from Mohammad Rizwan. He's really been tested behind the stumps. A lot of balls just bouncing in front of him. His fingers have taken a battering, so maybe he's just decided to pick the ball up with his feet, Jeffrey.
Well, if you can do that, if you have prehensile toes, then good luck to you. That opens up a world of possibilities.
We'll get to that point, don't worry.
It means you don't have to lean down to pick up your socks off the floor.
Oh,
That's a great skill to have in life, to do that with your toes. Fahim Ashraf bowls wide. This time Carey does chase, and he hits it straight to point. Laced it pretty nicely, but can't beat the field. 6 for 373.
Someone who does have the ability to do that. I didn't know there's a term for it. Thank you. I have another skill now that I didn't know.
Prehensile means that you can manipulate a part of the body like fingers. So like a monkey has a prehensile tail. It can wrap the tail around a branch or pick something up with it. An elephant has a prehensile trunk. Humans can have prehensile toes, but some humans don't. Here goes Fahim in at the rib cage of Carey, who just defends back down the pitch. So that will be the end of another over. They keep ticking by. The Australians keep surviving. Green 14. Carey on 8. It is 6 for 373, and Adam Collins will be in to join Bharat Sunderesan next.
Sports fans know there's nothing like the thrill of live sport. This summer, to get the best access to the best sporting events in Australia, talk to Ballpark Entertainment. Courtside seats at an NBL game, entertain clients at the A-League, AFLW, or a hospitality package at the Big Bash Cricket. Even money can't buy experiences like the Super Bowl. Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. Making memories. ballparkentertainment.com.au.
Green and Carey are put on 13 after coming together at 6 for 360. It's now 6 for 373. Sajid Khan bowled a fantastic spell after lunch, holding up an end, picking up both wickets, including Khawaja for 160. Delivers here to Green. He's on the front foot, pushing out towards cover.
Oh, no.
Mix-up. Sent back Carey. Not far away. So Green wanted the single. Carey did too for a moment. They decided better of it at the last possible moment. That was Fahim on the tools there at mid-off. He's been outstanding in the field. Not a man I'd be taking on.
Alex Carey, there's so much to love about him. Running between the wickets, not his greatest strength.
So they reset. 2 out on the leg side, a long on, a deep mid-wicket. 2 catching men in close. Green dancing before defending, back down the pitch. No concerns.
I blame his footy pass, Colo. He's so quick that at times he doesn't realise his partner isn't as quick as him.
Sajid delivers over the wicket. Green's forward in defence, finding the middle of the bat again. We'll be able to go round the grounds over to the Chinnaswamy when we're together, Bharat, where there's an eventful day-night test match taking place between India and Sri Lanka, the second in that series. Sajid going around the wicket here now to Green. Change of angle. Green tucks him just behind square. Well, indeed, gets it quite fine. Plays it well. There'll be 2 there. I'm happy with that. So 6 for 375 the score. Green up to 16, or is it leg byes? I think it was leg byes. So he stays on 14. So India were all out for 252 yesterday, with Shreyas Iyer top scoring with 92. But they've rolled Sri Lanka for 109 in reply in just 35.5 overs. Bumrah 5 for 24 from 10. Thanks for coming. Outstanding. Around the wicket again, Sajid. Green goes back and defends into the offside, no run. 2 for Ashwin, 2 for Shami, and 1 for Akshar Patel. Angelo Matthews, the veteran, top scoring with 43 out of 109, so they're well behind in that game. Sajid to finish. It's full and defended back down the pitch. End of the over, 6 for 375 with Green 16, Carey 8. SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes and Tyre Power with Adam Collins and Bharat Sunderesan. We were comparing the Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bangalore to Karachi yesterday. Tests going on in both cities at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, we've been waiting for this pitch to break up. Hasn't really happened. Unlike at the Chinnaswamy, but Frank Turner is what I've been reading. Incredible innings from Shreyas Iyer, though. Seen a lot of him in his younger days, coming through the ranks in Mumbai. Everybody thought he was a special talent, but he's really taken to Test cricket, and to produce a knock like that on a pitch where, short balls are landing up near your ankles is quite something. And then for Jasprit Bumrah to take a 5-er on a rank turn, just tells you why he's just best in the world.
Yeah, Shreyas Iyer, 92 from 98 with 10 4s and 4 6s. in tough conditions. So that's going to be over inside 2.5 or 3 days. The very opposite here, the National Stadium, where Australia are looking to take this deep. Fahim, his 21st over, starting here to Carey, who drives this through the covers, playing on the up, getting a good slice of it. We'll get a couple. Carey wants a third and gets it. Excellent running. He moves into double figures. He's 11. 6 for 378 the score. That was just a slap through that gap at cover towards the Muhammad brothers enclosure. Well played.
Yeah, he loves width. Alex Carey so strong through the offside that in fact he spent the last couple of years working on his onside play against both pace and spin. Any kind of width, he'll throw his hands at it and invariably times the ball very sweetly.
So for Green, they'll have a fine leg, deep backward square, catching mid-wicket. Forward square leg, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, a backward point and a gully. The one catching man behind the wicket. Fahim to him here, bowls to Green, full and straight and defended back down the pitch. Fahim has the wickets of David Warner yesterday before lunch. In the book for a second time in the first session today, knocking over Nathan Lyon for 38. You can see why they rate him so highly for him, given that he was an excellent contributor with the bat last year, takes useful wickets, bit better than medium pace as well. He gets it up into the low to mid 130s, and brilliant pair of hands as well. We saw that last night. Great snaffle to get rid of Stephen Smith on 72. He's to the crease here, bowling to Green, right arm over, Green driving, on drive to mid-on, no single.
And while I was preparing for this series, I watched a lot of YouTube interviews of a lot of these Pakistani cricketers, and I saw one of Fahim Ashraf, the sweetest man you could ever meet, talking about how he still gets very worried about sitting next to a senior player on the flight because he doesn't know what to say, what not to say, so he makes sure he's always next to his best mate, Hassan Ali.
He'd be a great kind of best mate, I reckon, Hassan Ali. Always involved in something. Fahim to the crease, bowls here to Green, clips him just out towards the square leg umpire, takes a single in 17 at 6 for 379. That wasn't too far away from sneaking through, though. Hit the inside part of the bat. Maybe that might have been some reverse swing as well.
Yeah, if you remember during the Ashes, I wrote a piece before the Sydney Test that why I thought Cameron Green would make runs in that test after having watched 12 hours of him working on just his alignment. His head was falling over. He was trying to get his front foot coming much straighter down the pitch than across his body. And that just the fact that he was able to keep that out says that it's working for him.
Fahim, 2 for 54. Around the wicket to Carey. Drives him and stops it in his follow-through. Good fielding. Yes, you were declaring 2 days out from the test this would be Cameron Green's maiden century. Not quite, but he was impressive in that second innings.
Just fell 16 runs short, didn't he? I think I'll take it.
I wonder whether they might have been tempted in playing him as a second seamer here and playing three spinners. I mean, with the benefit of hindsight, it's not been that kind of track, but in the build-up they thought it might be. Round the wicket to finish. Fahim bowls to Carey, who plays off the stumps. No footwork, but gets it out to point. Quick single, gets through easy. Carey's trying to get the board ticking over now. He's 12. He retains the strike. 6 for 380 the score. Green down the other end on 17. SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes and Tyre Power.
At Kennards Hire, we only hire people who've taken the Ken Oath. By taking it, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath, it's a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage. The Ken Oath means you'll never miss smoko or beer o'clock. So if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
Kennards make your job easy.
Just 48 runs in the session so far. Australia losing Head and Khawaja, both the Sajid Khan, for 23 and 160 respectively. So it's been the session for the home side. The first they've emphatically won in the test match so far. They can get one or two more here, though. They'll be able to get into their work with that in hand in the final session. His partnership now worth 20. Sajid to continue bowling his 35th over. He's got a slip and a silly point. There's a deep backward square. The only man out. Around the wicket to Carey. Carey's well forward defending out to cover. I noted when we were coming in that our photographer friend Iqbal Munir is here watching the test match. We caught up with him before the test match. Sajid bowling. Round the wicket to the left-handed Carey. Carving away. Can't beat point. No run. As you explained to me, he's the definitive Pakistani cricket photographer.
Yeah, I'm sure Waqar Younis will be replacing me soon. I'm sure he has his own memories of Iqbal Munir and being photographed by him.
Sajid bowls. Carey opens up the stumps, gets on the front foot, plays out towards forward alarm at mid-off, through for another quick single. So Carey looking to work the inner ring, if you like, in one-day terms and keep the board ticking over. That's the 49th run of the session, 6 for 381. Here's that collection of photographs of Imran Khan, the now Prime Minister. That extraordinary access. To think, I don't imagine that could ever happen these days, where a player would submit themselves to that kind of scrutiny, both on the field and in his living quarters as well, around the world.
Yeah, and if you remember, another thing he said about that 92 World Cup, the other book he published, was he was roommates with Salim Malik.
Yes. Green's on strike on 17. Sajid around the wicket. A leg slip now too, but this is full and on middle stump, and he pats it out to mid-off, no single. Yeah, can you imagine that, a photographer rooming with a player?
We're not even allowed to go anywhere close to the team hotels these days on most tours.
Yes, that divide up, that wall up between us through COVID and now beyond. Sajid again around the wicket. Green plays with a straight bat out towards mid-on, no single.
The closest we can come is attempts over here, a couple of Australian cricketers when they're on the other side of the partition and they're getting into the elevators.
Last ball here from Sajid. Got a slip and a leg slip. Green goes back in defence out towards mid-wicket. End of the over, 6 for 381, 139 overs gone. We'll let you go in the summariser chair, Bharat Sunderesan. We'll hear from you again after the tea break, and we'll welcome back the great Waqar Younis to see us through to tea. It's been a good session for Pakistan so far. Head leg before wicket to Sajid Khan for 23, 5 boundaries in that, and then Usman Khawaja bowled for 160. At that point it was 6 for 360, and in Khawaja's case beaten on the outside edge a couple of times by the off spinner, and then one shot through and hit the top of the off stump. He received a wonderful ovation from the Karachi crowd, batting for 4.5 sessions to start this test match, but couldn't push through to his highest test score, which is still 174, or the double 100 we were hoping for when we arrived this morning. Waqar Younis puts on the headset. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Adam. Going has been a little slow, isn't it? We haven't really seen both teams really making a move. 381 for 6. You know, I'm not really sure what Australians are thinking at the moment, because the run rate is still sort of under 3. You know, if you want to win this game, you've got to start making a move. I'm not sure what time they're thinking of declaring it.
So it's Carey on strike. Nauman Ali replaces Fahim. Left arm orthodox, reverse sweep. Doesn't beat the fielder at backward point. That's Hassan Ali. We've just detected a little bit from Alex Carey, including that reverse sweep, that he's looking to get on with it. Now that he's said he's faced 31 deliveries. They've just consolidated after losing those 2 quickish wickets in this middle session, and maybe it'll be Carey who gets the moving here, because you're right, it is drifting a little bit from an Australian perspective. Nauman to the crease, bowling with a slip and a short leg, delivers here. Carey lap sweeping, getting it 5, but there's a sweeper in that direction. He's 14 at 6 for 382 with that single.
That's the way he plays. He's a very attacking kind of a batsman, so he's going to go his own merry way, I would say. But I've heard about Green, that he's a big hitter of the ball. So far, we have not really seen him sort of flexing his muscles or trying to hit big. He's just being very conservative. 58 deliveries he's faced for 17 runs. Has been a little slow.
He's facing here and defending out to cover. You're right, he's kind of got 2 modes, Green. It's this quite conservative defensive mode that we've seen today. And then there's the guy who can plonk it over the fence at mid-wicket, which we've also seen at Test level. It's just about, I suppose, finding a middle gear. Silly point and a slip. No man bowls, and Green comes forward, defending, smothering any spin that's there.
Such a tall man, isn't it? It is very difficult for a spin bowler to find a right length, because once he decides to lunge forward, it literally gets right on top of the delivery and smothers it there and then.
No man bowls again to Green, who pushes out towards mid-on, does well in his follow-through to cut off the single. Good cricket.
He doesn't really have a big backlift. Or maybe he's just changed his backlift when he comes and plays in Test match cricket. Short backlift and try to just punch it rather than hitting the ball.
Last ball of the over, dancing Green. There he goes, big over long on. Gets plenty of that straight back over the bowler's head. Is it 4? Is it 6? No, it's gone the whole way. Umpire Raza raises his arms in the air. 6-4, 388 at the end of the over. Green moves to 23. That's the first real aggression that we've seen on SEN Test cricket for Tyre Power and for Henley Holmes as well.
So this summer, what sporting events are you excited for? AFLW? Basketball? Big Bash cricket? Racing? Soccer? To witness the biggest sporting events in Australia, Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. Ticketing, corporate suites and money can't buy experiences. Get the best access to the best sporting events with Ballpark Entertainment. Making memories. ballparkentertainment.com.au.
So Cameron Green goes big, straight back over Narman's head to end that over. Back to Carey, facing Sajid Khan. Pavilion end, Carey off the back foot, can't beat cover. You described it during the over break there as like a golf swing.
Yeah, such a big man. As we're seeing the replay here, look at the swing of the bat. I mean, you guys can't see it. I'm saying you look at it, but we can see it. It's just amazing swing.
Sajid to Carey, who defends. Back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, he's just got this follow through. You know, the big man, just when he throws his bat at ball, and he makes sure that he gives a good follow through and keep going with the shot with so much power on it. And that one went really flat and long.
Sajid to Carey, lunges forward, no run, defending back to the bowler. And it was the shimmy down the track too, wasn't it? He gave himself a chance getting to the pitch of the ball to swing through the line and absolutely thumped the advertising boards just in front of the sight screen. Low and flat, brilliant work. Carey here, almost yorked by Sajid, adjusted in the crease, played it out towards mid-off, no single.
Yeah, he made sure that he get really close to the ball, so there's no chance that the ball spins or beats outside the edge. You know, got it right on top of it. Beautiful shot.
Carey's 14 from 36. Sajid's around the wicket to the left-hander, who again brings him forward and happy to defend out to cover. Yes, if Australia do want to look at declaring later today, which I suppose will be the best case scenario if they don't get bowled out, they won't want to leave it too late either. Sajid bowls and Carey from the quicker, flatter delivery plays it into the onside, the end of the 141st over at 6 for 388. Green 23, Carey 14. So map this out for us, Waqar. The best case scenario from Australia here. Where do they try and set it up in terms of a prospective declaration later today?
Look, they got to think positive here and think of bowling tonight. That's for sure. If they bowl tonight, maybe how many overs remaining? That's we got to really have a look. How many overs remaining?
Remaining today, there are 39 overs.
39 overs. So I would say just look to bowl 15 minimum of 15. If they can bowl more, play another 15, 20 overs. We'll be a bit more positive with the average of maybe 5 or 6 runs and over, and look to get to 475, 500 if they can, and then declare and try to get a couple of wickets, because 20 wickets on this pitch is not going to be easy. You really need time in your hand, and you need your bowlers to stay fresh. So if they can pick up 2 wickets or maybe 3 if possible, things will become easier for them tomorrow.
No man, start of a new over to Carey. Plays him out towards backward point off the front foot, opening the blade at the last moment, playing with soft hands. Well, if they use 20 overs here and give themselves, as you say, around 15, maybe 17, if they go at 5 and over, that does get them up towards that 500 mark you're referring to.
Yeah, that's what I feel they should be looking at, and I'm sure they'll probably thinking on a very similar lines.
Noman bowls to Green, who comes forward again, pushing out to extra cover, no single. By contrast, if Pakistan can break up this partnership and get a look at Cummins and Stark, well, that'll be taking the declaration off the table, I suppose. Green, he's faced 64 balls for his 23. Noman bowling to him here, wide of the crease, and Carey, rather Green on the drive, missed out on the half volley.
That was a full toss. I mean, he could have put it anywhere. But he just, I think, because he's 22, he still sort of pre-plans his shots. He's got a very good defense, but when it comes to hitting the ball, he just pre-plans it.
Mid-off still up, so they're leaving that carrot for him. They're dangling it. Will he go? Hit in the previous over. Noman bowls here to Green, who does dance, and he does go straight, and he goes straight past the stumps for 4. Flat and hard and effective. That's the second time Greens came down the pitch to Noman, and on both occasions he slammed it into the sight screen. Once for 6 and this time for 4. The score moves along to 6 for 392. Carey make that Green, I should say, up to 27, and just some signs here.
He doesn't hold back, does he? You know, he just, when he comes down to the pitch, he makes sure that he gives it everything, all the power, all the energy, all the momentum. He puts it into the delivery, into the ball, and that, you know, it was hit really hard. Midon right on the boundary, had no chance to cut that. Wow.
So Midon stays up. Noman to Green, defends here, playing from the crease out to cover. No run.
It's getting interesting. You know, both these batsmen are there. They look very busy. They want to keep scoring and score quickly. And I think that's the right way to go right now.
So long off back, and so is deep backward square. Last ball of Noman's over. To Green, who goes back and slaps, but picks out cover from the back of a length delivery. End of the over. 6 for 392 the score. Green's 27. Carey is 14. And after a few further thoughts from Waqar Younis, replacing me and taking us through to tea will be Geoff Lemon.
$292 for 6. 142 overs it's been that Pakistan been in the field. It's been kind of slow going for Australians. Pakistan managed to pick up 6 wickets. It's 2.76 the run rate so far. Things are very hot here. The weather's been pretty good. It's around about 36 degrees. And Pakistan have used about 7 bowlers, and the success has only come for Fahim, who picked up 2. Sajid Khan picked up 2.
Start of a new over for Sajid Khan, who bowls around the wicket to the left-handed Carey, who defends. Good afternoon, Waqar.
Good afternoon, Geoff. How are you feeling, my man?
We're hanging in there. It's all about getting through one stint at a time, and then going for a big long sleep at the end of the day, I think. But we're getting later in the day, so when the cricket's on, it's easy to concentrate on something else. Carey comes forward and defends. I'd love to ask your opinion as a bowler about Cameron Green, because when you think of great batters, you tend to think that usually if they're short, it's helpful. You know, Tendulkar, Lara, Bradman, these kind of players, because the zone for a bowler to aim at is smaller. As Carey plays a sweep shot down towards deep backward square leg, he'll pick up a couple of runs, take the score on to 6 for 394. So you would think a really tall player is easier to bowl at because you've got a bigger, like, it's easier to hit a good length to that sort of player. Did you ever come across a proper top order bat who was something like 6'8", something like 2 meters tall?
No, to be very honest. You know, we played against West Indians who, you know, tend to be taller.
Sajid bowls, defended by Carey.
Clive Lloyd was one. I never played against him, and not many of that height. I mean, you talk about 6'2", 6'3", normal height in the West Indians, and that's Matt Hayden probably. He was what, 6'4", 6'3", 6'4".
Yep.
But nothing like 6'8". That's really tall. That's big.
Sajid bowls to Carey, defending on the forward stretch.
And especially when you're bowling on this sort of surface, it is very difficult for both, I would say, not only for the pacers but spinners also. It is very difficult to find the right length because you don't know what their reach is, you don't know what their how they approach.
Carey defends.
Yeah, how they sort of get to the pitch. 394 for 6.
So at the end of the over, it is 6-4, 394 indeed. Green on 27, Carey on 16. So you mean you're not sure where they'll be able to reach to strike the ball that you think you've landed on a good length, but then they're picking it off the top of that length?
That's purely because, they're kind of abnormal, height for when you talk about cricket. Any other sports, if it's a basketball, I would say yes, the taller the better. When you talk about cricket batsmen, you don't really see too many of that height. And as you mentioned, the shorter height batsmen has been more successful. He looks really good. He's only 22. He's got a very good, head on those shoulders because he controls his emotions really well. Defense is really good. When he hits it goes long way. And he's got a game for both white and red ball. So he's one for the future to keep an eye on. He's going to get stronger for sure.
He's facing Noman Ali, who's Green, who's coming around the wicket, the left-arm spinner, and Green drives a single down to long on. He's also remarkably nimble on his feet for such a big guy. He comes down the track, he moves around the crease. He doesn't just stand and hit like you might expect a tall player to do.
No, as I said, he's very smart. He reads the length really well. And I'm sure, I don't really know much about him, but I'm sure he's come through the ranks of, age group and all that. Because the way he bats, he understands the game really well.
Noman bowls to Carey, who tries to turn to the leg side for a single, but it's well stopped at short leg tumbling across.
And I'm sure once he'll play more cricket, once he gets into his mid-20s and more toward 30, he'll get stronger, he'll do some gym work, and I'm sure, he can bowl 140 at the moment. He'll definitely increase his pace.
Noman bowls to Carey, reverse sweep, and he plays it pretty well. It bounces away through forward point, I suppose. Get a little confused when they start reversing. But he'll pick up a couple of runs, 6 for 397.
Because I still feel that when he bowls, he's not someone who will give you long spells. He will, at the age of sort of 20, 22, 23, you don't want to put too much load on your body, especially when you're 6'10". If it is a 6-footer or just under, you can. But when the limbs are longer and the body's.
Noman bowls to Carey, who reaches outside off and sweeps. He'll get that out behind square leg. A long chase out there, and there's a direct hit from the deep from Sajid Khan. Well, he hit the stumps earlier in the innings to run out Manas Lavaskakno, but he's hit the stumps again from right down near the boundary rope. It's a good throw.
Yeah, he's such a good fielder. He's got an amazing arm. You've got to be very watchful when the ball goes to him. And Carey, who's a very good runner between the wicket, he had to really stretch at the end. He's comfortable home at the end, but yes, he had to really stretch for it, and bullseye straight in the middle stump from Sajid Khan.
Top of middle, that is quite the throw.
Yeah.
And if you've got a spinner who can do that, you're going very well indeed. So it's 6 for 399. Couple of balls to come in the over. Noman Ali. He's got Alex Carey pulling out all the tricks. Over the wicket comes the left armour. That little paddle sweep again from Carey. Exactly the same shot that Sajid's preempting.
He's not going to run this time. No chance, yeah. It was a very similar shot, similar place to throw the ball for, and he was on it very, very quickly. Talking about Green to finish it off, at this age for such a big guy, it needs probably more time. You need probably a couple of more years, more cricket into his legs and into his body, and I think that will make him stronger. When you talk about his batting, he looks very mature, so that's good. That's very good.
Last ball of the over, delivered to Green around the wicket, and he tries to turn a single through square leg, but hits it straight to mid-wicket instead. So, the end of the over, 144 of them bowled. Green on 28, Carey on 21, and Australia, with that last Carey single, raised the 400. They're 400 for 6.
On On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brance. Plus, on the SENW channel,
We cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more.
for the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
It is 6 for 400 here in Karachi. Geoff Lemon with you and Waqar Younis. We're lucky to have your expertise as the man with all the local knowledge.
Geoff, what really surprised me, the way you pronounce my name is perfect.
Thank you.
Not many Westerners, should I say, the Australians or the Englishmen, they struggle to pronunciation. Is just perfect.
Well, I appreciate that. We try to do the work to make sure we get these things right. As there's a drive through the covers, that's not got right from, is that Azhar Ali who's misfielded that? It's gone all the way through him for 4, so Sajid Khan's not happy. He bowled it to Carey, big cover drive, and it was not stopped by Azhar.
And what about Adam? Adam giving me that stare that, what do you mean? Don't I pronounce your name right? Which I think he does. I mean, we've got to be fair to our colleagues, But, but your accent or your pronunciation is, spot on.
Well, thank you. And we'd like to show our respect for you by getting the small things right. So the ball on leg stump is turned away. There'll be no run there. And we spend a fair bit of time learning all the player names and so on to make sure that we're not making any assumptions there as well, those out on the field.
No, that's good. I mean, it's not anyone's fault. I mean, we pronounce the names at times with our own accents. It doesn't come out right.
Here comes Sajid Khan around the wicket. Yes, I've been addressed as Mr. Lemon a lot over here, so I'm starting to feel quite French when I'm visiting Pakistan. Monsieur Lemon.
There you go.
So it's 6 for 404. Here goes Sajid around the wicket, and Carey's defending back down the strip to the bowler. So it's interesting with Cameron Green. When he started playing for Western Australia, he was in the bottom 4. He was batting 8 or 9. And just as a specialist bowler and just making useful runs, and forward defensive stroke from Carey. Then they popped him up to number 4 one day and he made 100. Yeah. And then suddenly they went, okay, this guy can bat.
Yes.
The next thing you know, he was a top 4, top 5 player for WA, and he came into the Australian team on that basis. As Sajid bowls stretching forward his Carey and defending last ball of the over, 404 for 6.
So that's a very similar story to Shahid Afridi. I still remember a long time back, when Afridi first busted on the scene, and he was with us on a tour of Kenya. We went to Kenya, I think, and that's where Shahid Afridi debuted his game, and in the nets we saw him, hitting the ball. He could hit the ball far. Yes, there was an issue with his technique and all that, and that's one day we decided, I think Ramesh Raja was the chairman now, was the captain on that tour, and decided to, chuck him up the order. Why not? Just have a look what happens. So we gave him, I think, a go at number 3, and he went down and made a 100.
Was that the 36 ball
100? Yeah, the ball was flying all over. He did not allow any of the bowlers to land the ball. It was just purely his day, and he's smoked all over the park, and he comes from this town, Karachi. What an amazing cricketer. So much he's given to the country with the bat, with the ball, captained the side also. Wonderful cricketer.
Noman Ali bowling left arm over to Cameron Green, who's kicking the ball away outside leg stump. He was complete box office, Shahid Afridi. He was that player where as soon as he walked in, you said, don't leave the room. It might only last for 2 balls, but it will be a great 2 balls, whatever happens.
Yeah, I mean, whenever he got going in his career, he made Pakistan, win those games.
Noman bowls outside leg stump to Green again, who kicks away.
That was always a plus. He came in the team as a right-arm leg spinner, which I thought he was a wonderful spinner. Not a big turner, but he used to just attack those stumps, Anil Kumble-like. But if there is a little bit of spin on the pitch, he was unplayable at times.
He was the pure leg spinner for the T20 era, that straight leg spinner with lots of top spins, skip through, always at the stumps, hitting the stumps anytime you tried to attack him. I think people forget what a great bowler he was because they think about the pyrotechnics of his batting more.
Yeah.
As Noman bowls outside leg to Green, kicked away.
Yeah, he was an amazing cricketer. Then he developed himself as an all-rounder, almost got, I think, 400 wickets, ODI wickets also, just under. But an amazing personality, doing a lot of good work nowadays. He's retired.
Noman bowls, and he's bowled Cameron Green. That's hit the top of off stump. That is the Ashley Giles to Damien Martin delivery. That is absolutely beautiful. He's been lulling Cameron Green into a sense of complacency by bowling outside leg throughout this over, and then he's pitched one in the rough outside leg stump, turned it across, top of off stump. Perfection.
Yeah, without a doubt. Yesterday we saw Pakistan applying the same sort of tactics. This time around, he just landed just outside the leg stump, asking Green to come onto the front foot, lunges forward, the ball spun enough. And from sort of fifth stump and hitting the off stump, top of off stump. What a delivery.
Wow. So that ball dipped so sharply. Green was trying to get on the front foot to play the shot. It dipped and landed a couple of feet short of him, several feet short of him, and spun across. So he had no chance of covering the line with the pad. He was absolutely stranded there. So he's gone for 28. Bowled by Noman Ali, who's got 1 for 89. Mitchell Starc is coming out, and the crowd's going up again.
Yeah, much better crowd today. There's heaps of people here, as you can probably hear through your radios. The half a stadium is definitely, this is a massive stadium, this one, don't forget. So, even 10, 15,000 people, you will feel there's no one sitting here because it's such a massive sitting area. So, they enjoy their cricket. They were very hungry. They were starved for cricket for so long, and now the Test cricket has come back in Karachi. PSL earlier, there was so much crowd here. They enjoyed their cricket, and the cricket wicket from Noman just in the last delivery, they were all up and dancing in the aisles.
Well, we could be in for some fun with Mitchell Starc. It depends how he wants to play it. Sometimes he's sensible and does the proper tail end thing. Sometimes he just likes to hit spinners. He's a big fan of hitting spinners. Left-hander, pretty much has the one shot over deep mid-wicket, but he hits it well. He hit 7 sixes against your guys at the MCG.
He did.
I remember
that. I was commentating in that game. Yeah, he is a big hitter, without a doubt. He can tonk the ball. Not sure on this pitch it'll be easy to just sort of straight away go in and look to go big. 3 balls remaining. I think it'll be tea after this, I would say.
Yes, that should be right. We're coming up we've got 2 minutes maybe till the tea break, so they might squeeze another over in. Unlikely, but they've got 3 on the fence on the leg side for Mitchell Starc. So long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. Noman, left armour to a left-hander. Bowls straight at the stumps, and Starc turns a single away comfortably to mid-wicket. They've let him off the strike too easily. He's got 1, 7 for 405.
Yeah, it's good bowling. I'm really enjoying what Noman's offering at the moment. Picked up 6 wickets in the previous game, and what a delivery, bowling from over the wicket, left armour, landing maybe 5th or 6th stumps outside the leg stump and spinning sharply. Haven't really seen anything like this in this game so far.
Well, I wonder if that heralds a sharper turn as we go through the rest of this match. The pitch hasn't offered a whole lot, but are we going to see a few more start to rag like that?
Yeah, I think Line will be really pleased to see what happened just a couple of deliveries ago.
Here goes Noman. He's bowling to Carey, who's getting down and sweeping out to deep backward square. Come through for a single. 7 for 407.
Squeeze in another over or no?
Well, I think we're just at 2. We've just ticked over, I think. Looking at the analog clock says 2:40 as well. So this should be the last ball before the break.
Yeah, time to have a cold drink or tea, or just think over the strategy again, because it's time to make move now after tea on the second day.
Noman bowls to Mitchell Stark, who comes forward and drives back to the bowler, and that will be the end of the over. And it will be the end of the session. Off go the Bales. 407 on the board, 7 wickets down. What did you make of that session, Waqar, as Pakistan came back pretty strongly?
I think Pakistan, if you overall look at it, Pakistan would be happy with the progress because picking up 3 wickets in the session and only 75 with 2.5 runs per over. They bowled 29 overs in this session, so I think they'll be happy with the progress, because it is not easy to get wickets on this pitch. It's a pretty slow pitch. Pacers put in a hard yard, bowled quite nicely. It's been a hard work for the spinners also. But what we saw just recently, that the ball has started sort of gripping a bit more, although this ball is almost 66 overs old, so shouldn't be turning that much. But if it is turning, the old ball, the softer ball is spinning, so expect the harder ball or newish ball to do a little bit more. So batting might be a little bit hard as we move into this game further, and things can be really dicey and dodgy for Pakistan. But yeah, after tea, I think the first hour is going to be crucial. Can Pakistan come and knock out these 3 wickets and quickly go back and put up a good partnership? Or if the Australians, if they can bat maybe another hour and put in 50, 60, 70 runs, whatever they can, and things can be very interesting.
Australia 407 runs on the board, 7 wickets down. This is SEN Test Cricket. Thanks to Waqar Younis for joining us. Geoff Lemon with you as well. And during the tea break, let's first return to hearing from Ash Gardner, who played a very big role, and a thrilling one at that, in Australia's massive win at the Women's World Cup earlier today. Oh, that'll be on the other side of the break, I'm told. All right. Well, from this point, I'll run you through the scorecard. Lyon was out earlier today for 38. Travis Head made 23. Cameron Green, 28. Alex Carey's still out there on 26. Mitchell Stark on 1. So 407 for 7 is the score. SEN Test Cricket will be back with you shortly.
Lining up for the Drinkwise at-home stakes. It's a wide open field. Corn chips and salsa is popular with the punters. A 6-pack before the quaddie was an early scratching. There's no love for passed out on the back lawn today. And drifting further as red wine spills on the couch. But the market mover and clear favourite is Have a Water Between Drinks. The fans are embracing this horse from the Drinkwise stable.
Be a winner at home watching the races. Remember, you won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability. All while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
The friend's gone down to help out, and they've all been caught in this rip, and they've been out there for a while, and it jumped on either leg, and I started to sort of paddle lateral to the rip, because you never paddle against the rip. And then all of a sudden the chopper was flying over the top. Okay, we don't need to get in, we just need to bide our time before the skidoos arrive.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
Want the biggest brands at the lowest prices? Then head to Chemist Warehouse today and save on big brand vitamins like Wagner Super Bio Magnesium 100 tablets for just $9.99. Top up on Healthy Care Immune Defense 120 tablets, only $17.99. Microgenics Odorless Fish Oil 2,000 milligram 340 capsules, $19.49. And Ostalin Calcium and Vitamin D3 300 tablets, $28.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Sports fans know there's nothing like the thrill of live sport. This summer, to get the best access to the best sporting events in Australia, talk to Ballpark Entertainment. Courtside seats at an NBL game.
Throws it underneath.
Entertain clients at the A-League, AFLW, or a hospitality package at the Big Bash Cricket. Even money can't buy experiences like the Super Bowl. Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. Making memories. ballparkentertainment.com.au.
Queensland is the place to race. On a weekly basis, there's almost 30 meetings across the Sunshine State, so whether it's racing, pacing or chasing, Queensland has it all. Giddy up and find the latest news, horse, jockey and trainer profiles, race replays, black bookers, expert tips and form analysis. Plus, you can find all the info you need to plan your fun at all the major race days and events. Visit racingqueensland.com.au, where Queensland is racing.
The Sounding Board with Craig Hutchison and Damien Barrett. It's sport, it's the media, it's talking about the issues that matter. Issues that matter.
They've had a movers and shakers forum in Melbourne. They try and get all the big wigs in town, and there's a need for the big wigs to go, or at least consider going, because they don't want to not go and be talked about for not going, and they want to be photographed and spoken about favourably and looked after the next time they're written about in the paper.
I can talk from personal experience.
Yep.
Invited once.
Were you? To the News Limited one?
In its early days.
Yep.
I was unavailable at the time.
Right.
Not invited again. If you are invited to a movers and shakers, it is offensive to not attend if you can't even move yourself into our event, which is the whole point.
And shake yourself there. We're going to put out an APB on this. News Limited, please.
If there is a reserves event where Damo and I could attend.
No, I won't be invited and I won't be going.
No, I would commit that we would both go to the backup event.
I'll go as your plus one.
Try and earn our stripes to be elevated into the seniors at some point again in the future.
The Sounding Board podcast with Hutchie and Damo. Thanks to Drinkwise. If you're choosing to have a drink, choose to drink wise.
For Henley, build with confidence. Henley.com.au. And Tyre Power, store-wide super sale now on. Save on Kumo. Live from Karachi, Pakistan versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
This is the tea break on day 2 of the second test between Pakistan and Australia, live from Karachi. Let's head over to New Zealand, where the Australian women's side have continued their undefeated start to the One-Day World Cup, knocking off the hosts by 141 runs earlier today. Ash Gardner drove Australia to 8 for 268 with a quick-fire 48 from 18 balls before taking 2 for 15 to close out the New Zealand innings. Here's Ash Gardner speaking to the media post-match.
While I was sitting off waiting to go in, we thought at one point probably 240 was going to be a really good score. It obviously looked pretty tough early to get going. I think we were going at threes most of the innings. And then Pez and Moon set a really good platform for T-Mac to then Tali McGrath to go in. And then once they kind of played really freely, that obviously gave me the freedom to go out there and score some quick runs. And it was, I think 270 was a really good score on that wicket with the wind as well. That played a major part of it as well.
What do you think that says about how you guys are tracking?
I think Pez and Darcy set the tone perfectly at the top of the bowling innings. I don't think I've ever seen Darcy bowl that well, to be honest. And to take 3 poles and 3 really key wickets as well just shows where her game is at the moment. And I think with the wind behind her, she was probably bowling 5Ks quicker as well, and it just seemed probably too fast for them at some points. I just think they set the tone early, and taking early wickets with this team is really key. Obviously, they're quite top heavy with some really big names. So taking 2 or 3 in the power play, is pretty crucial.
Is there a wee bit of a case at the moment of the only team that can beat you as yourselves in terms of complacency?
I think we're always striving to get better, and one of our values is being able to evolve as players and as a team as well. And I think we're never happy, I guess, with our performances, and I guess that's the beauty of this team is we're always trying to get better. And I think our teams are capable, obviously, of beating us, but I think where we are at the moment, maybe complacency is the thing that might bring us undone. But in saying that, I think the depth that we have in Australian cricket at the moment is second to none. We can bat basically down to number 11 and be really comfortable for those players to be scoring some really good runs. So, I want to say that no one can beat us, but that's probably a little bit arrogant. So, I just say that we're just always looking to be better as a team.
Congratulations. It's going to take you back 11 days. What did you think when you saw that little line saying you were positive for COVID?
I probably won't repeat what I said. I sent a photo to the doctor and basically said, I've got some bad news, and he pretty much replied, yep, that's bad news. So I was like, okay, great. And I had to do a second rat, and those lines came up even clearer. yeah, there was a lot of emotions probably that first half an hour, knowing that would mean that I'd miss 2 or 3 games. And I'm not a good watcher of cricket, watching my side play cricket. And, that first game against England was really hard to watch. But, yeah, I guess I just had to try and stay as positive as possible. At times it was hard. I was certainly getting over it. But, coming out today and getting a win with my team, I guess just it was a good time to reset in some regards. But, it was just a bit of bad luck, I guess. I was pretty lucky, really. My first symptom was just having a sore throat, and I guess we were having to rat every day anyway, and I was trying to blame the aircon at the start with the sore throat, but then obviously when that came back I was like, okay, this is probably not ideal. And then I just had a consistent headache probably for about a week, and then from a week onwards to the end of the isolation period, I felt back to normal. And obviously today was always going to be a test with how I was going to feel. I think early on I was getting a little bit puffed running on the boundary, but the main thing out of the game was I just felt like I had a really heavy chest at points, which is quite a weird feeling. But other than that, I'm feeling pretty good.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ash, can you talk us through how you can sort of spend 10 days locked up in a hotel room and then play one of the great blazing innings in the World Cup?
I guess there's a lot of confidence involved. My first training session yesterday, I hit the ball pretty badly, and I was pretty frustrated with that preparation going into today. And Modi was just telling me, just take the confidence out of what you were doing before you went into that isolation period. And I just tried to do that, and I think the platform that the girls set for me to go out there with was really good, and I just had that freedom to, I guess, play the natural game that I play and take the bowlers on. And I guess it was one of those innings that sometimes comes off and sometimes doesn't. So I'm certainly not saying that it was the 10 days isolation that's done that, but I guess it was a good period just to reset and recharge.
Thank you.
When you guys played last against New Zealand in the World Cup, it was Susie Tate, 100 ODI, and today it was Katie Martin. So why is this that you have to break out and girls' hearts?
Oh, okay. I mean, it's always good for players to obviously have milestones. But I just think, like I've mentioned before, we're always trying to evolve as a team, and I think we're a completely different team to probably what we were in 2017. There's plenty of fresh faces within this side, and I think we've grown after that World Cup. There was certainly a lot of growing to do, and I think where this team's at the moment, there's some fantastic players sitting on the sidelines that could fill this team perfectly and play a huge role. So I think, just being able to evolve as a team is a huge one for us, and I guess never being happy with where we're at and always striving to be better. I have seen it on Twitter, I think once or twice. It was pretty cool to be a part of that streak, and hopefully we can hold that streak for a very long time. But to be one of those 4 players that actually got to play every single game was certainly something that was pretty cool to be a part of.
Congratulations on the game today and all the best for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
And Ben, last question for you.
Thanks, Lucy. Welcome back, Ash. Given that you had the 10 days off, did your batting innings give you some confidence going into the bowling innings and how you're going to bowl?
Certainly. I think being an all-rounder, you can obviously take confidence out of whatever skill you've done first. And yes, I guess there was a bit of luck involved with my batting innings. The breeze was quite strong, and I probably didn't middle all of my shots, but sometimes that's the beauty of cricket. You don't always have to be perfect, and I certainly did try to take the confidence out of what I was doing with the bat in hand, and I guess trying to come up with a plan to not bowl, I guess, what was easy to hit. The first over obviously didn't go the way that I would have liked, but I felt like I pegged it back and I guess stuck to my plans and just tried to bowl into the wicket and make it as hard as possible to try and hit me back over my head.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App Stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sports.
And that is the ball game. Takes the Panthers towards the premiership. First ball.
Catch up on SEN created podcasts, recreation, lifestyle, racing, and all of our SEN shows.
The Sounding Board.
Real adventures. Trailblazers. Great Australian lives.
Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
Are you ready to do your part to help slow the spread of influenza? Then it's time to book in for your flu immunisation today. Immunisation is a safe and effective way to help protect you from the flu. By getting immunised, you also help to protect those too ill or too young to be vaccinated. After all, it takes a community to build immunity. So go to chemistwarehouse.com.au/flu and make your appointment today. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
My friend's gone down to help out and they've all been caught in this rip and they'd been out there for a while and they jumped on either leg and I started to sort of paddle lateral to the rip because you never paddle against the rip. And then all of a sudden the chopper was flying over the top. Okay, we don't need to get in, we just need to bide our time before the skidoos arrive.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
The AFL Record Pre-Season Edition is your guide to a big season ahead. The Record's fantasy experts, the Traders, present all the options and tips for AFL fantasy. There's player profiles, team lists and Guernsey numbers. And senior writer Ashley Brown brings you up to date with all the off-season news, including 3 new coaches in the hot seat. Thanks to 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. Grab the 2022 AFL Record Pre-Season Edition. On sale now for just $9.95. Available at Coles, Woolworths, newsagents and bookstores nationally.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
So this summer, what sporting events are you excited for? AFLW? Basketball? Big Bash cricket? Racing? Soccer? To witness the biggest sporting events in Australia, Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. Ticketing, corporate suites and money can't buy experiences. Get the best access to the best sporting events with Ballpark Entertainment. Making memories. ballparkentertainment.com.au.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability. All while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
Premier Racing's Peter Zabiris spoke to us about the differences between drag racing and supercars.
You're used to a race lasting 3.89 seconds. How did you go with 300 kilometres?
It was different. I kept on saying to myself, can't these guys find the finish line? They just keep driving around.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
For Henley, build with confidence. Henley.com.au. And Tyre Power, store-wide super sale now on. Save on Kumo. Live from Karachi, Pakistan versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. The final session of day 2 about to begin with Australia 7 for 407. Carey, 26 Stark 1. A good session for Pakistan, taking 3 for 75, including the all-important wicket of Usman Khawaja, bowled for 160. Before moving on, Sydney listeners, you're about to leave us for the Spirit of Sport at 9 o'clock Sydney time. To keep listening to the cricket, head to the SEN app. Adam Collins with you, Simon Katich with me. Pakistan really needed a good session and they got it.
They certainly did, Colo. I think they set the tone straight after break. We were on air at the time. Shaheen Afridi cranked it up after the lunch break. But it was Sajid Khan. I think he's the one that really got them into the test match here, particularly getting the big wicket of Khawaja, knocking him over for 160. I think he fought back well today. It was something that he's adjusted overnight. He's bowled a lot quicker today. He's been in the 80k range, sometimes up into 90k's, and that extra pace has made a difference. The wicket's starting to spin now. Someone like Nathan Lyon will have seen that dismissal of Khawaja, and I'm sure he'll be looking forward to getting out there and bowling now this wicket's starting to take some turn as the day's gone on.
Yeah, Sajid Khan bowled unchanged in that session. So 39 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 110. But those 2 wickets, Head leg before wicket for 23, and then Khawaja, lovely piece of bowling, knocking him over for 160. Yeah, it's a little bit of drift in that session for Australia. You could see where Green was looking to try and move the game forward a little bit against the left-arm orthodox spin from the university end from Norman Ali, but eventually he was the man who spun it past his outside edge, bowled on the cusp of tee.
Yeah, and we all thought that maybe they were going back to those defensive tactics, bowling over the wicket and just trying to get through to the tee break. But Norman Ali had the presence to be able to change his line, bowl a little bit straighter, pitch the ball on leg stump. It spun. Cameron Green wasn't quite ready for it, and maybe in a little bit of a defensive mindset, just with the couple of balls previously kicking them away outside leg stump, but it spun and then it took the top of off stump. It was a brilliant piece of bowling. Might have just caught him a little bit unaware.
Yeah, so Sajid Khan will continue. And they're just hoping this pitch will break up. Have you detected much of that? That crack seems to be a target from our broadcast end.
Yeah, look, I think those cracks will still keep opening up as the test goes on, and the extra heat. It's certainly still hot here today. There is a breeze at the moment coming across the ground.
So to start the final session, Sajid bowls to Carey, pushing out towards point, no run. Just one catching man, a slip.
And I think we saw enough reverse swing today on a couple of occasions from Shaheen Afridi, Hassan Ali, Fahim Ashraf, just a hint of reverse, so that's something that the Australian bowlers will be looking forward to as well.
That nice breeze from left to right. Sajid bowls and Carey forces it into the onside but can't beat the man at mid-wicket. That's Azhar Ali. No, it's Fahim Ashraf rather. So it stays at 7 for 407. This is the 147th over of the innings, and we were talking declarations earlier. They may not be in such a privileged position. Time will tell. Carey facing up. Sajid bowls to him on the front foot, pushing away, no run.
Yeah, no, because Alex Carey's been prepared to sweep normally, lap sweep, paddle, reverse sweep, he's forced Babar Azam to take the short leg out and now have a 45 fielder to protect that region, so he can't just get down and lap the ball through that vacant region before.
Mid-off set back, they want the single there. Not from leg stump, they won't. Carey turning to mid-wicket, no single. There's a man at deep backward square. Plenty of fans in that corner of the ground now as well, out towards the Wasambari enclosure. Sajid bowls and Carey plays with a nice straight blade. They've made so much noise through the day, Simon. Those vuvuzelas go throughout, no matter whether it's an exciting passage of play or otherwise. Finishing the over. The first after tee is Sajid, and Carey again can come forward to blunt the spin. 7 for 407. A maiden to start the final session of day 2 on SEN Test Cricket. For Henley Homes, build with confidence, henley.com.au. The atmosphere, I mean, it may not be anywhere near capacity here, but it's been, when you're not on commentary and you just kind of take it all in, it's outstanding.
Oh, it certainly is. And because of the acoustics coming from the rooftop as well, it sounds loud. I'd hate to think of how loud it would be for potentially a full house here of 34,000, because at the moment I'm estimating there's probably only 10 to 15.
Yep, that's about right. About third full thereabouts.
Yeah.
Big flags of the two competing nations at the university end, where there aren't fans in the old concrete seating. I went for a lap with Bharat before the test match, day before the test match, and he said to me it reminds him of his childhood watching cricket at the Wankhede in Mumbai with the concrete seating. But yes, the colour's what brings this place to life. Likewise, the dimpled roof, you can see where they've cut the grass in that pattern as well, so it makes for a lovely shot on television.
Yeah, it certainly does. Beautiful surface as well. Going out into the middle. The wicket block is hard. There's not much grass on a lot of these strips out there. There's a couple that are heavily grassed, but most of them are bare.
Shaheen Sharafri to start the final session from the university end, and it's driven away by Mitchell Starc. Full and straight, out to mid-off, no single.
Well, the one thing the Australians have done, particularly to Shaheen Afridi, is they've set up nicely for that reverse swinging full Yorker, and that's something that Mitchell Starc will be mindful of here. He generally stays leg side of it, gets his front pad out of the way. So Shaheen Afridi will be looking to try and bash this wicket here and potentially just get one off the wicket to come back and rattle Mitchell Starc's stumps.
Shaheen Sharafri to Starc on leg stump, just spills that into the onside. The way the fast bowler's gesticulating, thinks that wasn't far from sneaking through. They take a single. Is it a leg by? Looking for that. No, it's not. It's off the bat. So Stark's 2, 7 for 408. First run of this final session.
Well, this is a dangerous partnership for Pakistan because Mitchell Stark and Alex Carey will be looking to be busy here to score some runs and get Australia up to that 450 mark. If they can get there, they'll be very, very pleased with those runs in the bank, given that this wicket's starting to turn. There's reverse swing on offer, and they'll have a fresh bowling lineup, itching to get out there at some stage later today, I think.
Afridi bowls wide of the crease, and Carey clipping but can't beat mid-wicket. I suppose the other way of looking at it might be if they can keep dragging this out. I know bad light won't be a factor here the way that it was up north at Rawalpindi last week, but every run they make in the first innings will be like gold dust later in the test match, so that might be the disincentive to declare.
Yeah.
Careful balancing act there for Patrick Cummins.
Yeah, very much so, and even just the fact that it gives them a shorter burst tonight, which then gives them another burst tomorrow morning with a harder ball, and the bowlers will be fresher.
Shaheen Shah Afridi away from the old scoreboard here, wide of the crease to Carey, driving towards mid-on. Doesn't get much of it, doesn't get a single. Collected by Norman Ali. Shaheen Shah Afridi bowling his 26th over of this innings. He's tended to bowl spells of 4 to 5 overs or thereabouts to start each session.
Yeah, he's just looked like he's probably got a little bit too straight to left-handers. It's almost like he needs to get them playing at fourth stump line, which then makes them challenge the angle. And if they don't get it right for a drive, and the stumps are in the game.
Shaheen delivers, and Carey, full, whips it into the onside, misses out, doesn't beat mid-wicket, no run again. Needs to start finding some gaps, Carey, just to get some rhythm after tea. He started to find a little bit of it, especially with his running between the wickets, I felt, just before the interval, but he's picked out fielders with each of his aggressive shots since the break.
Yeah, his positive intent before the tea break was excellent. He was very difficult to bowl to for the spinners because he was playing all the different varieties of sweep shots, and they weren't sure which line, which pace to bowl at.
That breeze picks up from left to right as Afridi bowls to Carey, and this time he finds the gap through mid-wicket. Really nicely played. They brought up the deep square leg for the final ball. He would have kept it to 1. Instead they get 3. The diving effort required. Azhar Ali, the veteran, given that responsibility. They might take a look upstairs to make sure that his leg wasn't touching the rope when he dragged it in. Either way, it is the end of the over. They will take a look. We'll roll with that. Yep, 3 runs. He has dragged it in. So 7 for 411 is the score. End of the over. Carey on 26, Stark on 2. Our coverage for Henley Homes. Build with confidence. Henley.com.au.
Lining up for the Drinkwise at-home stakes. It's a wide-open field. Corn chips and salsa is popular with the punters. The 6-pack before the quaddie was an early scratching. There's no love for passed out on the back lawn today. And drifting further as red wine spills on the couch. But the market mover and clear favourite is Have a Water Between Drinks. The fans are embracing this horse from the Drinkwise stable.
Be a winner at home watching the races. Remember, you won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Start the new over. 7 for 411. Bowling here to Carey, forward in defence. Beautiful blue sky here at Karachi. I don't think we've seen a cloud since arriving in the city 4 days ago, Simon.
No, I haven't seen one.
It's hot and it's clear. Bit of smog in the air as well. Sajid wide of the crease, reverse sweep Carey, doesn't get onto it. Trickles out into the offside. Had that snuck through, he would have been in some strife.
Oh, that looked like it was off the line of the stumps to the naked eye, and I think Sajid Khan, the reaction we got from him, the hands were in the air thinking he'd got past Alex Carey there. Haven't seen a replay yet.
Yeah, Carey loves to reverse sweep, and it does come with a bit of a measured risk. Sajid bowls and Carey comes forward to defend, does the work in his follow through, the off spinner.
Yeah, Sajid Khan's bowling a nice straight line here, almost into leg stump, and Alex Carey doesn't really want to go against the spin.
Sajid bowls and Carey is able to come forward again to negate any spin that there is. You called for him to pick up his pace a little bit, and that contributed to Khawaja's downfall. One that really ripped was a fraction fuller, dragged back the length. It might have just clipped the crack, the one that got him. Sajid bowls, and Carey drives only as far as forward alarm and extra cover, no single.
Yeah, it's a great example of the difference between this wicket compared to Rawalpindi last week. Last week, Usman Khawaja was able to play back a lot to Sajid Khan, but the wicket wasn't quite as quick and didn't have as much turn in it.
Last ball of the over, Sajid bowls and Carey again defensively. The bowler collects in his follow-through, so a maiden. 7 for 411 the score. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. And Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Lining up for the Drinkwise at home stakes. It's a wide open field. Corn chips and salsa is popular with the punters. The 6-pack before the quaddie was an early scratching. There's no love for passed out on the back lawn today. And drifting further as red wine spills on the couch. But the market mover and clear favourite is Have a Water Between Drinks. The fans are embracing this horse from the Drinkwise stable.
Be a winner at home watching the races. Remember, you won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test cricket, Adam Collins with Simon Katich. Shaheen Afridi prepares to go again. Yeah, the dismissal of Khawaja wasn't a million miles away from how David Warner fell last week at Rawalpindi. Opening up the stumps, playing from the crease, and he did threaten to sneak one through a number of times, and it was just a little bit of spin, enough spin at pace, and that was that, gone for 160.
Yeah, it was a fantastic knock, but it took a good piece of bowling to bring him undone.
So Afridi is going to bowl with a short leg and a leg gully too at Stark. He's on 2. Stark defends. Gets plenty of it. But Shaheen Afridi collects in the follow-through, and one big fast bowler to another. Runs up with the ball, threatens to throw, gives him a glare. Good stuff. Stark ready for that, of course.
Yeah, he knows that Afridi's going to be attacking the stumps, but he presented a beautiful full face to the bat there, Mitchell Stark. Shaheen Afridi's got the short leg in play and a leg gully, so dare say Mitchell Stark might cop a little bit upstairs here.
Nice movement with the wind there as well, watching it back. Getting some shape. Shaheen bowls. It's full. Hits him on the pad. Swinging down the leg side, surely. Huge appeal from the fast bowler. Turned down by umpire Raza, but that did plenty. Hitting Stark on the full. It would have been missing a second set. The good news from a Pakistani perspective, though, is the ball is going. DRS timer ticks down to 0. They won't be tending that upstairs.
Yeah, no, they knew that one was going down the leg side. It really went.
So they have to make the most of this period. Shaheen Afridi, second over of his spell. Based on what we've seen, he might bowl, 4 or 5. They can break up this partnership. They're a decent chance of rolling Australia. 2 catching mid-wickets and the leg gully now. Shaheen bowls and Stark drives off the middle stump down to mid-off, no single. If there was to be one criticism of Khawaja today, and I'm reluctant to be critical, but 33 runs in 40 overs for him. He just wasn't able to keep the ball ticking over, which meant that Australia did sort of inch along rather than going with any real gusto, with the exception of when Nathan Lyon came out this morning and bossed 38.
And that's probably part of it, I think, because Nathan Lyon got off to a flyer. Khawaja was just prepared to get in the partnership with him, and that potentially, he didn't bat as quick as he did yesterday.
Shaheen to Stark. Can he get it reversing? He does here. Great movement back towards the middle stump, but Stark was equal to it, defending to the straighter of the 2 mid-wickets, no run.
But I think it's also an indicator that this wicket is starting to show some signs of the reverse swing, and then the spin. Sajid Khan got the beauty to hit his off stump. And I think the other thing it shows is that it's very difficult in these conditions to back up on the second day.
Yeah.
He spent a lot of time out there. I mean, it was over 500 minutes. Probably got up towards almost 10 hours worth of batting by the time he got out.
That wind's getting strong now. It's a relief for us on the balcony. Afridi up to the crease towards Stark, who plays with soft hands. It might have been an inside edge, actually, down towards short leg, no run.
Yeah, Afridi just rolling the fingers on that one. Good change up, 125. Just went back of a leg, just because he's got the field set where the mid-wicket's in play. He's got the short leg for one that might bounce a little bit. He's hoping that one might just hold in the surface, and Mitchell Stark chips it to mid-wicket there.
And despite the fact that it's getting quite windy, that's actually signalled a no ball retrospectively by the third umpire. So still 2 balls to come in the over. Not a hair out of place for Shaheen Afridi. That helmet of hair remains intact. Sets off again. Towards us, towards Stark on 2. Bowls here, Stark. Squared up. Wanted to skew it away, actually. Out towards cover, no run. Stark struggling to find the middle of the bat. Just that movement. Yeah, that was inside edge onto his boot.
Yeah, Mitchell Stark's got to make sure that he keeps presenting the full face here. He got LBW in the first test at Rawalpindi. That one from Afridi, and on that occasion just playing with half a blade.
So last ball of this over. Shaheen sucking in big deep breaths, taking his time. Away now. Up to the crease. Slinging approach. Bowls here. Stark finds the gap at mid-wicket. Gets a single. Might be a second. Little bobble at mid-on. And they're happy with the one. Norman Ali does the clean-up job. So 150 overs gone in Australia's first innings. There's 7 for 413. Carey 29. Stark 3. Our coverage for Tyre Power. Get your free 5-minute safety check.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brance. Plus, on the SENW channel,
We cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more.
for the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
Partnership of 7 between the left-handers Carey and Stark, either side of tee. It'll be Sajid Khan. Long spell from our broadcast end. Stark is clearing the track of any debris before facing up. Slip and a short leg in position. Passes umpired are. Bowls here. Well forward in defence is Stark. Nothing on offer there. This was the time of day yesterday when the wind started, when that giant kite, the bird that landed on our umbrella here and nearly took out Waqar Younis. So keep an eye out there. Sajid bowls. Stark goes back and doesn't quite find the gap in front of point. No single.
Yeah, it just feels like whenever Sajid Khan really slows up his pace, and that one was 78 Ks, the Australian batsmen are ready to pounce.
Sajid bowls. Stark goes back in defence off the middle stump. That's been up.
Yeah, and then as soon as he quickens it up again on that occasion, that one looked a lot quicker. Just waiting for the speed to come up.
He's definitely stepped it up a notch or two since lunch, hasn't he? More of a threat. Bowling here, it's full. Stark hit on the front pad when lunging forward. So there are 2 catches, a slip and a short leg. No silly point. Men out at deep backward square. And there was a long off, but he's been brought up now. Giving that to Stark. Will he take on the spin? He won't here. Forward again in defence. Each of the light towers here sporting that Pakistani star that you've got on your waistcoat, Simon, as well, for the television coverage. Lots of green and white around the ground. Sajid wide of the crease bowls, and Stark gets forward again, competent in defence. That's the end of the 151st over. Another maiden. Carey 29, Stark 3. It's 7 for 413. SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability. And Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Queensland is the place to race. On a weekly basis, there's almost 30 meetings across the Sunshine State, so whether it's racing, pacing or chasing, Queensland has it all. Giddy up and find the latest news, horse, jockey and trainer profiles, race replays, black bookers, expert tips and form analysis. Plus, you can find all the info you need to plan your fun at all the major race days and events. Visit racingqueensland.com.au, where Queensland is racing.
Of day 2 here at the National Stadium in Karachi. Shaheen Afridi sets up to go again. 3rd over from him after tea. Between overs, we saw shots of the local mosques as it's reaching that time of day again when the azan will go off and it'll be the call to prayer. A lot of our colleagues answering that behind us in the press box. Here's Shaheen bowling, leaving alone outside the off stump is Carey. It's quite the exhaustive process getting ready for the prayers 5 times a day, and many of our press pack friends here behind us who are riding away for their newspapers, they stop and honour that, and before coming back to work, it's a Significant commitment to the cause.
Oh, it is. And most mornings here, I think it's about 5:15.
Yep.
You hear the first prayer of the day and generally start to arise from slumber.
Yes, it's a de facto alarm clock.
Yeah.
Shaheen. Into Carey on 29. Bowls again. And Carey steers. Doesn't beat backward point. Good diving stop. Shafiq in there. Stays at 7 for 4-1-4. The first ball of the over was called a no ball after the fact by the third umpire. Shaheen's bowled a few of those.
Yeah, Shaheen Afridi's just hanging it wide of off stump here, hoping that Alex Carey might just feather one through to Rizwan, potentially drag one back onto his stumps. Or maybe he's just trying to drag him across the crease here to set him up for a big in-swinging Yorker.
Here he comes again, bowling to Alex Carey. It's full and pushed out towards the offside. It seems as though they've made a decision here. If they can see off this initial burst from Shaheen Afridi, they can get through maybe 2 more overs, then that'll be the chance to put the foot down, but not quite yet.
Yeah, look, like anything, after a break, it's always time to get back in, and it can take, and it's only been nearly 20 minutes now, so getting used to the conditions again. The ball's gotten soft now.
2 out on the leg side, a fine leg and a deep backward square. Shaheen left arm over to Carey, down the leg side, flicking it down to the fine leg. Just a single there to Sajid Khan. Carey into the 30s, 7 for 415.
Yeah, they've got the field position nicely there. Fine leg's very fine because he knows that if he gets into leg stump and it's tickled down there, it's going to race away. So it's a good line they've got for the field there. Only the one when it could easily have been 4 if that man was probably 10 metres or 15 metres further or squarer.
Mighty try out Stark with a bit of short stuff. Stark's usually fairly obliging when it comes to the hook shot. 2 men out there for it. A short leg as well, set fairly deep, about 3 pitches over, under the lid. That's Shafiq and the leg gully forward alarm. So a change in strategy for Stark. Expect something short coming soon. He bowls here. There's the bouncer, and Stark sways out the way. And that did plenty by way of movement as well after it passed the left-hander. It moved prodigiously into the gloves of Rizwan, moving to his right.
Yeah, it certainly did. That was well watched by Stark. Just dropped the hands nicely, turned the head, and made sure he let that one go through safely to Rizwan.
All the horns blowing as Shaheen runs in. Up to the crease now, bowls to Stark, full and straight and dug out, so it's going to be nose and toe stuff here. A fantastic response from the locals here. I mentioned before the signs down there. So much gratitude towards the Australian team for coming and Cricket Australia for organising the tour. There was even a sign about Bharat yesterday, thanking him for being here.
Oh, wow.
Of course, it was a fraction more tricky than we thought in terms of getting him here, but he, of course, has joined us for the second and third test match, and he'll be here for the limited over stuff as well. Last ball of Shaheen's over. He's 28. He's got none for 76. He'll stay over the wicket to the tall man Stark, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Another ball that moved a lot after passing the stumps. There'll be a change in commentary after the break. Geoff Lemon replacing me. Stark's 3, Carey's 30. Australia 7 for 415. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Sports fans know there's nothing like the thrill of live sport. This summer, to get the best access to the best sporting events in Australia, talk to Ballpark Entertainment. Courtside seats at an NBL game.
Throws it underneath.
Entertain clients at the A-League, AFLW, or a hospitality package at the Big Bash Cricket. Even money can't buy experiences like the Super Bowl.
Oh, yes.
Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. Making memories. ballparkentertainment.com.au.
7 for 415. The sun baking down. In Pakistan, they're squashing Australia a little bit. 8 runs in 6 overs since the tea break. Can't break free. Mitchell Stark Alex Carey rather, just striding into a drive to cover, straight to the field once again. The dot ball's mounting. What's Australia's game here, Simon Katich? What's the aim? We'll just wait for this Sajid delivery around the wicket, and Carey defends once more.
Well, I think these two ideally would like to get Australia past 450, and then potentially I think they'd like to have, maybe 10 to 12 overs at them tonight, and then come back with a relatively new ball tomorrow.
Sajid Khan holds in at the leg stump. And Carey comes across his pad, tries to squeeze the ball away past mid-wicket. Unorthodox shot, can't beat the field.
Look, they might be looking for 500 as well to get as many as they can if they think this wicket's going to deteriorate.
Sajid Khan gets a reverse sweep from Carey. First shot of intent we've seen in a while. He's hit it nicely. Long chase out there, and it will beat Azhar Ali into the fence. The 37-year-old's had to do a lot of running around in the outfield in this innings. It's hot, it's hard work, and he can't stop that four. So 419 for 7.
It's a remarkable cricket shot there from Alex Carey. He plays that shot so well. Pinpoint accuracy, beating the men there. Square of the wicket on the offside. Now they've dropped back the deep point.
Sajid bowls to Carey, who pushes exactly towards that deeper point area and races through for a single. Stark wanted it and called him through. And that was the result of getting the field to change. So a little bit of cleverness. You hit the boundary, you make the gap, you find the gap, you get the one.
And I think Australia's game plan against the spinners in this innings has been excellent. Right from the word go yesterday, they put Sajid Khan under pressure, hitting him back over his head a number of times for 6. They then got the mid-off back. They potentially get the mid-on back. Even Cameron Green today taking Nouman Ali back down the ground as well. They've manipulated the field beautifully.
Stark on strike now. 2 left-handers batting together. He turns the ball straight to short leg. And that will not pick up a run. So that'll be the end of that over. Stark remains on 3. Alex Carey on 35. That is 420 on the board. 7 wickets down. This is SEN Test Match Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. And it has been a long old couple of days for Pakistan out in the field, Simon Katich. It's a masochistic thing, Test Match cricket, but particularly in these conditions, where if you lose the toss and you are asked to bowl, you know you're in for some hurt.
Particularly in these conditions, it's a huge, huge advantage. Not just getting best use of the batting conditions, but also the physical toll it takes on the team that bowls first. And now that they've been out there for 153 overs, the effect that has on the batsman, and particularly the opening batsman, they know they've potentially got a tricky little period tonight where they might have to bat for 40 minutes or so, and it's never easy when you've been out in the field for nearly 2 days in this sort of heat.
Well, that heat is still baking down. It feels to the skin like it might have just dipped under the 35 that it was earlier, but not by much. You're still in the 3-piece suit, somehow surviving out here.
I feel quite cool, to be honest. I don't know how, because I should be red hot in this.
The miracles of Pakistani tailoring. They've done a wonderful job kitting you guys out for the TV broadcast. Looking very dapper. And there's a fair bit of traffic policeman work going on out there from Mohammad Rizwan. The wicketkeeper deciding where he wants the field to be. Babar Azam is involved as well, the skipper. Nouman Ali is waiting patiently to be allowed to bowl. Do they want mid-on up? It's coming up a little bit. So long on to a deep set mid-on. And here's Nouman Ali bowling to Alex Carey, who turns the ball away to mid-wicket. No run.
Well, because of all of his sweeps and reverses and lap sweeps, Babar Azam's had to put the 45 fielder in now to prevent that shot. But there's no men around the bat apart from the slip.
So 2 in the deep on the leg side, plus that 45 closer to the bat. Carey reverses anyway, down to the deep third, and will get a single, where he got a boundary with that stroke before. He didn't go after this reverse, he just placed it knowing that there was the fielder there and he didn't need to take any risks that might involve miscuing the ball. So a comfortable single, a conservative reverse sweep, if you will.
It was a deft reverse sweep. Just knew exactly what he was doing there. Guided it down to that almost third-man position, specifically put there for that shot.
So Carey's got 36, 7 for 421. I distinctly remember him playing Pakistan in the UAE in 2018. They brought him in for the T20s that they were playing after Australia lost that Test series, and he got popped up to open the batting and immediately got the reverse sweeps out. He was facing Imad Wasim, I think, the left armer, and played about 4 reverse sweeps in the first over. And you thought, well, there's a level of boldness to that. Here's a player who's not afraid to take the game on. Nomar bowls to Stark, who pushes away from his body to point, no run.
Yeah, well, it's like another player's defensive shot into the offside and the onside with the spin. Alex Carey's obviously practiced it hard. He plays it naturally.
Nomar bowls to Stark, who lunges forward. He's doing the defensive job to support Carey here.
He's moved nicely to 36. It's an important knock, not just for the team, but also for Alex Carey after missing out in Rawalpindi.
Nomar bowls to Stark off the pad, away towards mid-wicket. There will be no run.
It's a relatively sedate Mitchell Stark innings, which makes me think they might be looking at 500.
Hasn't tried to launch one yet, but you never know. Here goes Nomar Ali, and Stark again plays conservatively. Back to the bowler. Happy to see out the over. It is the 154th over. They've been batting for a very, very long time, these Australians. Thanks to Simon Katich for his company. The score at the end of the over is 7 for 421.
The AFL Records Season Guide is the Footy Lovers Stats Bible, and the 2022 edition is on sale now. It's packed with all key stats, facts and figures. Plus there's profiles on every AFL player, from rookies to superstars, and a history of all finals, award winners, and a comprehensive look at the 2021 draft. Thanks to 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. Grab the AFL Records Season Guide, a must for every footy fan. Just $39.95. Available now at Coles, Woolworths, newsagents and bookstores.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Get your free 5-minute safety check. And for Henley Homes, build with confidence, henley.com.au. Also building with confidence is my partnership with Bharat Sunderesan in the commentary chairs. Just come in as Sajid Khan bowls a delivery around the wicket to Alex Carey that ends up at cover, and there's no run. Welcome back, Bharat.
One question. Thank you, Geoff. One question for you. How much do you think Sajid Khan's moustache has grown since he started this spell?
Here he goes on the stumps and just straightening into the left-handed Carey, who defends. Well, he obviously applies a lot of product each morning. So if it does grow during the course of the day, he'd have to keep reapplying the product closer to the roots where, you know, the clean hair would grow out. Here he goes again, flat delivery to Carey, who defends back to the bowler.
Because this has been one of those never-ending spells, and I saw during the tea break as he walked off, Nathan Lyon was doing his usual thing to walk off and check the pitch.
Sajid flights it to Carey, who again stretches forward in defence.
And he did give Sajid a little pat on the back, you know, from one off-spinner to another. There's been an incredible spell. He's been bowling non-stop since the start of the second session.
Here he goes again. A lot of flight this time towards the leg stump, and Carey's able to flick it away through mid-wicket. That's an elegant shot. It will be picked up just inside the rope. 3 fielders end up herring out there to chase it. You've got Nomar Ali, you've got Hassan Ali, and you've got, is that Imam al-Haq as well, all chasing the ball out towards the boundary. They eventually pull it in. Carey's got 39 with the third run, 424 for 7. Sajid Khan bowls on. He's 2 for 118, and he's about to finish his 44th over in the heat, and he's doing it all with no hair and no hat. seems bold to the point of foolhardiness out in this heat. Stark just drives back to the bowler, and there'll be no run. So the end of the 155th over. The score is 7 for 424.
Stay Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
Premier Racing's Peter Zabiris spoke to us about the differences between drag racing and supercars.
You're used to a race lasting 3.89 seconds. How did you go with 300 kilometres?
It was different. I kept on saying to myself, can't these guys find the finish line? They just keep driving around.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. Moman Ali, the left-arm spinner with the ball in hand. He's got a slip in place. That's Babar Azam, the Pakistan captain. He's the only close catcher. As Moman comes in to bowl to Carey, who's getting an inside edge. Rolls away to the leg side of the pitch. Couldn't entirely get that behind that one. So we've seen Noman bowl one magic delivery, but he, like Sajid Khan, has done a power of work. The two finger spinners. He's in his 38th over, Noman. Carey defends once again.
And there'll be those who look at the scoring rate and we assume that Australia is just going too slowly. Why aren't they pushing the score along? The thing is, the pitch is showing no real signs of breaking up.
Here comes Noman. Bowling to Carey, who gets down and sweeps. That sweep that he reaches for outside off stump. Out to deep backward square leg for a single. 7 for 425. Carey up to 40. So do you think, Bharat, that the tactics here are about batting for as long as you can before the pitch breaks up? Not wanting to bowl on this, basically.
Yeah. And I mean, not throwing away your wickets and getting bowled out for 450 and then give Pakistan a great opportunity to just bat on for the next 2 days.
Bat for as long as you can until the conditions change. That might be the way that they're going, with Mitchell Starc playing defensively once again. He's faced 27 deliveries now, scored only 3 runs. A reminder that this is a man who holds the record at the MCG for the most sixes in an innings at that ground ever in Test cricket. Cleared the fence 7 times in 2016. I think he made 84 from memory that day. Noman pitches it up to Starc, who drives nicely to cover, but straight to Azhar Ali.
Just one question, Geoff. A bit of an in-joke, I guess. Did he use his long levers that day?
Well, the levers were certainly long. That is one of the most overused phrases in sports commentary. If we could cross out a couple, long levers would be there. Seeing it like a watermelon would be there too. Here we go. Outside the off stump, it is left alone by Mitchell Starc to finish the over. 7 for 425 is Australia's score.
It's season 6 of the NAB AFL Women's Competition, and the 2022 AFLW Record Season Guide is a must-have. It includes stats and records since the comp began in 2017, details of all 14 clubs, team lists and fixtures, plus analysis of the season ahead. Can the Brisbane Lions defend their 2021 title, or will Melbourne replicate the success of their AFL team? The 2022 AFLW Record Season Guide. Digital edition available via sen.com.au and the SEN app, thanks to 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. Start of a new over. Sajid Khan delivers to Alex Carey, who defends. And we're very pleased to welcome back Waqar Younis, who's joined us once again. And Bharat Sunderesan has gone off to have a little bit of a break. Days like this, Waqar, I imagine these are the days when you don't miss playing Test cricket, when you're watching them bowling into the 6th session. The power of work they've done. Sajid Khan bowls flat. Takes a little bit of an outside edge from Carey out towards cover, no run.
Yeah, it's hard work for the bowlers. You know, I was expecting a little bit more spin from the spinners, but it's still very good to bat on. And you know, if you ready to spend time at the pitch, it is very difficult for the bowlers to get you out.
Sajid flights a ball and it beats the edge. That one straightened from around the wicket from the off spinner. And Sajid Khan is thinking there might have been an edge on it. Nobody else does. He's more wishing there was an edge on it than thinking there actually was. It was not too close to the gloves in the end, but he was trying a half appeal, Sajid.
Yeah, one must admire the effort from Sajid Khan. His bowling is 45th over, 118 for 2.
He bowls again and Carey gets the full blade of the bat to this defensive shot.
The odd ball actually spins and just sort of bounce a little bit. Otherwise, it's coming pretty flat, and it's hit through the line kind of bowling at the moment.
Sajid Khan bowls in at the middle stump, and Carey will get a run this time, driving it down the ground to long off, 7 for 426.
Yeah, and the bowlers are also very tired. The fingers are just sort of getting really tired, and it is very difficult to just keep giving those revs on the ball. Pat Cummins out there still, I think, I'm not sure if he's got pads on or he's definitely got whites on. So that means can't see the pads.
No, we can't see his legs, but he looks like a man who's wearing pads, if you know what I mean. Defensive shot from Mitchell Stark out towards cover from the last ball of the over. So Sajid Khan continuing his work. He's bowled 45 overs, 2 for 119. Australia, 426 for 7.
Want the biggest brands at the lowest prices? Then head to Chemist Warehouse today and save on big brands like Codral Active Relief Sore Throat 20 lozenges, $5.99. Always be prepared with Panadol Rapid 40 caplets, $6.99. Betadine Ready to Use Sore Throat Gargle 120ml, $8.99. And fight allergies with Rhinocort Hay Fever and Allergy Extra Strength 240 doses, $29.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
SEN Test cricket, Geoff Lemon and Waqar Younis, where I worry about Sajid Khan's head. You know, he's got no hair, no protection, and he's been bowling a very long spell in that sun out there.
I know, he's a tough nut, I tell you that, because I worked with him a little bit, and he doesn't hold back anything. He'll give everything to his team, for his team, and put everything online.
Noman bowls to Carey, who gets forward and defends to point. There'll be no run once again.
There's no real rush from the Australians. They're still happy to keep defending those deliveries and keep just batting and batting. I mean, Stark has batted for 30 deliveries for his 3. So no rush at all from the Australians.
Here goes Naman Ali bowling full to Carey, who drives down to mid-on. Once again, no run. So this seems deliberate from Australia. My theory is that they're looking at this surface and thinking, do we want to be bowling on this right now? Not really. You know?
I mean, this is Test match cricket. It's a hard job, hard work.
Noman bowls to Carey, who drives a single down to long on. It's 7 for 427. He's on 42.
At some stage, they have to declare it tonight. If they're not declaring tonight, that means you're killing the game, you know. I understand it is tough for the bowlers on this pitch. But, you know, new ball, fresh bowlers, you know, the team's been in there, the Pakistani team's been there in the field for you know, day and 3/4 of the day at the moment. So they're going to be very tired.
Noman bowls to Stark, who defends. Yeah, I think that's right. And if you bat into a third day, basically the only way you can win is enforcing the follow-on from that point, which means you have to bowl even longer. It's like you need to leave yourself time to bat a second time for a couple of sessions so that you can give your bowlers a break.
That is why I feel that the Australians have sort of played a little bit slow.
Noman bowls to Stark, who drives back to the bowler, and he's dropped. Catch above the head. Noman Ali, he got the chance. It wasn't coming that quickly.
No.
He got his hands above his head, and he just tipped it over the bar like a goalkeeper instead of snaring it like a bowler taking a return catch. He should have held on to that one.
I don't think he was expecting that. He was just sort of relaxed straight after that. The ball spun a bit, got inside half the bat, and it was easy catch for the bowlers, especially the left armer or even off spinner. These should have been gulped. This was the easiest of the catches you see.
Well,
tiredness.
The length did for Stark as well, but he gets forward and defends the next one very competently on the long stretch. So a mistake for Pakistan. They could have had another breakthrough, but Stark remains. He's 3 from 33. Alex Carey, 42. The score is at 427, Australia for 7.
The AFL Record pre-season edition is your guide to a big season ahead. The Record's fantasy experts, the traders, present all the options and tips for AFL fantasy. There's player profiles, team lists and Guernsey numbers. And senior writer Ashley Brown brings you up to date with all the off-season news, including 3 new coaches in the hot seat. Thanks to 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. Grab the 2022 AFL Record pre-season edition. On sale now for just $9.95. Available at Coles, Woolworths, newsagents and bookstores nationally.
20 runs in 45 minutes. It's tea for Australia. 7 for 427 the score. SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes. Build with confidence. Henley.com.au. Adam Collins joining Waqar Younis.
That's better.
I was wondering about the pronunciation conversation before, T. Where have I gone wrong?
No, you're not gone wrong.
Has Sajid Khan starting a new over and bowling to Carey, who lunges forward and defends into the onside. Carey looking good so far, yet to really shift into the next gear. So if you were saying your own name as Sajid Khan prepares to go again around the wicket, just a slip when bowling to Carey, goes back and defends. How do you pronounce it?
It's Waqar.
Waqar.
Yeah, Waqar.
So rolling my R is essential to this.
Yeah, right at
Waqar.
the end. Not that.
Not
Don't
quite
exaggerate it.
Sajid bowls. It's flighted up. Over the top goes
nice.
Carey. That's the spirit. Over mid-wicket. All the way for 6. Got plenty of that into the crowd, or just in front of the crowd, where there's a big high wire fence here. Carey moves to 48 from 101 deliveries, and the score moves along to 7 for 433. The first real aggression we've seen of this final stanza.
Yeah, I was waiting for that because, he was tossing it up. He was just bowling nice and slow onto his legs, and especially with mid-on up in the circle, I was hoping and waiting that Carey will go over the top. There's a little bit of risk involved in that. But, the kind of batsman he is, he just got top of it and hit it beautifully.
Carey from 48. Thought he'd go to 49, but no single to mid-wicket. 7 for 433. Carey has 1 half century for Australia. That was at Adelaide in his second Test match.
Can he press on? Can he do what Adam Gilchrist used to do? He used to come at number 7 and...
Sajid over the wicket. Carey this time moves to 49, down to mid-on. I'm not sure why mid-off and mid-off are both giving singles there, but that's a different conversation. 7 for 434. He's 1 away from a half century. Yeah, I think that's what they want from him. There's only one Adam Gilchrist, right? But whether he can be a player down at 7 who can go at a really decent clip and consistently contribute.
When I look at him, his technique tells me that he's got the potential. There's no doubt about that.
Stark leaving alone outside the off stump to end the 159th over. SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. Carey's 49, Stark's 3, 7 for 434 the score.
At Kennards Hire, we only hire people who've taken the Ken Oath. By taking it, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath, it's a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage. The Ken Oath means you'll never miss smoko or beer o'clock. So if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
Kennards make your job easy.
Waqar Younis with you on the call. 159 overs gone, which means that the third new ball is due at the end of this Noman Ali over. Bowling with a slip, a backward point on the rope, deep backward square, a deep square. So 3 out. Reverse sweeping Carey gets a single to the first of those 3 sweepers at deep backward point. And that'll be his half century. Waiting for recognition of it. Yes, it is. Off the face of the bat, Alex Carey records his second 50 in Test cricket. 1 at his home ground to start his career in his second Test match. A lean run thereafter, but an important contribution here. In the first innings of this second Test match, he came in and needed to just steer Australia through a little bit of tough terrain after losing 2 quick wickets, and he's done precisely that. Now back to Stark. Norman bowls and Stark comes forward and defends. Oh, that's off the outside portion of the bat, which means there'll be runs, a couple of them. Played with nice soft hands. So Stark to 5 from 35 balls, 7 for 437.
Yeah, that always will be a worry when you're bowling that far away from the off stump. All Starkey needs to do is just open the face a little bit, and the ball sort of slides off the face and went for a couple of runs. And what an inning from Carey. He's a wonderful player, good defence, very compact player.
Norman to Stark, who pushes out to mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, so Carey's faced 104 deliveries for his 53 fours and that big 6 in the previous over cow corner. So for the most part, he's been working the angles, taking singles when they've been on offer, keeping the ball ticking over either side of tee. But Stark here taking one at the deep backward square. He's 6 from 36 balls. There wouldn't have been many innings in any form of cricket that Stark's played where he would have faced this many overs for, or this many balls rather, for this lower tally.
Yeah, normally he likes to get on with the job. He likes to play those big shots, favors on the onside, likes to hit more toward mid-wicket, but he has been very, very quiet.
So Carey back on strike. Norman bowling here. That's the conventional sweep. Gets one, the deep backward square. He's 51, 7 for 439. Yeah, there was a test match at Melbourne that you would have been at a couple of years ago when Pakistan were last in Australia, where Stark hit 8 sixes at the MCG, a record for 6 hitting on that ground. So that's the sort of player we've become accustomed to over the years, but playing a different role here so far at Karachi.
Yeah, he's got long levers, and he's got long reach. He gets to the pitch quite comfortably. And if the pitch is flat, if he's coming onto the bat nicely, he can really put you in trouble.
Last ball of the over, Noman bowls. Oh, the short leg nearly. Landing just in front of the man station for just that shot, Abdullah Shafiq. End of the over. 160 overs gone, which means the third new ball is due. 7 for 439 is the score, with Stark on 6 and Carey on 51. Our coverage for Tyre Power. Get your free 5-minute safety check.
Want the biggest brands at the lowest prices? Then head to Chemist Warehouse today and save on big brand vitamins like Wagner Super Biomagnesium 100 tablets for just $9.99. Top up on Healthy Care Immune Defense 120 tablets, only $17.99. Microgenics Odorless Fish Oil 2,000 milligram 340 capsules, $19.49. And Ostalin Calcium and Vitamin D3 300 tablets, $28.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
They're not taking the third new ball. They're going to stick with Sajid Khan's marathon spell from our broadcast end. It's been going since lunch, unchanged.
That didn't really surprise me because I guess the fast bowlers are really tired.
Bowling to Carey, first ball of the over, pushed out to cover, no single.
I think it's just Pakistan in a very similar situation what Australia were in Pindi. They were just waiting for the declaration. That's what the Pakistanis are doing now.
Sajid bowls, Carey pushes out to mid-wicket on the front foot, no run again.
What about that movement in the dressing room?
Well, Cummins has padded up, so I don't think it's imminent, that being the declaration. And it makes sense to stick with the old ball in that context. Sajid bowls, and going back is Carey, out towards cover, no run. We're going through the motions a bit here with the expectation that the declaration might be coming, but yet to really tee off. And we didn't see Pakistan tee off at Rawalpindi either at a similar time of the test match.
But I can see Fahim Ashraf just
Sajid bowls and Carey again, happy in defence on the front foot,
loosening up a bit, so they might take a new ball. I mean, there's a chance that they can wrap it up very quickly with the new ball. Shaheen, of course, very tired. I can understand that, but you know, you never know. 1 or 2 good overs can really change things.
Watching Shaheen in the field as Sajid bowls wide of the crease and Carey defends under his eye. He's doing some high kicks, and normally with Shaheen Afridi, those high kicks are above his head. Now they're barely at waist high, which might be a signal to the captain. Actually, let's hold off a little bit.
Okay.
Carey facing up. Last ball of the over. Played back to the off-spinner Sajid Khan. The end of the over. 7 for 439. Carey 51. Stark 6. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Hear the major moments in sport crystal clear, anytime, anywhere on the SEN app.
Bouncing! Oh, don't tell me! Goal! Djokovic a mile back, and he smashes into the nets!
On air, podcasts, live sport, news, video content, your city, your town.
Oh my God!
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google app stores. It's also available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
Australia have batted just 32 runs in 15 overs. So if the declaration is imminent, there's no real sign of that from the two men in the middle, with the exception of that mow from Carey over mid-wicket. We haven't seen any meaningful aggression since the tea break And surely that's worth their while if they are looking to pull out in the next, say, half an hour or so. The cameras are trained on Pat Cummins. They might think it's coming a fraction earlier. No Mun continues his spell. University end. Bowls to Stark, who drives, and square drives past point. Bit of a bobble there, misfield. They'll get 2. That'll be their lot. Hassan Ali does the fielding. Stark moves to 8. Make that 9. They get back for a third. Good assertive running. 7 for 442 Australia.
You were talking about the warm-up of Shaheen, you know, the way he was stretching his legs and warming up. You have got no idea how it feels when you're out there for that long, and your back and your hamstrings and even your brain is so tired. I mean, in a hot day when it's 35, 36 degrees, not easy on this sort of pitch also.
Carey on strike to Norman, and he's sweeping him out to deep backward square for 1. They just walk the single through. 7 for 443. He's 52. The fact that Shaheen plays all 3 formats, he's just come out of an intensive PSL. He's only 21 years of age. There is an element of this where they can't just bowl him into the ground. They don't want him to, pick up a serious injury. Dare I say it, as what happened to you at a similar age with the back stress fractures.
Happen, especially when you're so eager and you really want to play all sorts of cricket. You've got to be very, very careful and watchful.
No Mun bowls and Stark defends back down the pitch.
And the modern cricket, there are a lot of help around. There are physios, trainers, and they keep telling you your workloads and how much you need to put in and how much you got to hold back. And I guess, he's been told that he can play this series.
No Mun bowls and Stark gets forward to defend this time.
And, it's an important series. One got to understand that if you're not going to play Australia at home, then that means, you are... There you go. The leg's going up now.
Yes.
It's warming up now.
The Shaheen Afridi leg kicks are back above the eye line. That's what we want. No Mun bowls, and Stark again just gets forward and defends. He's not even considering going towards deep mid-wicket, which is such a productive area for him usually. They do have long on back now, though, and deep mid-wicket, let's call it deep forward square leg as well, in front of the Majid Khan enclosure. Last ball of No Mun's over. Slipping a short leg. Stark playing out to mid-wicket. End of it. So 162 overs gone. 7 for 443 the score, with Stark on 9. Carey on 52. SEN Test Cricket for tyre power. Get your free 5-minute safety check.
At Kennards Hire, we only hire people who've taken the Ken Oath. By taking it, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath, it's a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage. The Ken Oath means you'll never miss smoko or beer o'clock. So if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
Kennards make your job easy.
3 words that no fielding team ever want to hear. Third new ball. It's been taken by Babar Azam, and Shaheen Shah Afridi prepares to go. We're getting a good look here on close-up of the old ball. It does look like it's been chewed up by a dog. Most of those 80 overs were bowled by the 2 spinners.
Especially when you're playing on this sort of surface, what do you expect? This Kookaburra balls, the seam, once it goes in, it goes really round. There's no real seam on the ball, and it is difficult. It is hard. What happened here? I thought they're going to take a new ball. They're not.
It looked like they signalled for it. Maybe it was just a case of putting it in the umpire's pocket.
Yeah, maybe the next over, they're probably thinking we'll take it from the university end. They might take it from far end, from where we are sitting.
So Sajid's going to start his 48th over. An element here might be that we've seen the first 2 new balls go around quite quickly. The run rate's gone up. Sajid delivers, Carey forward defending, and with that in mind, it might be a way of just restricting Australia here with this softer ball.
But you also got to think that, Stark playing at the crease, you've got every chance of getting a wicket with the new ball.
Carey playing back to Sajid Khan again, no run. Yorked him there.
Not so much against Carey, but I would say Stark with the new ball, if it swings a little bit, it is not going to be easy to handle, especially...
Sajid wide of the crease, and Carey happy just to come forward and knock it on the head.
Especially ball going away from Stark, Shaheen Shah Afridi, that's what he does. I will take that gamble. I'll say, okay, I might leak 15, 20 runs extra, but there's every chance that I'll bowl them out.
Sajid delivers. Reverse sweep from Carey. Doesn't get it past point. Stark wants a single. Sent back by the wicketkeeper, rightly so. So we're at the end of this over, there'll be 17 to go. This was the mark when you were hoping Australia might declare, leaving them 15 overs with the ball tonight. 2 for changeover, of course, but you thought they might be up towards 480 or 500. They're well short of that. So there are some similarities to Pakistan at Rawalpindi last week in their first innings. Sajid bowls to Carey on 52. Does he get past Fawad Alam? He does not. The Karachiite, the only member of this team who's a hometown boy, cuts it off, moving to his left. Always gets a fine reception whenever he's touching the ball.
Yeah, people love him here. He's scored so heavily on this pitch.
Carey facing up. And again, he's in defence. 7 for 443 the score. Carey 52, Stark on 9. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. Your trusted tyre experts will say goodbye to Waqar Younis for the time being, because drinks are on the field here at the National Stadium in Karachi. So to recap where we've been since the tea break, Australia were 7 for 407 with Carey on 26 and Stark on 1. And they've moved along to 7 for 443. So slow going, only a couple of runs per over since the final interval. Carey moving beyond 50, his second half century in Test cricket. He's 52 with 3 fours and a 6. So Mitchell Stark is 9 from 43 balls. So we'll take a break here at the National Stadium in Karachi. And on the other side of it, Bharat Sunderesan will be joining me.
As we enjoy the summer of sport, hear all the big moments on the SEN app. Cricket.
And the first century of the series belongs to Travis Head.
NBL.
The pass Golding, the take, the shoot, the 3!
Tennis.
Serves up the middle and finishes with an ace.
And season 6 of the AFLW.
Quick snap off the right, she's got it through.
Download the SEN app from your chosen app store. Also available on Apple CarPlay. All sports, anywhere, anytime. The SEN app. It's your home of sport.
At Kennards Hire, we only hire people who've taken the Ken Oath. By taking it, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath, it's a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage. The Ken Oath means you'll never miss smoko or beer o'clock. So if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
7 for 443. It's Drinks final session, second day here at Karachi. Adam Collins with you, Bharat Sunderesan with me. And you get a bit of a sign looking at the Pakistan huddle at Drinks. Every player is sitting down on the turf, with the exception of Iftikhar Ahmed, who's the sub fielder, and Abdullah Shafiq. He's 22. Everyone else, they're taking a load off.
And also, I guess... Hello, Adam. Yeah, and also, I guess it's because Abdullah Shafiq has been feeling in close-in positions. He's not had to chase too many balls on this outfield on what is now turned into a very hot afternoon. A lovely breeze earlier in the day seems to have gone away, blown with the wind.
Yeah, we did get that nice breeze after tea, but it subsided. It was quite heavy when Shaheen Shah Afridi was bowling from the university end just after tea, but not much going on now. Interesting, they haven't taken the third new ball. Would you expect that's a bit of damage limitation and attempting to just keep the scoring rate as low as it is?
Yeah, you could see I think 2 overs ago, Babar Azam had a little meeting with his 2 new ball bowlers, Hassan Ali and Shaheen Afridi. Maybe just checking with them if they thought there was any point in taking the third new ball right away, and if they could create any inroads, or it just made sense to stick with the spinner. Sajid Khan, of course, is rolled on from this end.
He's now bowled 48 overs and hasn't been changed since lunch from this end, the broadcast or southern end, in operation with Norman Ali. So they've bowled 48 and 41 overs respectively out of the 163 so far in the innings. The run rate's at 2.72. That's oscillated through the innings. It's quite brisk against the 2 new balls, but quite slow thereafter. Interesting that Stark's faced 43 balls for his 9. I thought he might be the more likely of the 2 to put the foot down against spin, but not to be so far. Looking for a cue here. Have they taken this new ball? They have, right. So Shaheen Shah Afridi will get that from Babar Azam. The captain's just picked it up from umpire Raza. This is one of the longer drinks breaks I've seen. I suppose you can forgive them, given it's 35 degrees out there.
Yeah, I'm surprised the umpires haven't thought it wise to add a drinks break. Umpires are allowed to do that, and I think it's Hassan Ali.
Yes, it is Hassan Ali, actually, not Shaheen Shah Afridi. He'll get that first opportunity from the university end where the old scoreboard sits. We saw one of those hand-operated scoreboards last week at Rawalpindi, and that's a beaut down there. The Rado clock, analog clock, the works. And here is Hassan Ali, third new ball, bowling to start this new hour to Stark, who clips him through mid-wicket. That's what we've been looking for. So, as we saw with Nathan Lyon earlier today and Australia's openers on the first morning, with the hard new ball, they're going to look to attack. 7 for 447, Stark's first boundary. He's 13.
Well, they do call Mitchell Stark the new ball king, generally with the ball in hand. But yeah, you can expect him to open his shoulders and just play a few more shots. Harder ball, comes onto the bat much easier.
Yeah, there's very little lost in Stark going for it here, given how deep we are into this second day. Hassan Ali delivers over the wicket. Stark looks to drive, but Q ends it back to the bowler. So 16.4 overs left on the day. A couple for changeover. Maybe they'll look to bowl for 8 or 9, something like that.
Yeah, unless, of course, Alex Carey is very close to 100, and they don't see the point in, maybe using the new ball today. The only reason you might want to do that is get 2 bites of it.
Surely they'll want, as you say, 2 bites of the cherry. Hassan Ali to Stark, driving with power, but only as far as the captain Barber at mid-off, no single. I mean, especially given how exhausted those Pakistani fielders must be. Yeah. We saw, as we mentioned before, them sitting on the turf during the drinks break.
Yeah, I was just speaking to my South Australian listeners, Hollow. Just wanted to say Alex Carey 100, that's all. He's batted really well today, I have to say.
Yes, he's 52 from 118 balls. A change in field now, so Stark looking to take the long handle. They've taken out the second slip. They've moved the man back to deep backwards square, a deep fine leg as well, and a mid-wicket. Hassan Ali around the wicket, change of angle, Stark on the pull, and on the bounce to the squarer of the 2 sweepers, deep backward square, Norman Ali keeps it to 1. Stark up to 14, 7 for 448 the score.
Yeah, one of the most stylish lower order batters going around, Mitchell Stark. Even with that pull shot, eye-catching.
Yeah, gave it plenty. Alex Carey doing a little bit of gardening. Yet to see the cracks at this end. We've seen a couple at the university end, which is where Hassan Ali's running away from. Staying around the wicket to Carey. Bowls here, and Carey plays off the back foot out towards extra cover. No single.
Yeah, Alex Carey won't mind this either. He's actually batted at a decent rate, even though it's been a slow pitch. The old ball wasn't really coming on, and the spinners were very consistent. They were nothing flash about how they went about their business, but he's kept the scoreboard moving, and expect him to play a few shots too now.
Pat Cummins talking to Dave Warner on the balcony. Hassan Ali bowls to Carey, who drives again out towards cover, but there's no single. That's the end of the over. The first with the third new ball. 7 for 448 the score. There'll be a change in commentary with Geoff Lemon replacing me. Stark's on 14. Carey's on 52. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google app stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sports.
Next to win, and he's done it! That is a remarkable save. Very elegant from incentive eyes. It's going to be the crowning moment.
Listen to any SEN show from around Australia and New Zealand.
Gary Light and Tim Watson. This is Trackside. Tim Gossage. Bears and Izzy for breakfast. Bensley.
Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
Seven 448 at the National Stadium in Karachi. Australia pushing on. Stark on 14. Carey 52. Thanks to Adam Collins for the last 20 minutes. Bharat Sunderesan here beside me. Shaheen Shah Afridi with a new ball, bowling down the leg side, which is something that Hassan Ali did quite a lot with both new balls so far. We're up to the third new ball. That dreaded phrase. Dirk Nannis has that famous story about the fourth new ball bowling in a match against Western Australia. There are no worse words in the English language, he said, than fourth new ball. But the third is bad enough. Shaheen, he's had a dodgy day in the field, and he's got none for 76 into his 29th over. Done a lot of work. He's slinging it in at Stark, who defends solidly. That was a threatening-looking delivery, full and zeroing in on the front pad. Stark played it well.
Yeah, I guess if you do get to the fourth new ball, I think by then nothing will seem new to you. It'll just be another ball.
There is nothing new under the sun, as the quote goes. So Shaheen, he's got two slips, gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and then a very open leg side with a deep square leg and a long leg, looking for the top edge hook, but he bowls the Yorker and it squeezes away down to that fine leg area. The long leg fielder comes across. A run, a leg by is added to the score. That came off the outside of the back leg. 7 for 449 Australia.
I would love to see his pitch map, Shaheen Afridi, especially maybe after his 11th or 12th overs. It's been mainly full. Either Yorkers or get the ball really full, especially when it was reverse swinging. And even otherwise, even this over, you can see it's just...
The occasional bouncer in there as well.
Yeah, the 2-bounce bouncer. Rarely flown through to Mohammad Rizwan's gloves.
One or two he's really put the effort into, and they have taken off. He goes full again, and Stark keeps it out of his front pad once more. Just looking to home in on that front pad. This Australian vigil carries on. They've been pretty circumspect. Played a couple of shots against the new ball, Stark, but not many. He's on 14 from 50 deliveries. Been out there, over an hour? There goes Shaheen, full, and Stark drives him down the ground. Runs here. Carey, I should say, because obviously they swapped over with the leg by. Driven dead straight, and that's nicely timed. All the way to the boundary, just behind the non-striker stumps. Carey goes on to 56 and raises the 450 for Australia. 453 they've got.
If you ever wanted to see an example of why we keep saying the new ball is easier to bat against on this pitch, that shot should tell you everything you need to know. It's just a mere push. It's the hardness of the ball. You can see Aleem Dar just wants to check the new ball, maybe just rammed into the boundary boards.
Might have taken a chunk out of it. Those LED fences that surround cricket grounds, if you've ever got up close to them, they're like the back of a brick of Lego.
Yeah.
You've got these chunks on them, and if you crash into them at speed, as some players often do, and you can take pieces out of yourself, they're very unforgiving.
They leave a tattoo mark on you, for sure. There's so many grooves, and they just seem built for pain.
You do wonder about the rationale. So the boundary used to be the fence of the field. Then players started sliding into the fence, so they used a rope. And then they put these LED boards about 3 metres past the rope so that you can crash into them instead. Money does wondrous things, doesn't it? Carey drives through the covers before, through extra cover, really. That was an exquisite shot. He goes on to 60. Gets some applause from his captain, Pat Cummins, on the balcony watching on. Australia 7 for 457, and that was classical. He held the pose.
Maybe one of the best shots Alex Carey has played in his young Test career. It's full, asking to be driven, but very classy the way just the bat came down.
Well, it wasn't that full. I mean, it wasn't a rank half volley. He was driving on the upper bit there.
Yeah.
That was a bold shot.
Again, the second new ball, or the third new ball, just a hard ball. so much easier to score off.
So 52 runs is the partnership now between these two. Nathan Lyon had a 50-plus run partnership with Usman Khawaja as the night watchman. So if you can get 50 stands out of 2 of your 4 tail enders, you're absolutely in the ascendancy. Mitchell Swepson can bat a bit. He'll have a go on debut at some point, presumably. Here comes Hassan Ali, bowling outside the off stump.
Well, Geoff, the last Queenslander to make his Test debut got, 36 of 19 balls, and had a hashtag following his Test debut, if you remember.
Renshaw?
Well, I don't know what Renshaw did in his first innings, but I do remember Michael Neser getting...
Oh, yes. Well, Renshaw made about 36 as well, from 100-plus balls. Hassan Ali bowls to Stark again, who defends it standing up straight to cover, no run.
Yeah, I thought he was just trying to be tricky with me, avoiding the Michael Neser mention.
Well, I wanted to let you do it. Don't let me steal your thunder, your favourite player.
Yeah, missing him here. It feels weird not seeing him in the nets.
In the squad.
Yeah.
Travelling around with the team and not getting picked. The endless fate of Michael Neser.
He could get a wicket for the second delivery in Test cricket.
He did. Hassan Ali will have a wicket now. He's almost getting one, beating the outside edge of Stark. Mohammad Rizwan does his theatrical practice that he likes to do, throws it up in mock celebration, even though it beat the edge. What was that bit earlier with Rizwan running down to, was it Shaheen Afridi, and giving him a hug after an appeal?
No, I think it was Hassan Ali, the bowler. And it was Rizwan. I mean, Rizwan egged him on. He appealed for it.
Yeah.
And then when Hassan kept at it, he ran down and gave him a mock hug. And that led to Babar Azam giving him a kick on his behind.
Hassan Ali bowls a bouncer well over Mitchell Stark's head, and he barely even has to duck, just lets that sail by. Ineffective. Hassan Ali has largely been ineffective. 1 for 61. He did get Steve Smith out, but that was a lot more due to Fahim Ashraf's catch than much to do with the delivery. Hasn't found his lengths, hasn't found his lines, Hassan Ali. That's a no ball as well. So umpire Hassan Raza, after hearing in the earpiece from upstairs, a long time after the ball has been bowled, puts his arm out. Extra to the score, 7 for 458. Hassan Ali bowls outside the off stump and Stark defends. That ball coming into him a little bit from back of the length. Once again, if Shaheen's been bowling everything full, Hassan Ali's barely bowled full at all. He's hung back of the length all day.
Yeah, like you said, he's really struggled with his rhythm for large parts of this game. And yeah, now he's trying to change his angle, coming over the wicket. He's tried everything.
Coming over the wicket now to the left-handed Stark and bowling in at his body, and Stark's comfortable enough defending that back down the pitch.
I've always thought if I'm not saying David Warner loves the camera or he's trained, but if I were in that dressing room and, I love my attention, Jeffrey, I would make sure I was always sitting next to the captain if there was a declaration close, because the camera is constantly on you.
Well, you do wonder what the Australian ploy will be from here. Hassan Ali bowls short in at Stark again, who defends again. So he's looked pretty comfortable against the shortish delivery as Mitchell Stark. As the over comes to an end, a no ball in at 7 for 458 is the score on SEN Test Match Cricket.
So this summer, what sporting events are you excited for? AFLW? Basketball? Big Bash Cricket? Racing? Soccer? To witness the biggest sporting events in Australia, Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. Ticketing, corporate suites and money can't buy experiences. Get the best access to the best sporting events with Ballpark Entertainment. Making memories. Ballparkentertainment.com.au.
SEN Test match cricket, 7 for 458, the Australians. And moving along, Stark on 14, Carey on 60. We're on declaration watch. We've got probably an hour left in the day's play. Lose a couple of overs for the change of innings. Will Australia want to bowl tonight? Shaheen Shah Afridi bowls a bouncer to Carey, who sways back out of the way. And again, doesn't look too troubled by the short stuff. They haven't really got the bouncers on target, at the body, at the helmet. They've either been down leg side or wide of off stump or well over the head.
I can think of one bouncer that Shaheen got right to David Warner pretty early in his innings yesterday in the first session. But
hit him on the shoulder.
Yeah. Apart from that, they've been very wayward.
Shaheen, those long limbs. In and bowls on a length to Alex Carey, who comes forward to that ball and again happy to defend. So there's very little intent to score, which does make you think maybe they're not declaring tonight.
Like I said when Adam was on, I wouldn't be surprised if that wasn't to be the case.
Just bat through, make Pakistan warm up and get ready to field again for a third day running and declare at some point in the morning session.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past the Australians in this.
Shaheen, a left arm quick, and Carey pulls a bit top edgy, and it scoots away down to long leg. We'll get a single. Hassan Ali is down on the boundary there after bowling his over. Genuflects to have a drink of water down there on the rope. 1 run to the score, 7 for 459.
Especially the way this pitch is played so far, you'd expect anything, if ever, to happen maybe into day 4, late on day 4, early day 5. So the last thing you want to do is leave any runs out there. And I don't think that's negative thinking at all. I mean, you have to accept the fact that you're not playing in Australia. Very different conditions.
And you're taking good time to bat away from your opposition, perhaps. Short, and Carey, Stark rather, wafts at it. Just down the leg side again, the bounce away. Stark did play the shot though, so Shaheen might think he's in the game with the short ball. He's got 2 out for that catch if he can get Stark hooking. Put some effort into that one, and it went over the back shoulder of Stark, who played a pretty ungainly shot at it. I don't think he was even looking at the ball when the bat came over his shoulder.
It's the battle of the levers, the battle of the long levers up 50 to Mitchell Stark, Geoff.
2 lengthy left armers. Shaheen bowls short but outside the off stump, and that again dies through to Rizwan. So that's a bouncer that goes past shoulder height and then bounces before it reaches the wicketkeeper, who's not standing that far back, mind you. 7 for 459.
Yeah, we've been saying this all day. If anything has happened at all, it's been from this end that Afridi is bowling from. And you could see Mitchell Stark walk down, take a long look at that spot where that ball landed. And that's going to come into play a lot more as this test match progresses. Low bounce, unpredictable bounce. Whether it breaks up and turns wildly or not, that will definitely be a factor.
Mitchell Stark chewing his gum, nonchalant as he waits for Shaheen and plays a length ball away to cover. Comfortable enough to reach for the line of that delivery slightly outside the line of the off stump. Nothing doing off the surface. Not a lot of risk of nicking those deliveries when you're playing defensively. So Stark stays on 14. Carey on 61. Not much effort to score from the Australians since the tea break. Now 7 for 459.
Yeah. Just the first couple of overs with the new ball. Saw a couple of boundaries, and maybe both of us felt that
That felt like impulse, though, from Stark. Like, that was just muscle memory.
Yeah.
He saw a length ball, and so he flayed it away through wide mid-on, and then he went, whoops, not supposed to be doing that.
Yeah, they've just been patting the length balls away or leaving the wayward short balls.
So, a bit of heat haze through the binoculars from our commentary position up on the balcony here at the National Stadium. Hassan Ali charging in, being driven by Carey, nicely to cover, but straight to the fielder.
I'm already looking forward to seeing how Pat Cummins uses his bowlers. I wouldn't be surprised if Stark doesn't bowl a long spell with the new ball, and we see Nathan Lyon in very early. Would love to bowl with a hard ball. See if he can get any bounce at all.
Short spell for the quicks in these conditions, you would imagine. It will be equally hot again tomorrow. 35 thereabouts. Hassan Ali bowls to Alex Carey, who pushes down to mid-off. He wants a single. He's come a few paces down. Stark has his back turned, so there's no run happening there.
Yeah, especially since we've seen the ball reversing as early as, say, the 28th or the 29th over, both the first and second new balls. You'd expect, if there's anything at all, Mitchell Stark to be on top of it.
Here goes Hassan Ali to Alex Carey, pick outside edge to cover. Again, not really looking to score. As Beyonce said, they love the grind, these two. They're not, there's no rush. There's no declaration target they're trying to get to. It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, I think I'm going to stick to my guts. I have a feeling we'll see Australia bat tomorrow morning as well, unless, of course, they get bowled out. But that one did keep low. Not many have misbehaved from that end, Geoff, but you could see Alex Carey walk down and take a look at that spot.
Hassan Ali bowls straight in at the stumps, and Alex Carey does get a single this time, down to mid-off, 7 for 460. Did you just say stick to your guts? Or to your guns?
Yeah, I meant guns, but we've been talking about guts all morning.
Well,
so.
I was going to say some of us have had a bit of trouble sticking to our guts through the day.
Yep.
No.
Without giving much away, I'm well aware of it.
We'll leave that there. Yeah.
Mine are fine, of course. My
of
proud
course.
upbringing in the subcontinent coming to my rescue.
You're fine. I've got a lot more empathy with Matthew Renshaw, let's just put it that way. Down the leg side, Stark gets a little bit on it, bit of a glove on it, and deflects it away for 4. Well, that's a handy boundary for Mitchell Stark. That wayward line from Hassan Ali. Once again, and Mitchell Stark profits on this occasion, trying the bouncer, threw the hook shot at it, did Stark, and got enough on it to send it very fine, take the score on to 464. They're 7 wickets down.
And just a number of boundaries he's conceded to in that fine leg region, especially to the left-handers, tells you how it's not been a happy return to Test cricket for Hassan Ali.
1 for 67. One ball to come in his 24th over. He bowls it to Stark, who defends out to mid-wicket. Ends the over on 18, Mitchell Stark. He's faced 62 deliveries, been there for a long time. And Alex Carey has 62 runs from 130. So Australia, 168 overs they've batted, 7 for 464.
Queensland is the place to race. On a weekly basis, there's almost 30 meetings across the Sunshine State, so whether it's racing, pacing or chasing, Queensland has it all. Giddy up and find the latest news, horse, jockey and trainer profiles, race replays, black bookers, expert tips and form analysis. Plus, you can find all the info you need to plan your fun at all the major race days and events. Visit racingqueensland.com.au, where Queensland is racing.
7 for 464, and it's Australia doing the grinding. The last decade or so, any time they've gone away to play Pakistan, it's been the Australians in the field for long, long hours while Pakistan make 400, 500 run totals. The tables have turned today. Sajid Khan's coming back. He's had a break for an hour after having bowled 48 overs in the innings, most of them in a row. And now they've said, OK, back you come, champion, have another 12. Let's see if your arm will fall off this time. He's twirled the moustache and he's twirled the ball. He's bowled a couple of outstanding deliveries. Noman Ali bowled one absolute worldie to dismiss Cameron Green, but there hasn't been much turn except for when they've hit the foot marks just the right way at just the right time. So it's a little bit asking for divine intervention to get a ball to do enough to get a player out. They've chiselled out 7 wickets in 168 overs, and the Australians are not letting up.
I'll tell you one person who'll be watching very keenly, especially this over, is Nathan Lyon. He's Sajid Khan's been given a ball which is, 5 overs old? 6 overs old, so sure he'll be keen to see if he gets any extra purchase at all, if there's any bounce to this pitch.
He's not really a bounce bowler though, Sajid Khan, is he?
That's the problem, yeah.
He's a round arm flatty.
Yeah.
Doesn't come over the top of the ball.
He's a classic old school right arm slow. He does get some purchase on the ball. He does turn the ball.
Yeah, it's one of the interesting things reading about 1800s cricket and so on. They would often describe their bowlers as left arm slows, that kind of thing. It's not flattering, but
I've faced a lot of right arm slows in journalist matches.
Yeah,
back
I'm
in
sure.
Though they're the worst to face. The loopy right arm slows.
That's the thing. Give him too much time to think. That's the strategy. Sajid Khan will start his over at last. He's got his field the way he wants it, and he bowls in at the leg stump from around the wicket to the left-handed Carey, who drives a single down to long on. 7 for 465. So he's got a slip and a short leg. They're the two catching options, two left-handers, so the field is roughly the same, although he brings up long off a bit closer for Mitchell Starc, thinking that Starc might go over the top, and he brings up the deep point. Bowls in at middle stump, and Stark's happy to defend, so no temptation to go big.
Well, Nathan Lyon has made his way to the balcony.
Having a look at a laptop out there. Sajid spears this one in a bit more towards the leg stump, and Starc plays it directly to mid-wicket. Won't take a run. Imam Ul-Haq fields. Sajid Khan flat on leg stump again, turned away by Starc for a single out to deep backward square leg. Trots through comfortably enough. 7 for 465.
Also, when you're talking about declaration, you also need to see how comfortable Mitchell Starc has looked out there in the middle. He's faced 65 balls. It says a lot about how true this pitch has been in terms of not being too much of a bother to the batters.
Sajid to Carey, who defends. Well, Nathan Lyon looked very comfortable out there too. So, yeah, as you say, if Australia are thinking, how are we going to challenge Pakistan? It's almost the later in the match they start to bowl, the better. Although Sajid flights a ball that's defended back to the bowler, and that does bring about the point I raised earlier, that then the only way for them to win really is to enforce the follow on.
Yeah, that
end of the over. 7 for 466. Bharat, you're going to be cut off. Whatever words of wisdom you're about to say, they're done, because Peter Lalor's coming in. You're on SEN Test Match Cricket. My name's Geoff Lemon. Lovely to have your company wherever you are around the world. We've got people listening back in Australia, but I know there are some people managing to listen in Pakistan particularly. Hello to all of you, all the friendly faces that we've met and those we haven't. It's been an absolute pleasure to visit your country and to be on this historic trip back to a place where Australian Test cricket has not been since 1998. 7 for 466 at the end of the 169th over. Not so nice for Pakistan. They've done a power of work, and there's more to come, because Australia don't show any signs of letting up. Peter Lalor's back with me. Hello, Pete.
Hello, Geoff. Well, patience is a virtue, Geoff. It's not one of the 9 noble virtues, but it's a virtue, and we'll see if it's rewarded here.
Here goes Noman Ali, and coming forward and driving a Starc. He won't get a run down to mid-off. I couldn't name the noble virtues if pressed. I could name the noble gases.
No, but
xenon, radon, krypton, neon, boron.
Boron.
Yeah. Might have missed one, I think. Here comes Noman. Punched away to cover. Again, no run.
I could name the noble virtues, but first I'll say what I'm suggesting is that the longer Australia spend out there, the wider those cracks will get, if they are to widen. They're giving the cracks every chance to widen and to make life more difficult for the Pakistan batters when they get in. But I'd actually like to see them hit out a little bit more now
Noman bowls to Stark, who gets in a tangle trying to defend. The ball dribbles away off the edge towards slip.
So the current run rate is 2.75. It's not an easy place to bat. The ball goes flat, reverses. There's a limited window of opportunity to score at will. When that window's been there, they've taken it, but the rest of the time they've advanced cautiously.
Noman Ali bowling to Mitchell Stark, who's getting an inside edge as he comes across the front pad looking to defend. So a couple of false strokes from Stark. He's trying to do the right thing and just hang around with Alex Carey, but just the suggestion that there might be a little bit of something happening for the left-arm spinner. He's got some footmarks to work with outside the left-hander's off stump. And he'll try his hand once again, and Stark's driving and missing, and that's bounced off the wicketkeeper Rizwan's pads. I think Stark missed it altogether, and the ball bounces away. So 3 in a row that have deceived the batsman in some way or another.
Yeah, but the batter's not really trying to belt it over the boundary or anything like that, is he? Courage, truth, honour, fidelity, discipline, hospitality, self-reliance, industriousness, perseverance is the last of them.
Okay. That's the name of a fine hotel in Brunswick Street in Fitzroy as well. Drives out towards point. Does Mitchell Stark. Doesn't get through. Perseverance is what he has been showing in his innings that has spanned 71 balls for 19 runs for a guy who likes popping it over the rope at will. He has not done so, and he's taken Australia along with Carey on 63 to 7 for 466.
Yeah, well, the current run rate's 2.74. This is clearly team plan. These guys aren't making it up as they go. One batter after the other has advanced cautiously without haste. It's not T20 cricket. Geoff, it's very popular in these parts, particularly Karachi is a T20 town.
Less haste, more speed. Isn't that is that Treebeard in Lord of the Rings, perhaps? Don't be hasty is his tagline.
Is that right? Well, there's a big crowd here now, a reasonable crowd, hiding up in the shadows, but there's a lot of people turned up. Apparently it's quite difficult to get here. The infrastructure doesn't support the stadium. Where have you heard that before, Geoff?
Well, I've certainly heard it in India.
Yeah.
I've heard it in Perth. I've heard it in a range of places. Even the Gabba's not that easy to get to.
No.
Sajid Khan comes around the wicket and defended back down the pitch by Alex Carey. No run.
Well, it was only recently that Sydney decided to put in a light rail near the SCG. I think having pulled out, I think there were tram tracks past there in the past, which of course some forward thinker ripped up at some point in history.
Here goes Sajid Khan, outside edge, out towards cover from Carey. Well, it's a little bit like the inner circle line, the railway line in Melbourne that used to go through what were then outer suburbs and are now inner suburbs in a circle through North Fitzroy and so on.
Yeah,
decommissioned that. Who needs a rail line? Outside off stump, outside edge again to cover as Carey pushes forward. So I haven't looked as sure against the bowling just in the last couple of overs.
No, but just before I leave the crowd, I dip my lid to them. It's a really hot day. It's not that comfortable out there in those stands. I mean, I imagine there is a bit of breeze gets through the back because it is open near the top of the roof. But it's hard work to get here. It's not exactly VVIP in the plastic seats, but a fair few have shown up. It does take some effort to watch Test cricket in the subcontinent.
Sajid Khan around the wicket to Carey, who flicks it off his pads. He'll pick up a couple here. He wants to come back for the second and does. They both dash, the Australians, and Stark makes it back to the non-strikers end comfortably as Sajid Khan receives near the bails. 7 for 468 is the score. Carey up to 65.
That would be his second half century, Geoff?
Yes, he made a 50 in Adelaide in the Ashes Test and batted fairly well, and then looked pretty ropey through Sydney and Hobart with the bat at times.
Yeah, not easy batting conditions this summer.
No. Yeah, the most bowler-friendly Australian conditions we've seen in a long time across all of the venues. Stark slogs, caught, no, dropped at mid-on, and it's gone through for 4. Well, that looked like it was going to be a good catch, but a safe catch. Diving across there, Noman Ali had to move to his right, had to get both hands up above his head, and He was able to get fingertips to it, but not to hold on to the ball. It was travelling too fast, and that's the second time that he's been put down.
Well, did he get his fingertips to it? It was kind of a half, not the greatest effort, not the greatest attempt.
Sajid bowls to Stark, who's got 19 now, and he'll get a 20th run as he drives it out to deep extra cover. 7 for 473. Definitely fingertips to that.
Really?
At the end of the 171st over, yeah, I saw them bend back. He got a few fingertips going there. It was like the goal line technical. He wasn't touched in the AFL. It's 7 for 473 at the end of the over.
Lining up for the Drinkwise at-home stakes. It's a wide-open field. Corn chips and salsa is popular with the punters. A six-pack before the quaddie was an early scratching. There's no love for passed out on the back lawn today. And drifting further as red wine spills on the couch. But the market mover and clear favourite is Have a Water Between Drinks. The fans are embracing this horse from the Drinkwise stable.
Be a winner at home watching the races. Remember, you won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
7 for 473. Australia with the foot on the throat at the moment. They haven't been scoring quickly, but they're just making Pakistan work. Alex Carey's playing across his front pad to Noman Ali, the left-arm spinner, nudging him to mid-wicket, getting through for a single. Carey's up to 70. Stark, 19. 7 for 474. This would be Alex Carey's highest score, wouldn't it? 71 he's got now. Well, at this point, once you cross 70, this is when you start to eye off 100, isn't it? You think, well, I'm close enough that they can't really declare on me now.
Rip.
Yeah, 66 was his highest score, so he has snuck past that.
Well, captains have been known to pull the pin on batters. And I wouldn't hold it against Pat Cummins in this situation.
No.
71's well shy of being in touch of 100.
Outside the off stump and an outside edge for Stark that'll get him a run, maybe a second. He will turn and come back. Take his score on to 21 as that ball rolls down towards the boundary, and Imam Ul Haq puts in a very uninspired chase.
Yeah.
He really trotted after that delivery after doing some racing around earlier in the day. Still lost his hat. 7 for 476. And, well, there certainly have been captains who've declared on players, but there are a lot more who haven't. They tend to at least say, well, we'll give you 3 overs to have a slog or something like that. Noman Ali bowling to Mitchell Stark. He's played so well. He defends again. They can't get through him. 73rd delivery he's faced.
Yeah, they've got a little ragged out in the field in this last hour or so. Babar Azam's men have actually applied themselves to this task really well across the 2 days, but just starting to wilt, and that's understandable.
Here comes Noman bowling to Stark, who'll defend once again. So the time locally is 4:42. They can go through until 5:30 if required to get through the overs.
Yes.
So, given that we're getting this close, it does sort of indicate that Australia probably won't declare today.
Well, there's 9 overs left in the day, is that correct?
Here goes Noman, and it's being flicked away into the short leg fielder on the bounce by Stark. Are you getting that from the solar-powered scoreboard?
I am trying to get that from the solar-powered scoreboard, which is faded.
Well, yeah, it does say 9 in the day, so it must have been the 2 Pakistan spinners. We're so used to taking the extra half hour. Maybe we won't actually have to do it. How remarkable.
Yeah. Wow. So it does suggest that unless Australia are just going to have a couple of overs at them late.
Well, they might need to bowl 4 overs or so of spin after the schedule close, perhaps, as Noman bowls to Stark, who defends. But yes, Australia wouldn't declare if there are. They would only get 6 overs at Pakistan from this point with the change of innings. So 7 for 476 at the end of the 172nd over.
There's a oh, sorry.
What's that?
I thought the batters were walking off, but they were going to get a drink.
Just going to get a drink. Stark, 21. Carey on 71. Peter Lalor will see what else he can invent. And then Adam Collins will be in to join him.
Well, it will be interesting to see what happens when Australia get to bowl to Pakistan, because down at that northern end, at the university end, there is a crack opening up that the right-hander coming over the stump from the commentary position may be able to exploit. They'll have to get pretty tight into the stumps to do it, but there's some nice rough there from the left-handers that Nathan was already prepared for Nathan Lyon.
Yes, 8 overs left in the day. Sajid bowling here. Carey coming forward, not taking one out towards cover. 21 wickets in 21 sessions in this series so far.
It's nice symmetry to that, isn't there,
I think
Adam?
I've got that right. Might not even be that many.
Yeah.
I've overplayed it a wee bit. Sajid bowls and clipping through the onside. That's a nice shot. Out towards the rope. Carey gets at least 2. Stop with the boot. We've seen that twice today. Norman Ali keeping it in just. 478 for 7, or 7 for 478, I should say, with Carey 73. So, yes, we had 15 sessions last week, of course, that are, yeah, that's right, 21. So 21 sessions, 21 wickets. So, yes, you do. You draw your own conclusions on that. Sajid delivers, and lunging forward is Carey. No run there. The point you made, though, having a look at the drone shot that TV showed about 5 overs ago, there are plenty of cracks there. They haven't broken up, but you can see the outline of the cracks, which might inform this decision not to declare. Carey over the top of mid-wicket, gets plenty on that, and all the way for 6 for the second time. He's gone out long over cow corner. Carey moving to 79 at 7 for 484. Maybe there will be a declaration. Maybe this is the last hurrah, but they won't get many overs in either way.
No, well, if they wait till the morning, I think Australia are going to have to come out again, because you just do that to throw the opposition side. But there must be a degree of frustration opening up for the fielders there, particularly for Sajid Khan, 51st over, getting hit over the boundary like that. That hurts.
He's done a lot right today, Sajid Khan. Bowling here to Carey, who comes forward and defends. Yes, so it isn't often that a team will bat for 2 full days in the modern game. The convention has become to pull out. But it used to be something you'd see quite a bit in this part of the world. Bat for a full 2 days and even into the 3rd day. Sajid, last ball of his over to the crease here. Carey looks for one to mid-wicket but can't find one. 7 for 484 remains the score after 173 overs in Australia's first innings. Carey is 79, Stark's 21. Another way of looking at this is that if they do bat through to the close of play tonight, 7 overs remaining, Carey every chance of racing to a maiden test ton, Pete Lalor.
Yes, well, now he's 21 runs from it. Geoff suggested that before you came into the commentary position, Adam, and that'd be a nice fillip to his career, wouldn't it? 6 tests in, I think. Just double check that.
Yeah, he played 5 in the summer and then last week, so this is his 7th test match.
This is his 7th test, yeah. He's played 6. He's a nice, crisp, uncomplicated batter. He's a wicket keeper, and he bats like a wicket keeper. He moves the game along at a reasonable pace, except perhaps here.
Yeah, fluent when in good touch, as he has been today. 79 from 146 balls. Couple of 6s over mid-wicket. It's going to be Noman Ali, his 44th over, bowling at Stark on 21. He's been there for a long time. Stark going back and placing this out to mid-off, no singles. 77 deliveries Stark's faced for his 21. There wouldn't be too many instances in his professional career where his strike rate's so low, I'm tipping.
No, but comparatively, Cameron Green's was 38, Stephen Smith's was 33, and Usman Khawaja's was 43. So he's gone at a faster rate than they have in these conditions.
Noman to the crease, left arm over, left alone by Stark. Yes, Khawaja added 33 runs in 40 overs today, which contributed to why this hasn't been a particularly high-scoring day. They were 3 for 251 when they got back this morning, so they'll roughly equal that if they bat all the way through. There or thereabouts. Noman, left arm over, short leg and a slip. He's close in men, but Stark gets forward and pushes out to mid-off, straight forward.
What was that stat again, Adam? 33 runs in
40 overs in the middle today.
It's a bit unkind, isn't it? He didn't face all of those deliveries.
No, I'm just making the observation. He was out there for 40 overs today and added 33 runs. Just a stat, Pete. Left arm over the wicket, no man bowls, and Stark takes him down to long on. He's 22, 7 for 485.
I think he probably only faced about 82 deliveries. How's my math going there? Is 369 deliveries when he was out?
Yes, 369 all up.
Yeah. So 277 yesterday. He didn't get a lot of the strike.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's why.
So line
a little unfair, let's say, but not unfair of you. It's just unfair of the stat.
Noman bowls and Carey sweeps out towards deep backward square. There's a single there. He's into the 80s for the first time in Test cricket. 7 for 486 Australia.
It's a big ground. but in a funny way, and there should be more spaces to score in, but it's not a quick outfield like we're used to in modern cricket. I bet they cut that grass shorter for the PSL.
Yeah, that would stand to reason. One ball left in this over. It'll be faced by Stark. The run rate through the innings at 2.8, but they haven't lifted the tempo in the final session with the exception of a couple of blows from Carey. No Munn delivers and Stark gets forward and miscues it out towards mid-wicket. End of the over, 7 for 486, 174 gone in the innings. Carey 80 from 147 and Stark's 22 from 81. Adam Collins and Pete Lalor taking you through to the close of play here at the National Stadium in Karachi. We've got 6 overs left before the end of play. Khawaja top scoring with 160 out in the middle session. His 11th Test ton. But yes, it's drifted somewhat the either side of tee. They resumed at 7 for 407. So they've made 79 runs so far since returning from the short break.
What does it tell us about Pat Cummins? We haven't really seen a lot of him as a captain. We've seen him in the Ashes for 5 tests. Now we come here. I think he's shown himself to be a very patient young man, hasn't he?
Sajid bowls and Carey defends to cover.
He's in no great haste to move this game on.
I wonder whether it'll be interesting to hear from them at the close of play about their thinking around not having 2 bites of the cherry with the new ball.
Yes.
Sajid bowls wide of the crease again. Carey takes a single to deep extra cover. There might be a second there if they want it, and they do. Nice running. Carey's 82, 7 for 488. Maybe it's to do with the idea that every first innings run will be so valuable if and when those cracks do open up. Again, it's that overhead shot we saw on television which gives that hint of what might be to come on day 3, 4 and 5. And the longer they bat now, the shorter they'll be required to bat in the third innings. Carey facing up, reverse sweep off Sajid, places it just behind point. He's 83, 7 for 489.
Well, that's all I can think it is. And I don't mind that theory at all. You know, stay out there, let the cracks open up. Your patience will be rewarded. It's not something that we expect in modern cricket. And perhaps not something we expect from modern captains. We're all in this helter-skelter game that we play. But Pat Cummins is showing a side of him that was unexpected.
It's the first time the crowd have been more or less silenced across the series so far. Just the last hour or so, they've gone back into their shell. Sajid delivers and Stark gets forward to defend. In fact, we saw a sign on the TV screen a moment ago saying, Cummins Bay, please declare. Which is pretty clear that they want to see some action before stumps. But it's the prerogative of the batting captain to drag this out, as he has. 82 runs in the session. Stark yorked here by Sajid, squeezing it out to short leg. No concerns.
He doesn't say a lot, Pat Cummins. So we can be surprised by him. And I think we were surprised by him all around the Justin Langer coaching controversy. Firm opinions.
Finish. We'll pick up that thought after this delivery. Pushed into the onside by Stark. No run. He stays on 22. 7 for 489. 175 overs gone. 5 left on this second evening. So do you mean in terms of the way that he played, not played the game, but kept his counsel through that stretch of time when it seemingly could have gone either way?
He kept his counsel. He had strong opinions. They weren't popular opinions, but he stood by them. He tried to advance diplomatically through that situation, but he wasn't to be swayed by public opinion or sentiment. He knew what he wanted, and he stuck to it.
Yeah, my view at the time was that to be involved in making a big structural call like that as a new captain, he must have sensed what the backlash would be. He's a pretty worldly savvy operator, Pat Cummins. He's been around for a while now, remember, too. He would have known that a lot of the former teammates of Justin Langer were going to come out and go hard at him, and that would suggest to me that they had, as you say, fairly strong views about the matter. It's going to be Norman Ali to start his 45th over, 1 for 108, his analysis. He bowled green just before tea. He's got a backward point, deep mid-wicket in the sun, and a deep backward square leg. 2 catching men in close when bowling to Carey. Lap sweeping. He'll get 1, just fine of the man at deep backward square. Wants a second, gets a second. Again, purposeful running from the South Australian late in the day. He's 85 at 7 for 491.
He was well aware of how it would be received and who it would come back on. And a lot of people were very harsh in their opinions of Pat Cummins on that. But He shrugged and said, well, sometimes you've got to break eggs, basically. He didn't say that, but paraphrasing his approach.
In that statement, he effectively said, it's my dressing room. And that last quite punchy line in the written statement before he fronted the press, which said something to the effect of, as Norman gets to the crease here, bowling to Carey, got a leg slip now. And that's where Carey goes on the lap. It's fine of the leg slip, down towards the rope. Plenty of work to do. Diving here, just dragging it in. No, it won't be. 4 runs for Carey. 7 for 485. That's Sajid Khan doing the fielding. He's had a long afternoon, the off-spinner. Carey inching closer to a ton with that sweep. That's on the cards before the closer plate.
You have to cover a lot of area in that outfield. It's a big field, and with the slow outfield, it gives you a chance to get the balls that in other situations would just race to the boundary and you wouldn't even bother.
So Carey's 89. There's still 4.4 overs left on the day, so a chance for an important milestone between now and when they call stumps. Norman up to the crease here. Third ball of the over. Carey reverse sweeping and not getting it. Ricochets off the pad, but well outside the line, so no appeal. Yeah, that last line in the statement effectively said, you're entitled as former players to stand up for your teammate, as I'm entitled as the current captain to stand up for mine and the views of the dressing room. I thought that was quite a sharp way to finish and really packed a punch. Carey on strike. Norman bowls. Conventional sweep. Out to deep backward square. Easy single. Is into the 90s. 7 for 496 Australia.
And I think we're all surprised by that. I think we thought that Pat Cummins was a gentle, caring, and he is a gentle, caring person. We didn't know that he had that steel in him. It was very similar to what happened with Mark Taylor and Bob Simpson, when Mark Taylor came in and said to Bob Simpson, hey mate, my team, backseat. You know, you don't address the team before we go out. You go and put the cones out at training. You're the coach. Words to that effect.
Yes. No Mun's got a short leg when Stark's on strike. He's on the offside though, chopping down to backward point, no single. Yes, the day that story broke, of course broken by you, that was the most agitated I think we've seen the Australian public around matters of the Australian team since Sandpaper. As the partnership moves into the 90s as well. Norman bowls and Stark leans on it, pushing out towards extra cover. End of the over. 7 for 496, 4 left on the day. Carey 90, Stark 22. It was a lightning rod, wasn't it? For not only former teammates of Justin Langer, but very strongly held views that he should be given another opportunity after the World Cup win and the Ashes. And that was contradicted by those who have clearly made their mind up in the dressing room, and there was this significant tension there that I don't think has been resolved as yet. I think there's still a lot of strongly held views around the place that it could have been handled better.
I was surprised by the passion around the topic. I counsel a lot of people to take a deep breath.
Yep.
It was ridiculous. Not former players attacking the current players savagely.
Sajid to Carey on 90, defending back down the pitch.
And creating rifts where they hadn't been. There'd always been a collegiate approach between the recently retired players and the current players. But that split the camp. It parted the sea.
Sajid delivers wide of the crease. Reverse sweep Carey. Gets a good angle on it. Should get back for 2. And they do get a couple. So Carey's 92, 7 for 498.
I think that opinions could have been expressed more calmly. It's all right to say, well, I don't agree with this, but it didn't have to be expressed so fiercely as it was by some people.
Yeah, the 11 that was assembled of former players backing in Langer was a brilliant team. And someone, can't remember who it was, one of our colleagues put it together on paper. Carey facing Sajid, forward in defence, out towards extra cover, no run.
An enormous sympathy for Justin Langer myself. What a terrible experience for him.
Yep.
Put so much into that team, into reconstructing and rebuilding that team and resurrecting its reputation.
Sajid to Alex Carey, sweeping again, full on leg stump, out into the shadow in front of the Wazimbari enclosure, deep backward square, gets 1. Carey's 93, 7 for 499.
Again, that simple elegance of Carey's batting. It's a nice sweep shot. It's crisp outside the off stump.
He's been very happy to play both the conventional sweep and the reverse. From the moment he arrived at the crease, his first scoring shot was a lap, and his second was a reverse. So he's keen to move the game along. Just his 7th Test match. Stark back on strike, playing late under his eyes, out to point, no single.
The fact that Stark can bat with such ease and comfort out there worries me. This wicket is not doing enough.
Yeah, we're sort of taking it on faith that it'll break up based on the pictures. Sajid bowls and Stark gets one down the ground. Indeed, he's done better than that. They should get 2, but they'll be happy with 1. There you go. They bring up the 500 in the process. That's a significant milestone for Australia. 7 for 500. Big smiles on the balcony. It's been an ensemble effort with Carey and Stark steering the ship since tea. 177 overs gone, 3 to go on the day. Carey 7 runs short of 3 figures.
And again, the camera looks to Pat Cummins on the balcony. What are you pointing at there, Adam?
73 balls for the most recent 50, and the one before that was 126. So they have upped the tempo in the last 11 overs or so.
They're going at 4 runs and over the last 10 overs.
Might bring Bharat Sunderesan in.
Okay.
After this over, we'll get one more over in with you and me, Pete. And
okay.
Bharat can see the last couple in, and we can summarise the day's play, and maybe the South Australian that he's watched so closely, our honorary South Australian Bharat, who's been living there for a few years and has enjoyed much of Alex Carey's career so far, can enjoy a bit of history for him if he takes it in that direction. We're going to have
an interesting change of bowler. No, I think this is Bubba.
Oh, yes, it is. Bubba Azam's giving himself a trundle. So he did bowl a couple of overs yesterday from the university end. The crowd are very involved. So the field's spread. Deep cover, long off. Deep backwards square. He's retaining the slip and the short leg. Stark, who he's up against initially, with a score 7 for 500. The crowd are involved again now. Around the wicket with his off-spin, Babar Azam. And pushing out towards extra cover is Stark. It's cut off by Imam Al-Haq on the edge of the square.
No, he should push a single, give Carey the chance to get the 100 tonight.
Surely he will. Barber bowls and Stark again leans forward. Carey wants one and he's sent back. We have still got 16 balls left in the day, so we're not quite at that stage where they need to manufacture anything artificial for Carey to get on strike, but that might be the case in a few minutes. We'll wait and see. Barber delivers and Stark goes back and can't beat cover again. 3 times in a row he's been cut off with those 2 sweepers deep and can't quite thread the needle.
Would you come out and bat again in the morning, Colin?
Barber delivers and Stark down the leg side. There'll be runs there. There'll probably be 2. Yeah, so he'll stay on strike. There might be a third if they really go for it. It's Rizwan, make that. It's Shafiq late in the day here as well, who does the tidying up. They come back for that second, so 7 for 502.
Gee, I thought there was a third there, but Alex Carey didn't want it.
So Stark gets that fine. Yes, I think Carey mindful that getting towards the end of the over, let Stark play these 2 out and give himself a chance at the other end. Stark faces up. It's short, back of a length, cut away to the sweeper. So Carey will get 1 chance in this over. Stark to 26, 7 for 503. 13 balls left in the day.
Bit of excitement here. The countdown to the 100.
There's always something there in Test cricket. You've just got to look hard enough.
That's right.
As for whether they come back tomorrow, well, if Carey posts 3 figures, a non-issue. I wonder what they would do if he was on 98 or 99. It would be a very tough call because you would lose two overs for the changeover in that scenario, and that's not for nothing when you've batted for an entire 2 days. The preferable way of doing it would be to declare it stumps and have the full 90 tomorrow. Barber around the wicket to Carey. Last ball, the over. He bowled him. Went for the sweep, missed everything, and Babar Azam gets a wicket. Alex Carey won't reach 3 figures. Gone for 93. It's 8 for 503. Some disappointment for the South Australian. That just skidded through and bent back the off stump.
Well, and that's taken Pat Cummins by surprise. He didn't even have his thigh pad on. Great disappointment for Alex Carey. There was 100 there to be had, and fancy losing your wicket to Babar Azam. The absolute part-timer late in the day. A little shades of Stephen Smith yesterday, but Stephen Smith was in his 70s. Oh, he's just tried to heave that. Eyes have lit up and his stumps have gone over. I think I might hand you over to Adelaide's favourite son, other favourite son.
Thank you, Peter Lalor. Yes, he was done by an absolute lack of spin there, Bharat Sunderesan. He expected just a little bit of movement away from him and lined up accordingly, but it skipped between pad in the inside portion of the blade onto the off stump, and Pat Cummins belatedly from beneath us here makes his way out to the middle with 2 overs left on this second day. Australia 8 for 503. Bharat, I know you'll take that. You'll take that deeply with Carey, as I say before, a man you've watched a lot of in the nets and at Adelaide Oval and Karen Rolton Oval and all around the world the last few years. He's not going to be reaching his first ton today.
Yeah, especially he came so close, and then finally to get out playing the sweep shot, a shot he plays with such confidence. But the golden rule when you attempt a sweep shot, never let the ball slip under your back. And Alex Carey has already had one embarrassing slip up after landing in Karachi, as we all know, fell into the pool. Getting out to Babar Azam may be right up there, but really good knock. And I was just, the first question to you was, when I was about to replace Pete Lalor here, follow was going to be, who was the last Australian wicketkeeper to score 100? And yeah, well, I can still ask you that question, and it's not going to be Alex Carey anytime soon.
No, it's not. I suppose it would be Brad Haddon some time ago. I know, yeah, Matthew Wade, 200s, but both, well, he's second coming, but both in the top 6. Right, so 2 overs left in the day. Sajid Khan bowls here to Stark, who turns him just in front of square for his 27th run. They'll be happy with that. 8 for 504. That was a partnership of 98, taking Australia from 7 for 405 to 7 for 503. Yes, Babar Azam. The roar that went around the National Stadium was quite something. Their captain's in the book. Very much gentle part-time offies. Insult to injury for Carey, but he's shown here today that he's a versatile player and will be an asset throughout this stretch of Test in the subcontinent, both in Pakistan and Sri Lanka this year, then India early next year. Sajid over the wicket to Cummins. 2 catches on the leg side, and he deflects to the man in front of square. Short leg, no run from his first ball.
Century or not, I think it's a very important innings for Alex Carey in his Test career.
Sajid delivers, and Cummins comes forward to block.
There have been some question marks. There have been a few missed opportunities behind the stumps in his still nascent career. The lack of one big score. He got that 50 at the Adelaide Oval in the pink ball test, of course.
Yeah, he needed runs here, didn't he? Sajid bowls and Cummins goes back to defend. And I mentioned to Pete before, the fact that he came out lapping and reversing, it does show some guts. You could play conservatively and just get yourself in, much as it was with Cameron Green. But he went the other way and wanted to keep the ball ticking over. It took him a while to find his groove, but the intent was there from him. Cummins yet to score. He won't score from this delivery either. Full and straight from Sajid Khan, blocking it back down the pitch.
And a couple of his dismissals in the Ashes also are unfair. You know, he got out when he accepted the opening position in the first test.
Last ball, the penultimate over. Cummins forward again, defending. Back down the strip, 8 for 504. 179 overs gone. 1 to come on the second day. Adam Collins with Bharat Sunderesan. So there was that when he was asked to open, or put his hand up to open at Brisbane in the absence of David Warner. And then he made that golden duck in Sydney when they were inexplicably still batting after Usman Khawaja completed his twin centuries. No idea why Cummins allowed that to play out the way that it did. But yes, Carey caught down the leg side first ball, and that hurts the average.
Certainly does, and it all adds up. But we've heard from so many members of this team. It's a very popular addition to the Test squad. Of course, been part of the one-day side for quite a while, vice captain as well. But yeah, he's shown, like you said, with stretch of subcontinent tests or tests in the subcontinent that Australia have lined up, a batter deep later in the order who can play the sweep is of great value.
So last over of the day, Babar Azam, the captain, bowls to Mitchell Stark. It's full, pushed down to mid-on, quick single, Cummins to the danger end. In the end, the throw goes towards the non-strikers end, where Stark gets through comfortably. That should have been pinged down to Rizwan, where Cummins was sprinting to make his ground, slow out of the blocks. So Stark moves to 28, 8 for 505. Over to Pat Cummins, 5 balls left in the day.
Yeah, the fact that Pat Cummins has come out right now also kind of tells me maybe they'll bat for 15 minutes tomorrow just to mess around with the Pakistani heads. The openers will be go to bed nervous, of course.
Well, I suppose there's two ways of looking at it. If they declare tonight they preserve 2 extra overs, Barber delivers and Cummins defends. Alternatively, as you say, by making Pakistan's top order go out in the field and get prepared to field, only to be asked to sprint back in and pad up with a 10-minute changeover, that might be worth the 2 overs.
Yeah, absolutely.
That certainly was the Michael Clark approach when he captained this Australian team. Barber to Cummins, captain to captain, goes back and defends to the bowler in his follow-through.
Pat Cummins does have a knack of getting out to opposition captains. Joe Root got him out a couple of times.
Yes. Slipping a short leg for Babar Azam. Just 1 out, deep square in the shade. But Cummins will pop it out to mid-off instead, off the back foot. 2 balls left in the day. Cummins, a proud man, enjoys batting. He'll be taking no risks here. He'll want to just see out the day with red ink next to his name. High price on his wicket. Barber delivers and Cummins gets forward, defending competently to short leg on the bounce. Imam Al-Haq in there. So last ball of the day, Babar Azam. Will we see some funky business round the wicket into the rough? No. Here he comes. Final ball, Barber to Cummins, who leaves it alone into the gloves of Mohammad Rizwan. He'll be not out nor as they knock the bails off. Stark down the other end, not out. 28 from 95 balls. And Australia, at the end of the second day, they've batted for 2 full days. Very unusual in modern Test cricket. And their score is 8 for 505, Bharat Sunderesan.
Yeah, this is the hard grind that Pat Cummins had spoken about even before the Australian team landed in Pakistan. If different conditions, you play Test cricket differently in this part of the world, and they'll be really proud of their effort. You can question the run rate and the scoring rate today at certain points, but I think they've done perfectly well. They've really battered the Pakistanis into the dust and left them ragged. They've already been forced to take the 3rd new ball. And some really handy contributions today. Yesterday was all about Usman Khawaja, who continued on, of course, today. But then the cameo from Nathan Lyon at the start, very solid partnership between Alex Carey and Mitchell Stark, has put Australia in a commanding position and in a position from where they can dictate terms. And with the pitch slowly beginning to break up, I think really they have all the cards in their hand.
So they added 254 runs on the second day, losing 5 wickets after making 3 for 251 yesterday. So broadly parity there between days 1 and 2. Usman Khawaja top scoring with 160. He was the 6th man to fall. Completed his 150, but didn't get his Test high score nor his double ton. He didn't really look to put the foot down today. That was Nathan Lyon to get the party started against the 2nd new ball, but Khawaja was happy to occupy the crease and keep playing it his way, and he was undone by a fine piece of bowling from Sajid Khan, the Pakistan off-spinner, who put in a mighty shift this afternoon.
Oh, incredible. I mean, he bowled right through the afternoon session.
What a wonderful knock by Alex Carey. He's here with me.
We might just go and hear from Alex Carey, thanks to Pakistan TV.
Well played. Wonderful knock by you. You must be gutted to miss out on that century, though.
Oh, yeah, I guess it, you want to make those triple figures. I think, the way the game's going, I think it was quite an important knock in the end there. So, yeah, hopefully tomorrow we'll see what the skipper does. But, it's great to have 500 runs on the board.
Yes, I was just going to come to that. 500 runs on the board. Australia seems to be in a good position. Can we expect a declaration at some point tomorrow?
Yeah, I think tomorrow, definitely. I think as well, if we can get as many runs as possible in this first innings, hopefully the pitch starts to deteriorate tomorrow going into day 4 and we can create those 20 chances. So the more runs we get now, the better position we'll be in if we have to bat again.
Now, you've played on this wicket. I mean, what did you make of it overall?
Look, I think they're starting to show some signs of inconsistency. Obviously, a lot of spin from this end. There's a few cracks appearing from the other end. And the more the quicks bowl, there's going to be foot marks as well. So I think at times we saw some reverse swing throughout. We were able to get through that. But, I also think late in the day we start to see a little bit of inconsistency.
Now, we've seen the crowd from Pakistan get behind all of you. I mean, are you enjoying your stay here?
Yeah, it's been fabulous. I guess coming over, you don't have expectations because you've never been here, but it's definitely lived up to everything we wanted and more. We're having a great time. The food's great. The hospitality's fantastic. We just want to get some points on the board and win a game.
Learned any Urdu at all?
No, I haven't.
All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts and go well. And yeah, that was Alex Carey for you. And it's back to the commentary box.
So Alex Carey there pitch side with the brilliant Zana Abbas, thanks to Pakistan Television for that interview. Carey making 93. And that observation there around any runs we get now are going to be so valuable later. And that's the cue, isn't it? We know exactly now what Pat Cummins was thinking. And the additional observation there that he has identified some uneven bounce due to the cracks that should surely open up on days 3, 4 and 5.
Yeah, Test cricket in the subcontinent is played over 5 days. I mean, that might sound like a cliche to you, but that's really how it works. You have to play the long game. And like I said earlier, Australia have done it perfectly. And yesterday we just saw a few balls misbehave while they were bowling from our end, the media end. But today, for example, the ball that got Cam Green out from Noman Ali and a few others have started keeping low, and it's not just going to be ranked turn or a lot of turn that's going to trouble them, Caller. It's the uneven bounce that'll come into play, and like Alex Carey said, it's about creating those 20 wicket-taking opportunities, and the means of doing that will keep increasing as this Test match progresses.
So Australia have batted 2 full days here at Karachi, the National Stadium. They closed at 8 for 505. Stark not out 28. Cummins yet to score. Khawaja top scoring with 160, and Carey, the other man to pass 50 today, making 93. Thanks for your company throughout the day on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. We'll be back on air 5 minutes before the